Want to tell the Rebbe the words of the new song that we're singing with Mashiach, right? So I'm just going to read him. Am Yisrael, have no fear. Mashiach will be here this year. We want Mashiach now. We don't want to wait. Okay? Mashiach now, we want Mashiach now. Oh yeah, I'm Yisrael, have no fear, Mashiach will be this year. I'm Yisrael, have no fear, Mashiach will be here this year. And we want Mashiach now, we want Mashiach now, we don't want to wait. We want Mashiach now, Mashiach now, we don't want to wait. I'm Yisrael, have no fear, Mashiach will be here this year. I'm Yisrael, have no fear, Mashiach will be here this year. We want Mashiach now, we want Mashiach now, we want Mashiach now, we don't want to wait. We want Mashiach now, we want Mashiach now, we want Mashiach now, we don't want to wait. Hey!
So welcome everyone, and welcome Wahid. So without any further ado, I think who better to introduce you than yourself, because I've talked with you a lot, but it's, everyone has their perceptions of other people, but only someone can really explain where they're coming from.
Where am I coming from? Well, I'm Wahid Azal. I am the founder and present Grand Sheikh of the Fatimiya Sufi Order, or the newer Fatimiya Sufi Order, which is basically a what you would call a 12er Shiite post-Islamic Bayani or Babi, Azali Babi initiatic order. The thrust of this order's doctrine is basically a revival of the Bayani or Azali Babi doctrine, but within a new and kind of a perennialist setting. Fundamentally, the divine feminine is the pivot upon which our doctrine revolves around. And we have a, like I mentioned, a perennialist perspective on that. So I have begun to speak of the eternal goddess, which is the term I'm using right on the book I'm working on, the book of the Tree of Hermes, which is my introduction to a system of tarot that I've developed that goes beyond the conventional system that we have of the Western tarot. In many ways, this book is going to be sort of a response to a lot of the tarot writing of the last 100, 200 years, particularly Aleister Crowley's Book of Thought, which I plan to really hammer at. So that is basically where I'm coming from. My last book was the completion of the Bayan that was begun by Sayyid Ali Muhammad Shirazi, the Bab. I published the Arabic, my own Arabic translation and my own Arabic text of it late last year. The Persian text of it still remains to be published, which I plan to do in the next couple of years, and eventually a translation of it. But at the moment, all my focus is on writing up and finishing this book on the tarot, which hopefully in the next 2 years will be out.
Yeah, really interesting. I mean, it's a lot of resonance with stuff that I'm finding kind of myself drawn to, like now as well. But something that is really interesting about the tarot. Have you seen? What's his name? I'm going to need to look up it. Have you seen the work of was it Torah and the Tarot? I think. Do you know what I'm referring to?
Oh yeah. Yes. I haven't read it, but I know of it. Yeah.
Sorry, there's a little bit of static. What were we saying?
Yeah, I've heard of the book. Yeah, I haven't read the book, but I know of it. Yes, yes, I do. Yeah.
Yeah, oh, Stan Appel, I think that's the guy's name.
Yeah.
But he's found a lot of interesting resonances with basically Jewish imagery in the was it Tarot de Jean Noblet de Marseille tarot deck.
Yes. Yeah.
But 1 second, there's a little bit of connection issues. Okay, yeah, here we're back. So, but yeah, so what I figured we could talk about tonight. Oh, also just for anyone who's watching, I've also included links to Wahid's blog and to his YouTube channel, so you can check that out. He also has a Facebook that I always add that into the description if anyone watching this still uses Facebook, but. Sorry about the connection issues. I think it's on my side. Seems okay. Yeah, I'm connected again. I'm going to hop back in.
That's a much better connection now.
Yeah. Oh shit. Okay. And then connected. Sorry about this. Yeah. So I think that might be it. Honestly, I'm not really sure. Here, I also need to make sure we have to manually close this on my phone because sometimes I've accidentally ended streams because I clicked on end stream rather than, and on the phone it kind of just collapses it all into one. But yeah, this is a live stream, but I could always edit it later, and then that I don't have these pesky interruptions. But so yeah, so what I figured we could talk about tonight is this concept of Memra, or the logos, English, the word. And it's something that I really feels become so sanitized, and so like I don't even know the word that you could use for it. I mean, type of gentrification or appropriation into this, like it's been rendered harmless to the patriarchy of monotheism. You know what I'm saying?
What is the Memra? Is the grammar of Memra, the word itself, is feminine in Hebrew, right?
Yeah. So so what it is? So Memra, it means, so it's like Mimra. So I'm trying to think of the Omer. So it's from the root Amar. So Me Amra. So it's basically that which is said, or like but in this context, it's referring to that which is said by God. It's the word of God. You also have so this is another interesting thing. So you have Devar, you have the Devar, or it gets understood, within a Jewish concept as, Devar Adonai, or Devar, Yahweh. But basically it's forcing this association with Yahweh, and you even see it similar in Proverbs, how it actually I have it pulled up. Let me see. It's let's see. He created. So this is one of the things that I've become a lot more interested in all this since I've started learning. Well, I mean, I'm I mean, you never really stop learning since I started learning biblical Hebrew. And what I've learned is a lot of, I mean, not that I should be surprised. I always knew this about, actually, I mean, it was one of those things I kind of just took for granted that you have with Christian interpretations, which is true, but you also have it with Jewish interpretations, because a lot of people kind of forget that the form of Judaism that exists today, is really developed after the destruction or around the destruction of the temple, rather than, the form that returned from Babylon, or even, the Israelite tradition that preceded that.
Which is, I think in many ways is what's required. I've had this conversation with many Jews over the years. What exactly was the Israelite, religion that preceded the temple? And the archaeology is giving us some extremely fascinating answers. Like, these clay jars that they found back about 10, 15 years ago that actually made human-like depictions of Yahweh and his consort, the Asherah, which threw the world of archaeology, but also a lot of biblical scholarship on its head. But yeah, the Judaism that exists today and has existed for the past 2,000 years is the post-Second Temple, and primarily the doctrine of what initially at that time would have been the Pharisees, according to what the Gospel says. This was the faction that won out in representing the whole Jewish world. But we had other sects, the Nazarites, the various different Jewish sects. I mean, one of them that has been around even longer, the Samaritans, they're still around. So what Judaism is obviously not a monolith, contrary to what what the rabbinic tradition has tried to project for the last 2,000 years. But my interest is, as is yours, is the issue of the Asherah. Now, the word Asherah itself is very, very fascinating. How it ends up in Hebrew. There's been a lot of scholarship on this, because Asherah is basically a Hebrewisation of the Assyro-Babylonian Ishtar.
Ishara? Wait, who?
Yeah, so, which in one form was also being worshipped by the Canaanites.
Who did you say?
Ishtar.
So I've also heard an argument that it might have. So, and this is based on the association with cannabis primarily. But have you ever heard of have you ever heard of Ishara?
Yes, of course. Yeah.
Yeah. So like you have Ishara and then you have Ishtar, and they're two separate deities, and then they might be paralleled in Canaan as Asherah and Ashtart.
Just remember, in antiquity, what happens a lot between different nations and cultures, that you often have these various deities syncretized into like one. And in late antiquity, this happens quite a lot. I mean, you have even forms of Asherah being fused with like Isis in around like a 4th, 5th century Common Era, before the Common Era. But it is obviously Asherah is a cognate from one of these Mesopotamian languages. I mean, Hebrew itself is technically a Mesopotamian language originally. So, but my fascination is that the early Israelites weren't constructing temple rites for the Asherah. They were worshiping the Asherah at trees. And this resonates very closely, for example, with what many sect of goddess worshippers in India today worship the goddess. They worship the goddess at trees. If you drive through India, you often see trees with all kinds of things hung under trees, effigies of the goddess, full pictures, ribbons, flowers, that sort of thing. And it's almost identical to what the ancient Israelites, apparently from what we understand, were doing in their Asherah worship. And then for some reason, whoever wrote the book of Deuteronomy and Leviticus decided that this was a bad idea and prescribed the practice. But that this was a feature of the ancient Israelite religion is absolutely fascinating to me. Which means that what we understand today, or have understood today, in the last 2,000 years about what monotheism is is not exactly how it was understood by the ancients at all.
Definitely. And so, like, one thing that you said about this, syncretization or this, combination that was happening, I mean, you even see it with, Yahweh being combined with El. And ultimately, I think you could even argue that in a way, there's almost this type of, like, so, well, I'll actually get into it because you can see it described here. So, let's see. So here we have, I'll just read the translation, but this is wisdom that's speaking, I think. Yeah. So, halo chokhma tikra. So, like, this is wisdom speaking out. And then it also calls her tfuna, which is connected to bina. And so you also have some interesting theories on chokhma and bina, which but yeah, so I say that. So you have it's wisdom calling, and understanding is yielding her voice. But yeah, could you share your thoughts on the two, or I guess technically the second and third sefirot?
Yeah, well, this was the Jeromese Kabbalists. These were a special group of them in Girona, in Spain, and another school that shows up following them during the late Italian Renaissance. They were actually claiming that the second sephirah of the Sephirotic tree of life is actually Bina rather than Chokhmah. So they formulated the tree of life, at least in the top layers in the word of in the top world in Atzilut, completely the opposite. The Chokhmah is neither male nor female, but according to them, the female comes first, the female principle, as Bina. Then it is followed by Chokhmah. So this kind of, very interestingly enough, it kind of mimics a very similar scheme that was happening in certain schools of Gnosticism, where they were placing Sophia before Logos and talking about Sophia Logos. Like, I think it is one of them. They have a special name for this, the Sophia Logos, who is highest element or highest nature is feminine, and then it projects itself as male. Barabella or something like that. Yeah.
Barbello, yeah. Oh my God, this is like so connected to this one assignment I was completing before we started streaming. But yeah, so shoot, what was another thing that I think is really interesting? So here you have Keter, which you could connect with like the monad, or basically this like basically this like ungendered, unpotentiated, oneness. And then you have, this, which you have one that's feminine, one that's masculine. But what's interesting is that if you look at it in this context, so here you have chesed, which is understood as, and this is the thing that always kind of struck me as odd. So chesed, which is mercy or loving kindness, is associated with the masculine side, whereas the feminine side is associated with gevura or strength. So it almost seems like, and then you have, it almost seems like, so you have, was it like what should be male, female, and then male, and not because like victory is inherently male and surrender is inherently feminine. It's just within the context of like, receiving versus emitting, basically. And so within that context, I think it's interesting that this is understood as the male side, when like it almost seems like the whole thing could be flipped, like you're talking about. And if you look at it in that context, then basically if Bina is supposed to be here, then it's associated with loving kindness and victory, all things associated with the goddess. And then with the male side, you would have this sort of like male wisdom, you'd have strength, and you'd have this idea of surrender. And I think you could almost look at the surrender within the context of like surrendering to a higher power, like basically knowing when not to fight, if that makes any sense. I don't know, maybe.
You will find, interesting enough, that in the tradition of alchemy, the European tradition, when the completion of the work is depicted as the marriage of the king and the queen is always on the right and the king is on the left. So it's directly the opposite that what we have in the Sephirotic tree of life. So what I did is I've in the system of Kabbalah that I developed which is a different model of the tree. It's 13 spheres and 36 pathways. The feminine pillar of the tree is actually on the right side, which I've named the pillar of beauty. And then the left side is the pillar of majesty, and that represents the male principle. So in a sense, I'm kind of mirroring, because I think even the alchemists kind of understood that, that this is not a fast and loose kind of rule that we can take for granted, but just realize that whatever the Kabbalists were writing, if you're in any esoteric tradition, at least under the circumstances that a lot of these people were writing, there has to be a lot of dissimulation going on, especially if you have a tradition that is so, the demarcations between the esoteric and the exoteric are so solidly put. And especially Judaism, which is a very nomocentric religion of the law. The esotericism, especially when you're at the level of writing, to some degree at that time, under the circumstances that they were writing, it is very possible that a lot of these people who were writing this stuff and even delineating and graphing the tree, that they were deliberately trying to mislead the uninitiated. So that once, an initiate progressed further and further and further in their own work, it is very possible that these relationships change. But with the Geronese Kabbalists and then their Italian successors in the late Renaissance, they were very explicit. Then they placed Bina on the right pillar of the tree. Your sound is gone.
Sorry, I muted myself. Yeah, that was my bad. Oh, also, just to check the comments real quick. So Graham said, "What's up, y'all?" So Graham has some really interesting thoughts. He describes himself as a freelance monotheist, and I'm thinking, after we kind of get through more of our ideas, kind of just bouncing off each other, we could maybe open it up and invite people in and kind of hear their thoughts on this and kind of bounce ideas further. But so there's Graham. Yep. Yeah.
Can we stop there just to unpack this concept?
Oh yeah, sorry.
Yeah. Monotheism, right?
Mm-hmm.
I follow Henry Corbin's discussion, the French uranologist, who really got into the guts of discussing this. If you take the idea, the word, the very coinage of monotheism, there's a problem that you introduce, and it's a theological problem that you introduce. You're basically making God a super being amongst other beings, rather than making the divinity being itself, right? So if we take monotheism in the sense that all three of the Abrahamic traditions usually delineated in their exoteric sense, then you're left with this contradiction where that the question of being is not only addressed, but it creates a contradiction in the very profession that the Abrahamic monotheisms are trying to make about the one God, in that they're just basically creating a super being amongst other beings. And so this, in a sense, then compromises conceptually the whole ontology of monotheism. Whereas with the scholarship and a lot of writings and speculative work of a lot of people over the last century, we're now beginning to understand that the ancients were not as the whole concept of polytheism itself needs to be thrown out. One of the people I've been reading over the last couple of years, Algis Uzdavinis, this late Lithuanian scholar of religious symbolism, even suggests that we need to even throw the concept of paganism out, because it just doesn't work, because the conceptual universe out of which a lot of these ancient civilizations were cogitating and languaging the reality of the transcendent was far more sophisticated than we give them credit. For example, the ancient Egyptians are one example. The ancient Egyptians didn't really take their gods in a literalist sense. These were just basically aspects, a cosmic aspect of a transcendent one was beyond any naming. And during the late 18th dynasty, particularly in the New Kingdom period, a lot of this stuff is attributed to Amun. And if you read the text that they've translated, these Egyptologists, have translated about the nature of Amun, Amun starts to take this transcendental aspect where, he is himself, but then he's all the other gods. He's Ra, he's, Isis, he's this. He even takes on the characteristics of all the feminine gods as well. And then when the linguists amongst the Egyptologists have begun to unpack the concept of what the ancient Egyptians understood by the word itself that they used for these deities, Necher. The Necher is also the word that they used for forces of nature. So, as far as the Egyptians are concerned, anyway, and probably the ancient Mesopotamians and the Assyrians, etc., they were taking the nature of these gods, at least in the more, once that you got deeper and deeper into the temple rites, maybe not on the level of the folk and common religion, they were ending up in a very interesting panentheistic kind of cosmos where they were, where the issue of the gods was really a question of the one and the many, rather than just a myriad of beings amongst others. And so, once you begin to look at it and unpack it from that prism, then the question of monotheism and polytheism begins to kind of fade away, because we're talking about something else completely. And this is one of the reasons that in this book that I'm working on right now, the Tree of Hermes, I've coined a phrase, Harmonia Paganorum Abrahamica. So such that in the Sufi universe from which I come from, this is a given, because in that universe, God, the Godhead, whatever you want to call it, manifests itself or self-discloses itself in multiple forms. It is in everything and in nothing. It can appear in an idol and be simultaneously beyond it, because the light, that divine light, permeates all of creation and all of being. So from that perspective, we can take the symbolism of the ancients and whatever and create a dialogue between the monotheisms and the polytheism. And this is what the perennialists have been doing, and especially Algis Davinis in several of his books. One particular book that he wrote about Egyptian theurgy and Neoplatonic theurgy, which is where he really gets into the guts of this stuff. And so my co-worker, who is the artist for these cards of the Noor Tarot, he's really emphasizing the Assyrian element of this. So beginning with the first card, which is the card of Khidr, which replaces the Fool, Khidr being the green man, who makes a cameo appearance in the Quran in this story with Moses. We have formed the Assyrian tree of life around this card, as kind of a bow to the cosmos that this exhibits. And interestingly enough, the Assyrian tree of life is always attributed to the goddess Ishtar, the chief of the chief goddess of this people. And this is contemporaneous when this was going on. The heyday of the Assyrian Empire is also contemporaneous with the Israelite, what we know of the Israelite religion in its form before it went into exile under the Assyrians and then the Babylonians. I think you muted yourself again.
So yeah, I do that because my dog was coming over here. I was trying to shoo her away, and I didn't want that to be on my. Anyway, so the thing that's really striking to me, and it's like it's one of those things where it's kind of like you could look at this as like, oh, it's faded, but on the other hand, I think it's just one of those things where I'm kind of like it's a self-fulfilling prophecy. Like I was already into the stuff, but so for my Purim costume, I actually went as the Green Man. I fashioned myself this one wreath out of olive branches, and then I even had these like other branches trailing down, looking like long hair, like a Nazir. And then I had these two horns of olive branches with a middle sprig to be like a shin, but also like two horns. And yeah, I mean, it was super uncomfortable. I really should have thought that through a bit better, but yeah, like just this association with the Green Man and this like type of almost like a holy intoxication do you think that also kind of has a similar concept within, like how you talked about this reversal of the pillars, in order to trick people who weren't initiated, might be almost similar to this idea of how all intoxicants were permitted, or at least in later interpretations of Islam, but like the prohibition of khamr?
Yes, the short answer is yes. I think that is part of it. And I've been thinking about this for a lot of years. Especially when I was very heavily involved with the psychedelic community, I thought about this all the time, because, and I think at least where the Abrahamic traditions are concerned, because of this, really radical demarcation between the esoteric and the exoteric, that for some reason establishment found it threatening, all three of them, in being open and disclosing and making this stuff available to the congregation of the masses. Whereas in other traditions, whether you're talking about India or China, this was not the case. I mean, to this day, we have depictions in Taoist temples of these Taoist monks riding atop mushrooms, which means, pretty explicitly to me anyway, that they were utilizing these plants. But as these traditions get more entrenched, as the quote unquote patriarchy itself gets more powerful, for some reason, they start to take these away from access to the masses, as it were. Whereas in more goddess-centric religions, or even in more esoterically focused or centric religions, and shamanic ones particularly, it's not. So this is a phenomenon, I think, that even anthropology needs to look at more carefully, because it tells us also about the process of entrenchment, of what happens when these establishments suddenly decide that they don't want to give access to just anyone to the numinous. Because, for a very simple reason, is that when you give access to the numinous, right, always, usually, but not always, but certain conclusions are reached by people who are constantly going into that space or interacting with the natural world on that kind of level. And that is always that their understanding of the nature of spirit usually formulates a kind of in a feminine kind of form. Yeah, there are the cards of the North Tower that you're looking through my Twitter page. Yeah. We got 5 more to go. The artist has to work on, and we're basically done with the major arcana of these. But as you can see, in some of these cards, the form of the Assyrian Tree of Life is very present in most of them. Like that one there, that's the moon card that you're looking at. That's the goddess above. And then the dervish sitting there with a cup of wine. And you can't probably see that right now, but the reflection of the goddess falls into his cup of wine. And this is a trope within Sufism that is very present, because we have a trope called the Saqi. The Saqi is the wine bearer, and it's always depicted in the form of a woman. She's the wine bearer that gives the wine of life to the dervish. And she appears throughout all the poetry of people like Hafiz, Rumi, and all the great Sufi masters. She's always present. And that's a theophany of God when it's taken, when it is put into this poem, the Saqi, the wine bearer.
Oh, perfect. Here, I managed to increase the size.
Yeah.
So and turns out I was muted again. So this is interesting. I didn't even notice the connection to the wine, but so it's called kamar. Is there any connection between kamar and khamar?
Yeah, that you can make that because kamar is the moon and khamar is the wine. They're spelled a little differently, but yeah, the connection is there. Yes.
Yeah, it's like you have similar connections, like in they're understood in Hebrew. I can't think of anyone off the top of my head. But so another thing that I think is interesting. So here you very clearly see that this tree of life is also very similar to menorah, and this is a lot. This is some of what really started my research, because so I'm guessing that the way that the flowers are these are these
pine cones. They're pine cones.
So, is there a specific reason why they're pine cones?
Yes. There's a huge symbolism of the pine cone. I'm going to be kind of unpacking that throughout the book. But here you have 15 pine cones, and the number is very specific. In Arabic, 15 is the number of both the feminine pronoun hiya, but also the name of Eve. In Hebrew, it's different. In Hebrew, it's Chava is 19, but in Arabic, it's 15. So,
oh wow! Wait, so in Arabic, it's what?
in Arabic, it's 15. Both the pronoun for woman is hiya, as well as Eve is 15, whereas in Hebrew, Chava is 19.
So here, let me just figure this out. So if that would be so because I mean, given I don't think it would still match up. But what's interesting, and this has been kind of one of my theories, is that Chava is actually originally Chaya, but Chaya is actually it's Chaim. And the reason why I'm getting this idea is because you have these traditions of so you have the tree of knowledge and the tree of life. But the thing is, the tree so the tree of knowledge is the tree of basically the tree of Sophia. And then you have the tree of life, which is the tree of Zoe. But the thing is, you have this one understanding that basically, what is it? That the tree of I'm blanking on this. It might be that the tree of knowledge of good and evil, which is Sophia, is actually it's a possession of the tree of life, and that the tree of life is understood within the monotheistic narrative of being a possession of God. So it's almost like wisdom is hers and she is God's, and the monotheistic narrative.
Or I'd go one better. The way I have depicted this whole narrative in something else I've written, that is another work I'm working on called The Effulgences of Wisdom. The first chapter is devoted to Eve. And I basically make the argument or conflate all of the symbolism into the same person. So the tree, the serpent, and Eve are the same.
Interesting.
And as the tetrad, or the basic building block of the tetrachys, which is the number 4. So Eve, the serpent, the tree, and God are the same.
Whoa. Oh, wait. So this is interesting. So in that case, you could almost read it as because Eve is contained within this idea of Adam Kadmon, and that so basically it's almost like she is taking out and so there's also the interesting thing, because Adam is put to sleep, but somehow it's also this is something that I was actually talking about with Graham, is that he brought this up, and I mean I kind of pushed back, though I think there still might be something there. This idea that when God is putting Adam to sleep, and then he took from his side, it's you could almost read it as it's not clear whether it's God taking from his side or whether it's Adam.
Yeah. I mean, the Gnostic scriptures make it even more explicit, because it's Eve that actually brings Adam to life. Right? So, and then epiphanizes herself then again as his wife. That's the Gnostic take on this story. But I think that the secret of all this is in the name of Eve herself, Em Kol Chai, the mother of all living. So, somewhere along the line, I think these symbolisms were either being confused deliberately or concealed deliberately to give us the real narrative of what this is all about. But in our doctrine, our narrative of Eve, I follow basically the doctrine of the Bab, Sayyid Muhammad Shirazi put it in his commentary on the second surah of the Quran, where he puts it out in this way, that the sin of Adam is as follows. Adam sins, right? But Eve doesn't. Why? Because the manifestation of the tree, this is the way he puts it, the tree was Eve herself. And because he did not approach the tree properly with the proper etiquette of spiritual ecstasy, he erred. And he even puts it in these terms, that at that moment, the epiphany or the transfiguration of the tree, right, was Fatima. So Fatima, because he was a Shiite esotericist, so Eve transfigures into Fatima, which is kind of a pericope then of the story of Fatima transfigurating into Mary, that happens in one incident in the final years of the Prophet Muhammad's life. But in this narrative, Eve transfigures into Fatima, and because Adam doesn't properly approach the tree, which is his wife, this is where the sin happens. So that he errs because of that. And so he self-expels himself from paradise because of his wrong attitude towards the transfiguration of God that happened through his own wife.
Wow.
I.e. the goddess. Yeah, this is the Bob's commentary. This is where my entire theology of this comes from that particular passage in this commentary on the Surah of the cow. Yeah.
So
it's very plastic. Yeah.
So one thing that came to my mind when this is from a presentation I made all the way back in, January 19th of, I started this back in 2020, April 20th of 2020. Oh yeah, it was a presentation I put together for was one club I was in. It's kind of fallen apart, but might be trying to get it back together. It's called Ecstasis, but basically about like consciousness, plant medicines, all that stuff. And it was really cool because, it was a student organization at Arizona State University. And so definitely made a lot of good friends there and a lot of connections that I probably wouldn't have if I hadn't had that space. But so one thing that, so part of this presentation, there's other reasons that I brought it up, but so when God is speaking to Moses and says, Ihya asher ihya, or I am who I am, or like, basically like,
I am who I will be. Yeah.
Yeah. Or like, I am that I will be. Yeah. It's like, it's not clear. It's basically this idea of past, present, and future. And you also have like, yeah. Sorry, what?
Yeah. Past, present, and future as a singularity.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. But the other thing I'm thinking is what happens if you change the first hey to a chet? Ihya asher ihya. I will live as I will live. And then that's derived from chaya. And like it almost seems like, the tetragrammaton is connected to the name of Chava or Chaya.
Yes. Well, this has been my personal take for the last 20 years or more, that, what we're dealing with the archetype of Chava, of Eve, is something a lot more than at least the narratives of these three traditions have given us. And in my own entheogenic work and my own meditative work, this stuff has come out again and again and again. That just as the Zohar uses Adam as the prototype of the Mashiach, that perhaps that there is something much deeper even in that it is actually Chava herself who is the prototype of the Mashiach, right? Because even if you take this whole Christology that the Christians introduced about redemption, right? Even assume, which I don't accept, because I think this narrative is actually a double blind, trying to keep certain secrets from the hands of the unworthy. But let us assume if humanity needs to be redeemed from original sin, then the person who committed the sin is the one who's supposed to redeem. So who is Adam here?
So that'd be like basically mankind as opposed to just all of mankind.
Yeah, I think placing the onus and the responsibility of the so-called original sin on Eve is very problematic. This is why I think that this whole narrative of the book of Genesis needs to be taken a lot deeper, that there are things in there that need to be unpacked beyond the outward narrative of what this is saying. I've been meditating on the book of Genesis for decades, and it keeps giving and giving and giving and giving. And with my limited Hebrew, I've also managed to get in there and do the same kind of workplace that you just did with the Ahya Asher Ahya, and I keep coming back to the same things as you are. That we're dealing with a archetypal narrative that is extremely dense, extremely profound. It is a maze, but it also always keeps coming back to the same point, and that is the centrality of the divine feminine in this, and that all the received opinion that we have had from the textual sources and the textual tradition are actually trying to mislead the uninitiated from the truth of the matter. So one can even take the whole messianic trope and turn it around And the Zohar itself actually gives that to us in many ways. When you go through the Zohar, it is continuously, when it gets into this messianic narrative, it talks about the Messiah as the manifestation of the Shekinah. And both of them, both the Messiah of the house of David and Joseph, are both manifestations of the Shekinah. I mean, then other Kabbalists speculate, well, one is from one is the Shekinah of Kether, and the other one is the Shekinah of Malkut. I mean, I think that's kind of academic. The fact is that the book itself, Zohar itself, insists. So, a friend of mine many years ago made this very humorous observation: is that the Zohar is talking about almost like a hermaphroditic being who is within itself it is female, but it's outwardly representing itself as male. Right? Almost like the Messiah being. I mean, I don't mean this literally, but the Messiah is a sort of transvestite, practically a holy transvestite.
The idea of like the holy androgyne.
Yeah, because it is within itself, it is female. It is the Shekinah, but it only appears as a man in the body of the man. And this is a very profound, symbol to just even contemplate on that the Zohar puts out there. But I think we can even take it several steps even beyond what even the Zohar itself is saying, and speculate that from a certain point of view, why does it have to be that the Messiah is a man? Why cannot the Messiah be a woman?
Yeah, that's honestly kind of, I mean, especially because it was just Purim, this is something I've been thinking about. Given, I mean, there's some people who might look at me like, oh, how dare you? But I mean, the story of Purim is probably just, like these archetypal stories being cobbled together. And the fact that, you have someone named Mordechai, connected to Marduk and Ishtar. I mean, there's interesting meanings because you have the possibility that, to Esther, so Esther could either be connected to Ishtar, which is basically how it's described as being, it's a Assyrio-Babylonian name that is basically she takes on because her actual name Hadassah. And there's another interesting thing. So Hadassah means myrtle. And every god in the ancient world had a tree associated with them, and myrtle was the tree of like Venus or of the goddess of love. And it also corresponds with this idea of Esther, how she uses her looks and her beauty and her charms in order to win over the king and save her people from being slaughtered. And if not only that, but she's in preparation. She's anointed in persimmon oil and all this, very aromatic oils, not the oil of anointing, but still she's anointed with oil, a different type of oil. And she, after this preparation, she, enters the chamber of the king and basically manages to change his mind. And there's this idea that that in this context of Purim, that the king is also this reference to the king, God, but not saying that the king is God, but that it's kind of this metaphysical reference to it. But in that, there's this idea that God is not a man that he will change his mind. But you also see this same motif in the Canaanite tradition, or in Ugaritic tradition, with the Epic of Baal, where Baal and his sister wife Anat are trying to get a permission to establish a temple or a house for themselves on Mount Saphon. And so they go to El, and El says no to Baal. So then Anat goes, well, if you don't give in, I'm going to make your lamb white beard drip red with blood, and I'll smash your head open. And it's interesting because this idea of Anat threatening to smash open the head of El, basically this idea of the daughter breaking open the head of the father. You see this connection to the story of Zeus and Athena, and how Athena bursts forth from his head. And it even says in Proverbs that wisdom wisdom poured out Mirosh Mikedem Aretz, from the head, from the source of the world, or from the originator of the world, potentially the head of the originator of the world or something. But I forget where I was going with that, but
and puts Bina as the second Sephira. If wisdom comes out of the head of the creator of the world, or the source, the origin, the originator. That's Keter. So the second Sephira must be Bina.
Interesting. Yeah, I mean, it also just it makes a lot more sense within this. I mean, like for instance, you have well, it's not a perfect comparison, but it's almost like you have this idea that wait, is it? I'm trying to make sure. I need to double check before I make myself look stupid. How chokhmah is spelled, because it contains two letters that can make the same sound. Dang it! No, so it's spelled with a chet first, but basically it's almost like you have this idea of you have these two letters that so you have keter, which could also be, you know, a kaf could also be a chaf. So, you know, potentially in another world it could have been cheter. But the point is that because you have these two sounds that are similar, you could almost say as like you have the two males, or I mean, given within this context, I think that Keter would be more like the mother-father, but because it's still not even understood as the Ein Sof. The Ein Sof is maybe more comparable to. Wait, shoot, where was I going with? Oh yeah, the idea of the Ein Sof is maybe more comparable to this idea of like the monad, or like the unpotentiated, because you have this idea of potentiation without division, or kind of like, but so this is from the Apocryphon of John. So the Father's thought became a reality. So the nous. Wait, here. No, I forgot this. So now this Father is the one who beholds himself in the light surrounding him, which is the spring of living water. And this motif, the spring of living water, you also see it in the story of Pardes, that when you reach when you reach the pillars, don't say mayim, don't say water, because it's like this idea that it's an illusion or something, almost that you'll get stuck in it, like kind of with this idea, because it says, and provides all the realms. He reflects on his image everywhere, sees it in the spring of the spirit, and becomes enamored of his luminous water. For his image is in the spring of pure luminous water surrounding him. Any thoughts on that?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of thoughts on that. That was one or two. See, in a form of the cosmology that I followed, I mean, using even the word father, mother, from this level is figurative, ultimately. But when we talk about the first eminent, the first thing that comes out of the Ein Sof, out of the Godhead, for lack of a better word, right? The term that in the tradition I follow we use is the primal will. And the primal will, Mashiatul Ula, grammatically in Arabic itself is already in feminine, right? And this is referred to as a she. The word nukhta, the point, which is nikud in Hebrew, that itself in Arabic is a feminine word. And so whenever this is discussed in the text, it's always, you're using feminine grammatical case to explain it. And this is the Sophia. This is the logos, the Sophia as a singularity. It is the mother who is the father, as it were. Or, to use a great analogy that comes up in Shiite hadith in relation to Fatima. In relation to Fatima, they Fatima is called the mother of her father. Abiha. She's the mother of Muhammad. Even though she's her daughter, Fatima is the daughter of the Prophet of Islam, but her epithet is Abiha, the mother of her father. So this is the relation. This is the symbolism of this, of what this represents.
So that's absolutely fascinating, because you have this parallel in Jewish tradition. I'm trying to think, was it called her mother? Let's see. Where is it? Okay, here it is. Shemot Rabbah. So this is from the Talmud. So, oh wait, shoot, I need to get English here. Oh wait, does this not have? Dang it! 1 second. where is it? Okay, here. Shira Shirim Rabba, maybe. Here it is. So, oh wait, what? Okay, this is interesting. So, even regarding the plagues of Pharaoh, the Holy One. Also, this is another thing that I've been looking into, because this idea of the Holy One referring to, Yahweh, it doesn't really make a whole lot of sense, because, like, for instance, there's this idea that basically, if people read it, as the two are one, or I mean, and I do think you have this idea that they are one in this type of unity, but not like that not to say that like one is not her because it's him, if that makes any sense. But
Yeah.
basically, you have this idea. Dang it, I keep having to bring up new tabs. It's in Habakkuk, and this just really, really blew my mind open when I learned this. So, what is this? So Eloah. So here, it almost seems like in this context, it's not even referring to Yahweh, which is interesting.
Eloah is feminine, is it not?
Um.
Eloah is in the feminine case.
Oh, I'm not. No, I'm not sure, because Eloah is the proper form of El. But actually, now that you're right, I'm not 100% sure.
I'm pretty sure it's in the feminine case, especially since it ends in a het.
Oh, here it says masculine. Because this is Elo. I think this is Eloah, and wait. So this also wait. So this would be Eloha. Yeah, I think you actually might be right, because I'm pretty sure that that the male form would be Eloah and the feminine would be Eloha, but I'm not 100% sure about that. But anyway, so here it says Eloah miteivan yavo. So Eloah, or God, is coming from Teman. And so, that's one location. The Kadosh and the Holy One, Mahar Paran. So it almost seems to be implying this sort of duality, that they're two different things because they're coming from two different locations. But but yeah, and then was it? I'm trying to think. Yeah, then wait, does he say? Okay, yeah, and then here it talks about His Majesty covers the skies, His splendor fills the earth. It is Vinoga, and it is radiant, Keor, like light, Tihye, that is Karnaim, that is horns, Meyado, from all, like from its sides, Velosham Chavion Veuzo, and within it there is his strength, or his, I guess it's saying glory. But yeah, it's just interesting because it almost seems to be implying this duality. But yeah, anyway, the Holy One, blessed be He, brought about, and again, maybe it's the Holy One, blessed be she, brought about peace, as it is stated, there was hail and fire aflame within the hail. Rabbi Yehuda, Rabbi Nehemiah, and the rabbis, Rabbi Yehuda said, bowls of hail filled with fire, the one did not extinguish that one, and that one did not extinguish this one. Rabbi Hanin said, that description is similar to a pomegranate aril, as the seed inside, which each aril, and that's derived from the same root as orla, which is the foreskin, can be seen. Rabbi Nehemiah said, fire and hail intermingled with each other. Rabbi Hanin said that description is similar to a bowl of an oil lamp, where water and oil are intermingled and it continues to burn. This one, the rabbis say, death, mita, and reassembly, mitkalcha, death and reassembly in order to perform the will of their creator. This is analogous to a king who had two powerful legions, and they were enemies with each other. Once they saw that the king's war was intensifying, they made peace with one another in order to wage the king's war. So too, fire and hail are enemies with each other. When they saw the war of the King of Kings, the Holy One, blessed be He, which was the war against the Egyptians, they made peace between them, and waged the war of the Holy One, blessed be He, against Egypt. That is what is written. There was hail and fire aflame within the hail, a miracle within a miracle. And so this is the part where it's like kind of piecing, going off of this. At the crown with which his mother crowned him, he said to him, have you possibly heard from your father what is at the crown with which his mother crowned him? He said to him, yes. He said to him, what? He said to him, it is analogous to a king who had an only daughter, and he loved her exceedingly much and would call her my daughter. He did not stop loving her until he called her my sister. He did not stop loving her until he called her my mother. So too the Holy One, blessed be he, loved Israel exceedingly much and called them my daughter, that it is written, hear my daughter and see. He did not stop loving them until he called them my sister, as it is stated, open for me, my sister, my bride, or my sister, my lover. He did not stop loving them until he called them my mother, as is stated, heed me, my people, listen to me, my nation, ule umi. My mother, ule imi, is written. Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai stood, kissed him on his head, and said, had I come only to hear from you this explanation, it would have sufficed for me. Rabbi Chanina Bar Yitzchak said, we have reviewed the whole Bible in its entirety, and we have not found that Bathsheba crafted a crown for Solomon, her son, and you say, at the crown with which his mother crowned him. Rather, just as a crown is set with jewels and pearls, so the tent of meeting was conspicuous with sky blue, purple, and scarlet wool, and linen. And I've made the contention, I've actually talked with Chris Bennett about this, and he was skeptical about this at first, but he found arguments from John Quito that support this. But basically, that this word for linen or fine linen, which is sheish, is probably actually derived from the asha, or like it's connected to ashisha, which is referred to as these pressed cakes, which are probably connected to this idea of hashish, or pressed keef. But then on top of that, you have the fact that sheish is basically the Egyptian word for cannabis, or at least one of them, was shemshemet. And sheish and shemshemet, like I think there's a good argument to make that the if you have this superiority, or like not superiority, but like this rule of Egypt over the Canaanites, then they're probably going to be using, especially at this time, because they didn't have much contact with burned cannabis yet, probably they were just using it for the fibers, and so they would have used this term shemshemet likely, which is what they Egypt referred to for their ropes. And what's interesting about this is that shemshemet was associated with both Ra and the goddess Seshat, and Seshat is very similar in typology to Asherah. But basically, if they wanted to avoid that association with the Egyptian god, they would have had to drop most likely the mems in order to drop the association with Ra. So you get Sheshet, but then that's still too close to Seshat. So then they drop the taf and it becomes Shesh. But again, that I don't know if that's true. That's just a theory that I have.
Interesting. Very interesting.
But yeah, what do you think about this idea, how it's referring to, and again, the reason why it's referring to Israel as the daughter is because there's this idea that the Shekhinah lives or dwells amongst or within Israel. And so because of that, he's referring to that. So in that context, it's not saying Israel, who was, within the context of the Bible, a man, or the patriarch of the nation of Israel. It's referring to the Shekhinah dwelling within them.
So long as we understand any concept of Israel as the true initiates, I have no problem with it.
Yeah.
But
yeah.
if you over temporalize as a lot of the interpretations of what the Shekinah have become in the mainstream, and you end up with a lot of problems.
Yeah.
You got to take this up to a more higher metaphysical level about what this represents, and what, in the way that Henry Corbin used to put it, what theophany of a person does it refer to? Is the question that needs to be asked.
Yeah, and I mean, I think this is also one of the things where it's kind of for instance, is this if you view this as a universal concept, then you have to apply it universally. But if this is just a tribal concept, then you could say, well, it's you don't need the Shekhinah to dwell within other peoples because they have their own ideas of basically their own Shekhinahs. And it's not to say that there is no connection between them, but it's they have their own cultural expressions of it. So while, anyone could theoretically, for instance, given I still think that, Judaism is missing out on a lot of this just because mostly out of necessity. If you were to embrace this stuff in medieval Europe, you'd be put to death as a witch.
Yeah, of course.
But basically, I think that
or as either a Cathar or Albigensian, and they kill you all the same. Yeah.
Yeah. And
I mean,
so
groups of the church. The three groups are more than that, but eventually Templars as well. He went after the Cathars, the Albigensians, and the Jews, and then the Templars, the church.
Yeah, and it's honestly so bizarre because to people this stuff seems so anti Christian, when in reality there's a good argument to be made that it was probably the original Christianity.
That's the only conclusion that one can reach. I mean, when you peel off the layers and layers and layers of what happened, and as I mentioned before we went on, the scholarship of people like Robert Eisenman has done such an amazing service to biblical scholarship as a whole. He unpacks some of this. He doesn't quite get into the divine feminine, but what early Christianity would have been, he kind of reassembles, and one could then speculate based on what they were, of what kind of doctrines that they would have originally espoused.
Yeah.
And they were far more interesting, actually, than what they eventually became as mainstream Christianity that we know today.
So there's another really interesting thing. So you know about the whole idea that like Abraham and Sarah, that they weren't able to have children before God blessed them. So their original names were Avram and Sarai. So
Right.
there's this tradition that God, and again, God, which is very ambiguous within this context, which actually technically it's El Shaddai, which technically means like the breasted God, or God of the breasts. And it's probably a reference to the goddess, and then later has to be reinterpreted as El Shaddad, or the God who destroys, or the Almighty God, which it's so bizarre to me. Literally Shaddai, not Shaddad, but then they have to say, oh, well, it's a double dalet, and then it gets dropped, so it's referring to it just doesn't make sense to me. But basically, so El Shaddai takes the Yud, and notice this, takes the Yud from Sarah, not from Abraham, or not from Sarai, and not from Avram, and splits the Yud into two Hays, puts one Hay in Avraham and the other in Sarah. And the thing that's really interesting about this is, so Sarai means my prince. Sarai. No, it would be my princess. But then Sarah could actually mean her, either just princess or her princess. But the other thing is that Sarah plus an aleph is Asara, and if you just change the sa to a sha, Ashara.
Very, very interesting. And also the splitting of the Yud itself into two Hays this is espousing the doctrine of the two Shekinahs within the tree.
Yeah, the two handmaidens of the Shekinah, right? Wow, it's so interesting. So Rabbi Yehoshua of Sichnin said, also Sichnin, that might be from the same root as Shachan. I'm not. It might just be Sachan. I'm not 100%. These also have this one. I forget his name, but someone from Kfar Sachania. But anyway, said in the name of Rabbi Levi, you find that when the Holy One, blessed be He, said to Moses, "Craft for me a tabernacle, a suli mikdash," he could have positioned 4 poles and stretched a curtain over them, and it would have been a tabernacle. However, the Holy One, blessed be He, did not do. Blessed be He, did not do so, but rather He took him up on high, and He showed him red, green, black, and white fire. What? I've never heard. So the green and the red, that's interesting. I knew about the black and the white, but not the green and the red. And said to them, "Craft like this for me." Moses said before him, "Master of the universe, from where do I have black, red, green, and white fire?" He said to Moses, "In their configuration that you are being shown on the mountain." Rabbi Avun said, "This is analogous to a king who had a fine image. He said to a member of his household, 'Craft me one like it.' He said, 'My lord, the king, am I able to craft one like it?' He said to him, 'You with your materials, and I with my glory.' So too the Holy One, blessed be He, said to Moses, 'See and craft.' He said to him before him, 'Master of the universe, am I a god that I can craft something like that?' He said to him, 'In their configuration.'" This is analogous to a king who appeared to a member of his household in a fine bejeweled garment. He said to him, "Craft me one like this." He said, "My lord the king, am I able to craft one like this?" So too the Holy One, blessed. He said to him, "Master of the universe." Okay, this is really repetitive. Oh wait, here it is. "Just as you see on high, craft below." So this idea of above and below. It does not say here stand up acacia wood, but rather acacia wood standing, as though they are placed among the hosts on high. If you craft something below that is like that which is on high, I will abandon my heavenly counsel and descend and restrict my divine presence, my Shekhinah, in your midst below. And what's interesting, holy crap. So this word restrict, it actually might be referring to shara, because one of the meanings of shara is basically to bind or to appoint. And within this context, it actually means that I will restrict my divine presence. And so I will restrict would be ashara. Like, I'm not joking. Like, it's one of those things where you could read it as it's saying restrict my divine, or like appoint my divine presence in your midst below. And then it's still referring to her. But if you just read it as Ashra Shekhinati Betocham, then it's definitely referring to her. I don't know. It's like one of those things where I read this and I'm like, it's clear to me that Judaism was preserving something much older, and that the idea of the, like, for instance, there's this idea of the fence around the Torah so that you don't stray. But again, I think maybe we're reading it the wrong way, that people think they're fenced, that the fence is fencing them in, when in reality it's fencing them out. But anyway, back to the thing that I did want to talk about before with the shape. So, here it is. So this is a depiction of the Assyrian tree of life. And here you have these, pine cone shapes as well. But I've actually made the argument that these aren't pine cones, but they're cannabis buds. And the reason for that is because the Hebrew is obscure enough that it could be that. Basically, so it says, and it was mimchorat, or like this machar, like from the next day, vayavo Moshe, when Moshe went in el ohel, to the tent, ha edot, the tent of the meeting, vehine perach, and he beheld perach mateh, a flowering staff, Aharon, of Aaron, lebeit Levi, for the house of Levi, vayitze perach, and it was shooting out flowers, vayitzetz seats, and sending out blossoms, I think. Yeah, sending out blossoms, vayigmol shkedim, and producing shkedim. And so people interpret this as almonds because of the shape of the tree of life. And you can see this definitely is almond shaped, but there's actually another word that is derived from that same root, and it is connected to the word almond, but it doesn't actually mean an almond itself. It's let me see if I can pull it up. But any thoughts in the meantime?
In one sense, it really doesn't matter whether you're talking about cannabis and pine cones, because these symbologies are always amphibolious. They're transparent to other things simultaneously, so it can both mean that and another thing simultaneously. There's no law of excluded middles here that applies to this kind of symbolism. Yeah, it's just the layers at which you're addressing it.
Definitely, I see what you mean. So here it is. So you have shaked, which means almond tree, so called from its early waking out of winter's sleep, according to, I don't know what that stands for, but then shigda is interesting. So the kof gets replaced with a gimel in Aramaic, but sebdo or sebto, whence Ethiopic sagd. So yeah, that means almond. But then you have shakad, which means cups shaped like almond blossoms. So, well, and they're implying here that it's saying like almond blossoms, but what if the cups themselves are shaped like almonds?
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, like, I don't know how solid that argument is, but the reason why I bring that up is because the shape of the, let's see, here. Let's see. Here. Oh, shoot. How do I zoom out? Oh, here. So the left is a menorah that, So this was found in Jerusalem. and you can see, you know, the 3 branches and the center stalk. And then on the right, which looks, you know, very much like a menorah, you have the 3 branches on each side, and then you have the middle stalk. But what's interesting here is that, like, you see the leaves, but not the buds. And this was actually something that I noticed when I first grew cannabis from seed. And I realized that the pattern is exactly that of a menorah. Like, it kind of freaked me out.
The
But
menorah is the Asherah, is what is left of the Asherah is the menorah.
yeah.
With their fruit, whether you take it as the cannabis or the pomegranate or all of them together. So the menorah is what remains of goddess worship, Judaic goddess worship itself.
And the thing that I find, yep.
This occurred to me many years ago. Many years ago.
So something that really, I think it's interesting because you, let me try to find a good picture. Something that's like very clear, if you literally have to read between the lines to, okay, I'm trying to find a good picture, but all these are just, okay, here. Let's see, it needs to be 4, and I don't want it to, shoot, is there a way to just, anyway, the point that I'm trying to make, here, this works. Yeah, here, I'll just make it full screen. Share this tab instead. Oh, here, that works. So if you look here, you see, and there's this idea that you're not supposed to make a menorah because, like, it's too holy. But something that I noticed, I literally noticed this a few days ago. So you have, you know, 4 here, but look in between them. 1, 2, 3. And then this is the middle. So you have, you know, the middle, and then you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's the negative space in between. It's this idea of white fire on black fire.
Very interesting.
Let's see. So I'm trying to think. What was it? Sorry, I'm just trying to think what it was that we're. Oh, right. So sorry, one moment. Okay. Let me see if I can find what I was talking about. So let's see, what is it? Ashura and the Sheikh. Wait, what's this? Ashura and the menorah. Oh. Let's see. So it's also interesting when you hear like when you hear people who are like, you know, very traditional Jews talking about the Shekhinah, or like things are associated with the divine feminine, because it's like you. Oh, right. This is okay. I remember what I was going to say. So have you ever heard of resurrection plants?
Vaguely, yeah, sure.
So my argument is that in a way Judaism is a resurrection plant, but the thing is that there's a lot of people who kind of end up missing the point, because it's not as simple as it being one or the other. It's like basically you look at this. Is that here? Let me see. So like you see how it blooms from basically being dropped.
There's still life within these leaves. Years of drought may plague them, but nothing can stop these plants from rising again. These comeback kids may even teach us how to make the plants we eat more resistant to drought. These are the resurrection plants.
And the thing is, like, you literally have this idea applied to Asherah and actually, yeah, I just need to give my throat a little break, take a quick dab, and while I watch this video, and then I can share my thought about where I'm getting this from. But in the meantime, I do just want to go over some of the comments. So we have, let's see, one active area of investigation for me is the connection between the pine cones and the omphalos, which was an egg in netting similar to those pine cones. Isn't that also connected with like the Oracle of Delphi?
Yes, it is.
Interesting. Let's see.
And
Yeah.
whatever that was.
Yeah. Though it is interesting because if it was a cannabis bud and they were putting it basically on this pyre or whatever, it could produce the smoke because they're still not sure. And I think the theory that it was like ethylene or something has been disproven because the rates from the fissure are like not high enough to cause anything. But again, it's possible that it's just changed since ancient times. But so Graham says, as an egalitarian, I see both male and female interpretations as intended. Neither is more fundamental than the other. I think you're right, but at the same time, there's like there is this element of, and this is one of the things where not all men are part of the patriarchy, but it's kind of like, and there is this idea within Judaism, different contexts, but basically that we're not required to finish the work, but we're not allowed to what's the word, like to cease from it either. And so it's this idea that like, yeah, there is also this idea of like divine masculinity, like Wahid was talking about with his pillar of majesty. It's not just where like you have one good and one bad. It's simply that it's reframing it within this understanding of the feminine coming first, simply because everyone has a mother. And I mean, given everyone has a father too, but this idea that everyone is born through a womb, given that might not be the case in a few years, but
No, but the genesis of the symbol begins from that frame. So it's I think we got to get away from this whole superiority inferiority kind of talk when we're talking about these symbolism, because first of all, we're talking on a qualitatively different level of being. And it's qualitative, it's not quantitative. So this question of superiority, inferiority does not occur in that context, right? It's about what is the formula, or what is the shape of the seed, as you would, at the beginning. This is the question, and this is why at least the Genesis story, in that particular passage where it throws the name of Eve as being the acrostic, the mother of all living, is such a centrally important motif. At least to look then through the rest of the Bible when unpacking this stuff, unpacking its symbolism, and trying to get into the esoteric stream of the meanings.
Definitely, yeah. So Graham also says, also the myth of Isis taking the name of Ra. And this is something you see in a lot of traditions, how the name of a god is actually also their spouse, which is really interesting because there's this idea in, let me see. Oh yeah, here, I've got to show you this because this is like literally Rashi. He's, oh wait, no, I have to type more than Rashi.
But I mean, going back to Isis, I mean, the name of Isis and Osiris in the original Egyptian is Asa, Osiris, and Aset.
Oh, wow.
So that Aset is basically the feminine form of the name Asa, who's Osiris.
Or kind of like El and Elah, or Elat, or Allah and Alat.
Precisely.
So the only thing though, was it, oh yeah, wasn't one of the forms of Osiris, or like one of the pronunciations, Wasir?
One of the epithets of Osiris.
Oh, okay. So it's not the name, it's just an epithet?
Yeah.
Interesting. So this is something that Rashi, who is, for context, Rashi, Rabbi Shlomo Yitzchaki, lived in Troyes, France, 1040 to 1105. So this is before before Kabbalah, within the form of like Lurianic Kabbalah, or even really Zoharistic Kabbalah, I think, because that started around the 12th century, I think, right?
Yeah.
So Rashi's commentary is an essential explanation of the Tanakh and resides in a place of honor on the pages of almost all editions of the Tanakh. Over 300 super commentaries have been written to further explain Rashi's comments on the Torah, while quoting many. Anyway, so the thing that I want to point out, because this just blew my mind when I saw it. So V'chol makom asher ezkir. So in all the places that I like cause my name to be remembered, ezkir et shmi, or here it says in all places where I mention my name. Anyway, so asher eten lecha, that I give to you reshut lehazkir, permission, permission lehazkir, to mention Shem hameforash sheli, my my unknowable or unutterable name, the Shem hameforash. Sham avo, there I will come, alaych, upon you, ubarachtich, and I will bless you. And here it says, Ashrei Shechinati Alecha. So this is Rashi's commentary now. He's saying that means I will appoint my Shekhinah to be upon you. But what's interesting here is if you read this without the vowels, it could just be Asherah Shechinati.
Interesting.
And it even makes sense because it says in all places where I mention my name, which you could read as Asherah because she is Yahweh and he is Asherah. It's like this, it's this basically reversing of the poles, but like Asherah is she and he is Yahweh, but she's also Yahweh and he's Asherah. And I think these ideas come from a much older place where it was probably referring to El rather than Yahweh.
Mm-hmm.
But
Very interesting.
yeah, let's see. And then it says, from this you may learn that he did not give any permission to pronounce his proper name except in the place where the Shekhinah would come. And this is the chosen house, another name for the temple at Jerusalem. He gave permission to the priests to pronounce his holy name. So notice this is saying Yahweh gave permission to his priests to pronounce his holy name there whilst lifting up their hands to bless the people. So this is a reformatting saying that the only people who can mention them is the priests, whereas previously it would have just been everyone. But anyway, so my argument about Judaism is that it probably is this preservative form that where you have all these older traditions getting kind of just melded into one in order to preserve them because, just for context, the idea of idols in the first place for a people that are forced to constantly move is already going to be a bad idea because it's more stuff to lug with you everywhere. But you can actually see that it's being used. Yeah.
Very right. Very true.
And I mean, you even see the narrative of Jacob and Rachel that she literally steals her father's household idols from him and takes them with them back to Canaan. So, yeah, here.
So the anti-idolatry has a more practical genesis. This is a very interesting argument.
Yeah, I mean, especially because there's this idea that it's not like basically there are commentaries from Jewish rabbis where they're not saying that like, oh, this is some horrible evil. It's more so the pagans are foolish for worshiping these idols because don't they see that they're worshiping just mere material? And, this idea that they're worshiping a creation and that they themselves are a creation rather than worshiping the creator. But the idea is that you're using those things as a focus in which to be, because like you were saying before, God is everywhere, but everywhere also implies within idols because they exist in everything. And as part of that, it's not saying that the idols are any more holy than the tree down the road or the house that provides you shelter. It's literally just saying that it's a way that you're able to manifest, perceptions of divinity before yourself, almost like a locus.
Give you one notable example. This always floors a lot of Muslims when either I mention it or other people mention it. If you look at every classical form of the Islamic prayer niche, the mihrab, right? The oval shape. This is the shape of a woman. So the bowing to the prayer niche is actually bowing to the eternal goddess. Because the oval is the form of the woman. It's the geometric form of the feminine.
Interesting. It also reminds me, oh my God, if any of my Catholic friends are watching this, I don't. The thing is, I don't even, we live in a society that is so, what's the word, like hypersensitized to sex in a way where it's like hyper offensive, but it's like why are we viewing the things that literally bring life into being as, you know, disgusting? It's something that's been indoctrinated into our society.
It's interesting you mentioned that. The Zoroastrians have a interesting explanation for that, or the more mystical tradition within Zoroastrianism. The more you define things, or the more they say, the more that you try to name things, right? The more you lock yourself into the mixture between the celestial and the infernal, right? Whereas the goal of humanity is to liberate itself fully to the celestial and escape the inferno from Zoroastrian point of view. So the Abrahamic traditions, the three of them, have consistently tried to define the sacred. They've overdefined, overthought it, so much so that they have fenced themselves in and boxed themselves in from it, you know, to the point that they're becoming life deniers, just like what you that example that you put before. Whereas the secret is not to do that, right? So if you banish the goddess from a tradition, she has ingenious ways of coming back. In
Something
Islam,
like this.
the prayer niche, the menorah in Judaism, which is, you know, a representation of the Asherah, and so, and you know, in Christianity, she came back in the form of the Theotokos, you know, the Mary, the Virgin.
Yeah.
With the Orthodox Christians, I mean, that whole theology around Mary becomes profound. You know, it's just she's almost practically the fourth hypostasis of their Trinitarianism.
Yeah. And it kind of raises a question. Well, if that's the case, why does it have to be three?
Exactly. Precisely. Why not four? Which is tetrakias. It's the basic building block of the geometric form of the triangle. The one of the most sacred numbers of the Pythagoreans.
Yeah, and I mean, it's interesting because you already have Christians, like especially within Christian Kabbalah, who are willing to put a shin in the Tetragrammaton to make it, you know, I mean, given it doesn't even make it Yehoshua because you would need an ayin, but
Yeah.
but the point is they're already comfortable with this idea of adding something in. So what's the problem with adding in something to this idea of, and it all has to do with the Trinity being just established as doctrine at Nicaea.
Yeah. And also
But-
because they're one of the fallacies of Trinitarian doctrine is that it has horizontalized the hypostases, whereas in Neoplatonism, you know, it's a vertical relationship. You know, the one, the nous, and then the suke. It's very straightforward, but it's a vertical. You know, it's a vertical emanationist kind of scheme. But in Christian Trinitarianism, they just flip it and make it horizontal, and that's where all the confusion arises. So the nature of the Godhead is confused by this doctrine in many ways, which is what both Jews and Muslims have consistently complained about.
Interesting. So Jody says Yud Yud Yahweh Adonai equals father mother equals yin yang cow and goat. Interesting. I mean, you do notice this, like this association with the cow with the mother and then the goat with the father. I don't know if that's what they're going for, but speaking of the
Well, if you here's where it gets very interesting. If you associate whenever you associate the cow with the mother, that means that the aleph is a male letter, is a feminine letter actually, right? Which in Judaism,
how so?
it's extinct. So what this does to the Kabbalah, right, and the paths within the tree is quite interesting, because the first path is the path of aleph. So if this becomes the path of the mother within the Sephirotic tree of life, then it's not a stretch at all. You see what this means? Just through the letter symbolism alone.
So it's almost like you have Aleph, which is going from the source to create the mother, and then you have Bet, which is going from the mother to create the like the logos.
Yeah.
Interesting.
The triple that triple goddess thing going on within the tree.
So so like that would be like Malchut. How do you count that? Like Malchut, Bina, and Yesod?
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
Interesting. But yeah, so something I did want to bring up because we were talking about this. So this is from the Vagina Museum on Twitter. This image of Madonna din Naviganti by Maria Scanu at Santa Teresa de Gallura has gone viral recently because some eagle-eyed viewers have noticed it looks more than a little like a vulva. But is it deliberate? Let's see. We guess we'll stand this way. We'll get this out of the way by saying, in general, hooded and robed figures standing with their arms outstretched will form a shape not dissimilar to a vulva. That said, this isn't the first time the Virgin Mary has been depicted with imagery resembling a vulva. Depictions of Our Lady of Guadalupe have depicted Mary surrounded by rays of light in a vulva-shaped pattern since the 16th century. Interesting. Yeah, this is... What?
There you go. There it is.
Yeah. It's interesting. It's like basically referring to her as the womb of creation. But the thing is that this is like the idea of the heavenly Queen of Heaven as opposed to the earthly Queen of Heaven.
Exactly. Which is what the word Theotokos in Greek means, God creator.
Interesting.
Or God bearer.
Isn't that also that's a Greek concept, right?
Yeah.
So
which is enshrined, it's enshrined doctrine in Eastern Orthodox Christianity.
Interesting. So an elongated oval shape with the figure's head towards the top has been used at least since the Middle Ages in depicting Mary. It's so common there's a name for it, mandorla. Mary isn't the only figure depicted in mandorlas. Jesus frequently appeared within the motif in the Middle Ages. Look, honestly, we could talk about medieval vulvas all day, but we'll conclude with a throwback thread. Everything you need to know about Jesus's vagina. And so it's referring to his wound being depicted as a vulva. And
God
I think
the God born from the vulva of the Godhead is another way to phrase that.
Interesting. Oh wow, this person's sculpture. My recent sculpture is a contribution to the sacred wound genre, and like it's interesting because there's this concept that the wound is what gives the blood that gives people the life. Like it's very, I mean,
but if you have you ever gone to some of these either the Gothic or Renaissance cathedrals in Europe where the wound is depicted? I saw one in the Vatican a couple of years ago, and the wound itself, the way it's depicted, looks like a vagina, looks like a vulva.
I'm trying to think if there's any similarities with it. Well, so I can't think of any parallels within Jewish tradition that are like this idea of. I mean, there probably is something, I'm just not able to think of it right now. But what's interesting is you even have some depictions where let's see, sacred wound of Christ lapping blood. Let's see, where is it? No. Yeah. Is it here? No. Well, so this is one where they're drinking blood from the stigmata, but I think there's also there's ones where you have I forget off the top of my head. Wait, is this interesting? This shows the angels as actually collecting the blood. This is like really, I mean, this is stuff that is a bit more out of my field than the others because I haven't done enough research on, divine feminine within Christianity beyond the connections to the Holy Spirit and Mary. But yeah. So, do you have any other? Oh wait, did I I accidentally stopped sharing. Dang it. But yeah. So back to the idea of resurrection plants, though. There's this idea that if they're starved of water, they're able to survive. And like, it's in such a way that I really think there is an argument that Judaism is essentially what happens. And this thing that you'll notice, whenever you have points of like lack of oppression, you have this embrace of the divine feminine. And it's almost like because there's this ability to, be free in more of that sense, but that freedom also causes a lot of people to just abandon the tradition altogether rather than try and reclaim it. But I'm trying to think, where was I going with that? Oh yeah, I mean, like, for instance, and this is the thing that's really clear to me. You have all these prophets that are saying, turn from your ways, stop worshiping other gods, otherwise you'll be destroyed. And then they stop worshiping the other gods, and then they're destroyed. So it's like, it doesn't make sense. The narrative literally doesn't make sense. Because you think if they stopped worshiping other gods and they stopped worshiping the mother, as the narrative is supposedly saying, that would save them. But it doesn't.
But here's the thing: there are no other gods. All the gods are the same one. And that's the perspective that I think a more sophisticated approach to these questions, the question of the one and the many and the many in the one can approach. And through goddess worship, at least when it starts to get very deeply mystical, that's where you always end up in one form or another. And it's always patriarchy, at least from the historical examples and analysis and evidence that we have, that seems to want to taxonomize everything. Whereas the ancients, in their heydays, I mean, these civilizations have ups and downs and they decline and all of that stuff. But in their heydays, there's understanding these temple cultus was extremely deep, and that's one of the reasons that allowed these syncretizations to then happen in late antiquity, where people weren't even thinking that there's a contradiction between joining two gods together, because they're not thinking from a material point of view. They're looking at this from a much more elevated theosophical point of view, to put it in different ways. Or the way I would explain this to a Muslim is, like, for example, in Islam, in mystical Islam, the focus is on the names, right? So, you have 99 names that are mentioned in the Quran, but then in the various prayers and whatnot, more names crop up. One prayer that is attributed to the Prophet Muhammad has 1,001 names in it. But when you can join and combine names together and they all become a new name, does that mean that there's a new God? No, it's the same God. It's just that once these names are combined, new names are formed. It's a different way of contemplating the one. And this is the perspective that I believe, and some scholars have come to the same conclusion, that ancient polytheism, just like with Hinduism today, had this, panentheistic or henotheistic concept of its deities. So, that means that whatever narrative that the Abrahamic traditions, at least for the masses or exoterically, were pushing, on an esoteric level, these traditions always end up in the same place. They start to realize, well, actually, Hashem is in everything, is everyone. It can even abide and speak in idols. And when you then have recourse to texts such as the Iamblichus, the dialogue he has with Porphyry in the Mysteries, statues and rites of statues, start to take on a much more interesting dimension than what the monotheistic, the mainstream exoteric monotheistic narratives give it credit. So, in my opinion, it's these sorts of narratives, and especially from traditions like Neoplatonism, which have exercised such a deep influence on all three of the Abrahamic traditions. It's this that we have to reclaim, but by the same token, simultaneously, we also have to reclaim the divine feminine in all three of these traditions. I mentioned to you last night that my reading of Abraham Heschel, who's one of my intellectual heroes, he started to propose this in various ways, that perhaps one of the things that will eventually save Judaism itself from atrophying as a tradition is to reopen the doors of the prophetic tradition.
Yep. I mean, it's so clear, because at the end of the day, that's probably that rejection of the prophetic tradition is the same rejection of various plant medicines, where it's like, even though you literally have references to it and this is the thing, it's so interesting, because the reasons that are given as explanations for why you're not supposed to do this is dina malchut dina, that the law of the kingdom is the law. And so basically that religious Jews have basically been in a way, they've basically been convinced into getting rid of the things that they used to do to, I mean, because there's all these, references to various rabbis and, Kabbalists smoking pipes of hemp or things that we don't even know. And that's not even to speak about the things that they were drinking. And at the end of the day, it's the reason that these things are seen as bad is not because they're actually bad. And it's kind of like one of those things where, like, the law of the land is the law, but what happens when the law of the land literally goes against what God is saying in Genesis?
What happens if the law of the land becomes redundant or has used its use-by date? Do you think the creator of the universe, the being of all things, lets its creation hang? No, of course not. It reforms and throws an outmoded law and introduces a new one. And this was at least the original vision of Judaism when you had this tradition of this prophetological tradition of these prophets coming and amending, augmenting, interpreting the law. And that, but once the rabbinic tradition kind of established itself, and from the exilic period onwards, after the temple is destroyed, they take the upper hand, and then they completely stifle, and put the lid on the prophetic tradition. But I'm with Heschel on this question. I think these doors need to be reopened, and I think people like you are in a very advantageous position to bring several things back at once. Bring the tradition of the prophets back, and also bring the Asherah back, full force.
Yeah, it's like, and see, this is the thing that, like, it just really pops out to me, that there's condemnation of Asherah poles. There's not actually condemnation of Asherah herself. So it's like, it's almost like the Find It, Tell a Rod, how there was this temple that was deliberately covered up. It was hidden. It wasn't destroyed. And we know that there were plenty of temples around this time that were destroyed under the orders of, this Reformation, which implies that the fact that this was, there's only 2 pillars there. We're not sure, but it's probably like a matzeva, or like this, where they were burning resins or incense on. And so on the larger one, they found frankincense. On the smaller one, they found cannabis. But these were covered up. Like the fact that they weren't destroyed, or that they didn't, reuse these materials elsewhere, that shows that they were respecting this location, even though it was. And again, why that happened, it could have been someone who was ordered to do something, but they were like, okay, well, they won't know if it's not actually destroyed under all this rubble. It's, at the end of the day, we can't know for certain. But yeah, it's just, to me, it's very clear that it was a power grab. It was a coup by the Yahwist priesthood when they realized that the king was completely malleable. They basically groomed him to be a Yahwist and to reject all the other gods, or the concepts of even Asherah. And here, actually, I had it pulled up. Yeah. Let's see, where is it? So he basically got this scroll that was given to him by one of the priests, and it says, oh, you've been doing all this stuff wrong. You're not supposed to do this and this and this and this. So the king stood by the pillar and solemnized the covenant before the Lord, and said they would follow the Lord and observe his commandments, his injunctions, and his laws with all their heart, soul, and fulfill all the terms of the covenant as prescribed. Then the king ordered the high priest Hilkiah, the priest of the second rank, and the guards of the threshold to bring out of the temple of the Lord all the objects made for Baal and Asherah, for this goddess. Here it says, and all the host of heaven. He burned them outside Jerusalem in the fields of Kidron. He removed the ashes to Bethel. Now notice this. Why are they bringing these ashes to Bethel? Bethel is a holy place. Like, it's clear that even though they're getting rid of this stuff, they're still viewing it as holy within certain contexts. Then it says, so notice this, he suppressed the idolatrous priests, whom the kings of Judah had appointed to make offerings of the shrines in the towns of Judah and in the environs of Jerusalem, those who made offerings to Baal and to the sun and the moon and constellations, all the host of heaven. He brought out the image of Asherah from the house of the Lord to the Kidron Valley outside Jerusalem and burned it in the Kidron Valley. He beat it to dust and scattered its dust over the burial ground of the common people. Now, it's also interesting when you think about this connection that she has to the common people or the people of the land. Then you have he tore down the cubicles or the houses of the Kadeshim, the male prostitutes, but technically they're just like it might be some sort of priest that was involved in sexual rites, but they were priests. And the houses that were in the house of the Lord and the place where the women wove coverings for Asherah. He brought all the priests from the towns of Judah to Jerusalem and defiled the shrines where the priests had been making offerings, from Geva to Beersheba. He also demolished the shrines of the gate. Now, this is interesting because I forget if I talked to you about this, but it's very clear to me because of a few other things. But here it says, was it Sar Ha'ir? Wait, no, Joshua where is this? Oh, okay, no, here it is. Asher al, okay, Bisha'ar, wait, no, it's not there. Sorry, it's Asher Petach, Sa'ar, Hase'arim, so the Se'arim that were at the opening of the Shar Yehoshua, the city of the prince of the city. So what's interesting about this is this is interpreted as the Se'arim, but if you look down further, let's see, where is it? Sa'ar. So it's either Sha'ar or Se'ar, but Se'arim or Se'irim is goats or even satyrs. So this might be the shrine of the satyrs rather than the shrine of the gates, which would make more sense because it interprets She'arim as gates rather than Se'arim. So the shrines of the gates are the shrines of the satyrs that were at the gate of Joshua. Like, why would it need to say the shrine of the gates that were in the gate? Like, it's a bit redundant. But let's see. Oh yeah, so there are also some comments. So Paraspora ad Astra said, "Do you think mankind being formed from dirt into the image of God is equivalent to being made into living idols of God?" I'll let you take that first.
It is equivalent to being made into living idols of God. In a sense, it is. Yeah, you can take it in that sense for sure. But what does that mean? We've got to look at it from a metaphysical perspective. Being made in the image of the divine implies sentience. That is the image, life. Right? If the divine is the all living, then sentience is its image. By projecting infinite life into the cosmos, and especially in the human, who then has the capacity to recognize that which it has created, that which created it. So in a sense, that is the case. Now, in the Bayan, for example, this is formulated in the form of the imagery of the pentagram, right? The pentagram is one of the most sacred symbols of the Bayan, and it basically takes that pentagram as a manifestation of the word Hua. Because in Arabic it's 11, right? In Hebrew it's 12, but in Arabic it's 11. Now Hua is composed of the numbers 5 and 6. So the outward form of the pentagram is 5 aspects, the inner is 6, which then becomes the Hua. So the form of the eternal human, right? Who is the Adam Kadmon, or the Hava, the Eve, the Anthropos Eve. That is the image that is eternal, in the image of the divine, which is life, right? And in that book of Genesis, that Em Kol Hai is the code to it all, of what all of this is supposed to be.
Yeah, and that's another point. Em Kol Chai is an Em Kol Chai Aval Bli Adam. It's the mother of all life, which implies Adam as well.
Yes. Exactly. And this is why that commentary that I mentioned of the second surah of the Quran by the Bab is so fascinating to me, because he literally takes the Genesis narrative and throws it on its head. So the sin of Adam is actually a sin towards Eve by not having the proper etiquette to approach his wife. That is the original sin, according to the book.
Interesting. So could you almost, I mean, the whole narrative of like the it's like the Gnostic tradition of the rape of Eve, which is how you get people trying to say that Cain was, descended from the serpent. It almost seems like this idea is like it's saying that it was God rather than Adam that did this. But like what you were saying before, like what if the implication is that it was Adam? And that basically that I mean, I don't know. It's one of those things where I don't know.
I mean, we don't have to get too far into the speculation about Adam, but what it ends up doing, it turns Eve into the Redeemer, which is what that narrative in that commentary does. And then you see very strong echoes of it already in the Gnostic texts that were obviously not available to this 24-year-old Shiite antinomian in the 19th century. He was just coming up with this stuff on his own, in his own visionary revelations. So, we keep ending up at this place. So, what is to be done? What is to be done is that this entire narrative of the divine feminine in the three traditions needs to be completely reclaimed. And, like I mentioned, the place to start, at least to create a theoretical framework around this, would be the more radical Kabbalists, who already had a recognition of this and who were kind of outlining and fleshing this stuff out. Unfortunately, the Lurianic Kabbalah and the whole architecture around which it kind of framed itself has its limitations. It is a very, it's a good system. It's an interesting system, very deep and sophisticated, but it has its limitations. And if you go back to a Kabbalah before Isaac Luria and Hayam Vital, there were some wild speculations from some of these Kabbalists of Spain and Italy. And if these can be reclaimed, and then you basically expand your narrative, and then you support your narrative both by the evidence of history and also by visionary. So, that you can bring the science and the mysticism together at the same time. You can reconstruct a completely new tradition of Judaism and take it back to the original Israelite religion of what it was, then the Judaism that it became.
Yeah, and I think that's also kind of getting back to what I was talking about before, this idea of like Judaism, that it's like, I don't think that Judaism is like wrong for the way that it's done it so much as...
I accept what you're saying, but these are products of historical circumstance this time, at this particular time in history that humanity finds itself in. Other things are called for. So the religion of the mitzvot, this obsession with the law, needs to go. It is not a liberating message anymore. And I think the only way that can be liberated is through the Asherah being brought back with full force within Judaism. And the focus of devotion, that bhakti that used to exist within the Israelite religion, if that is brought back, then your tradition becomes creative. So it starts to generate understandings and laws that are necessary for the times that we're living in, rather than being frozen in the past. That was contingent on that historical experience of that.
Yeah. Like, so just to contextualize what I meant is that I think that if you would have had this embrace of this stuff before, it would have resulted in Judaism being wiped out by the church, which is why the way that, and like this idea that it was able to maintain enough. But the thing is, now that we're living in a time where, for instance, Jews aren't being killed for what they believe in. I mean, you have people who are being killed for being Jews, but it's more so because they're Jews rather than, like when you have these, these people who are like violent and they end up attacking a synagogue or whatever. It's generally not because of what Jews religiously believe in. It's because of all these conspiracy theories.
It's all the bullshit anti-Semitism that we've had to deal with for the last 1,000 years. That's now permutated in a new form as Islamophobia. But perhaps in one sense one can say that the Messianic age is precisely the coming back of the goddess.
And
Her
that's what I've argued. And like the thing is that I've had people basically like almost like make fun of me for trying to say that, you know, it does that if basically to give into the, you know, this patriarchal narrative is to accept that all this stuff was originated by them, but it's not. It was, you know, it was distorted, whether for good or for bad, or for good and for bad. You still like to just say that we have to throw out the baby with the bathwater is like, it completely blows my mind. But
so maybe
yeah,
it's your job. You have been put on this earth by the Spirit itself to bring this all back. You know, be the new Moses.
maybe. I mean, it's kind of like given. I try not to read into this stuff too much because it can drive someone a bit mad. But for instance, so my name Ariel, I happen to look into this. I don't know why I did, but it actually doesn't mean Lion of God, which is what I've always been taught my whole life. It actually means Lioness of God, because it's saying that the Ari of El is Asherah.
Interesting.
So I mean, like, yeah, you know, it's one of there's this idea in Judaism, and you have it in a lot of different traditions, that names of power, and it's like, you know, maybe it's one of those things where it's a chicken or the egg thing. But yeah, so with resurrection plants, though, I really think that in a lot of ways, this is what like Judaism is, and all it needs to be is exposed to the right water.
To the Amazon.
Yes.
You're watching Floral Logic. Today we're talking about desiccation-resistant plants that just don't quit.
Which is what is required if you think about it now. I mean, you look at, for example, developments in Israel right now where you have a right-wing government that is dismantling its democracy as we speak. You know, it's unfortunate, but, you know, in a sense, I think American Jews especially need to recreate themselves even beyond that failing project. And this is what more empowering template than this is there to do that precisely that very thing, to revitalize a tradition in a new context that is not even specific to one piece of real estate.
Yeah, I mean, in some ways, that's already what happened with Judaism, like diasporic Judaism. The thing that, like, and this is like what really hurts me, is that like there was nothing that, like, basically the reason why, given things weren't perfect before the British, but like you, especially within this colonialist context, you have this pitting of populations against each other, whether they're, yeah. And like, I really, sorry, yeah.
Go ahead.
Oh,
no, I was just going to say that as in previous experience, for over 1,000 years, Jews and Muslims were living together in complete peace.
Yeah. And like the thing that really also just, I think, given this shouldn't be the reason why it hurts, because it hurts regardless of this, but what makes it hurt even more is that, like, when you realize that, like, strip away all the religion, these people are all related.
Yeah, they are.
Like, it's so sad. And it's like, I you know, you look, you know, 1,000, or not 1,000, you know, you look, you know, 3,000-4,000 years in the past, and people were, what they believed was not that different. Sure, they had wars, but it wasn't over those types of things. It was like any other people.
Yeah. But what's that saying again? How you destroy a family by dividing it?
Interesting. Wow. So true, though. But yeah, wow.
Anyway,
we spend a lot of time on this channel talking about.
Sorry, what?
We've been talking for 2 hours now.
Oh wow.
I gotta start scooting along and to my living room. Yeah.
No worries, no worries.
But this has been a great conversation, and thank you very much for your invite.
Definitely, yeah. We should do this again sometime.
For sure we will. And just let me know where you upload it, and just send me a link or whatever so I can have a copy.
Oh yeah, of course, yeah. I'll do that. Well, thanks so much. Thanks so much for coming on, Wahid. Take care.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye. And so, if anyone else wants to join, I'm going to post the link in chat. love to hear some, thoughts on our discussion because, oh, wait, shoot, I was about to copy the wrong thing. Yeah. Oh, shoot, sorry, I'm accidentally shared this one quote half done. Okay, so let's see, copy here, post here. There you go. Everyone's welcome to join. In the meantime, I'll continue with this.
Plants and animals, but we want to make sure that we aren't forgetting our viewers either. So let's take a moment to talk about mental health. If you've been having trouble sleeping, managing relations off your
Cole, he's my miracle child. So how does your miracle?
Resurrection plants are anhydrobiotic, meaning they have the ability to come back to life after weeks, months, or even years of dehydration. The most basic aspect of plant care is that plants need water. If you have plants at home, even succulents, air plants, and other species that require little water, you know that forgetting to give them a drink for too long could spell death for your plant babies.
And plants are thirsty. Depending on the species, most plants will die if they lose more than 15% of their relative water content.
In the case of the roughly 100 resurrection plants that exist, they can tolerate losing up to 97% of their relative water content and live to see another day or even decade. When they do find water again, they come back fast and furious, rehydrating to their old selves in just a matter of hours.
But how do resurrection plants return from the brink of dehydration when other plants would have dried up and died long ago?
When faced with drought, resurrection plants enter a state called anhydrobiosis. In this state, there is almost no water within their cells, and their metabolic activity all but stops. To survive, they have to be able to not only maintain their physiological integrity, but they also have to cap the damage caused by desiccation, a fancy way of saying the removal of water, and repair damage that was suffered when water becomes available again.
Xerophyta humilis ranges from southern Ethiopia to Namibia and is a Poichila chlorophyllus type of resurrection plant.
Desiccation-tolerant plants are divided into two types: homoiochlorophyllus, those that maintain their chlorophyll
I think
when
you
dried
even have
out,
a
and
potential reference to this in this idea of like the root of Jesse, or like the plant of David, that it appears to be dead but it comes back to life.
poikilochlorophyllus, those that lose it. Chlorophyll is the pigment that makes plants green and aids with photosynthesis, the process that plants use to turn sunlight into energy.
Losing its chlorophyll is a strategy Xerophyta humilis evolved so that it doesn't waste energy maintaining its photosynthetic system during periods of desiccation. It also means that it has to resynthesize chlorophyll when it rehydrates.
To keep stable during dry periods, organs inside the Xerophyta humilis cells, which are normally filled with water, are replaced with smaller organs filled with substances like sugars or acids. This prevents the cells from collapsing when it dries out, allowing the plant to rise again.
Let's move on to the most iconic of resurrection plants, the spike moss Salaginella lepidophylla, also known as the false rose of Jericho.
Originating from the Chihuahuan desert of Mexico and the US, this plant definitely needs to be desiccation tolerant to survive on its home turf.
False rose of Jericho is not to be confused with the true rose of Jericho, Anastatica hyrochuntica, which is a tumbleweed native to Western Asia and not part of our exclusive Resurrection Plant Club.
While the genus Salaginella contains about 700 species.
Hi, we have someone who hopped in, so welcome, Graham. How are you doing?
Oh, still swimming, Ariel. How you doing tonight?
Pretty
This
good.
morning.
What did you think?
No, he had a lot of good stuff. No, he's definitely built a structure that is worth for me examining. He's very interesting. I haven't explored a lot of those variant Kabbalistic structures that were again surrounding before Lorianic sort of became the default system.
Also, another thing I did just think about, if you think about how the Christian and Jewish paradigms are given within Christianity, so there is no Trinity in Judaism, but if there was, you would basically argue that it's Keter, Chochmah, and Bina. But the thing is that if Chochmah is masculine and Bina is feminine, think about how the Trinity is understood in Christianity. It's the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, not the Father, the Holy Spirit, and the Son. and it's the same paradigm. They're putting the the logos before the one that bears the logos.
Actually, from what we were looking at, what was it? The Aleph Mem Shin, I could see as the Trinity.
Well, yeah, but you also do have this correlate that they're correlated with Keter, Chochmah, and Bina. That Keter is was it Aleph, that I think Bina would be Mem and Chochmah would be Shin, which even makes sense that Chochmah, which is Shin, should be the last one. You see what I'm saying?
No, yeah, no. What I'm saying is the letters by themselves are more primordial than the Bina Chokmah. Those are sort of like a lower level cycling later. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah. But what I am saying is, even in that context, it doesn't make sense for the Mem, which is manifested into Bina, for that to be the last one, because it needs to be in the middle.
I totally agree. It's just by the time you get to calling it Bina, you've already had something previous. So to call that the primordial of Bina is sort of like putting the horse after the cart kind of concept.
Well, no, because what I'm saying is it goes Aleph, Mem, Shin. If you were to correlate that with the Sefirot, it would be Keter, Bina, Chochmah. And so, like, yeah, I know they're on different levels, but the point is that they still are parallel. So, like, for instance, yeah. So here, let me explain. So Keter is basically the unmanifested. Then you have Chochmah, which is the cosmic fire, and then you have Bina, which is the cosmic ocean. Within that paradigm, it breaks the paradigm of Aleph Mem Shin. It becomes Aleph Shin Mem, because you have basically the air, the fire, and then the water, rather than the air, the water, and then the fire.
No, we're definitely looking at the same thing. What I'm seeing is it's different levels. At the first level, it's the one way. The level below, it does the reversal underneath the Aleph. And it's at the second level, and it's again, you're talking about generations, and you're starting from a genderless source with the Aleph, and you're starting to introduce sorts of things, and that's where I'm resistant on trying to put priority on either a male or a female. My emphasis is on the Aleph, which is why I had that question about Zervanism in the chat.
Oh yeah, sorry. You should ask it again when I have him on again. Sorry, I didn't get to that in time.
Oh no. He had his time, and that was certainly a subject that I'm sure he probably has a lot to say on.
Yeah, and he's actually Persian.
Oh no, he definitely seemed very fluent in a lot of the Zoroastrian traditions and all, and that's why I was very curious about his thoughts on that one, because that's a subject that hasn't been explored as much in scholarship that I found.
Mm-hmm. So, what do you think about my resurrection plant analogy?
I think it's pretty good. It's part of what I'm picking up on. It is one of the things that I see, which is sort of the iteration with variation, and then a restriction back to the best. Basically a culling to the best of that one, and then an expansion again. And it's like the resurrection plants do that all in themselves.
Interesting. Yeah.
Only 3 of these have evolved to become desiccation resistant. When subjected to extreme aridity, this plant curls itself up into a tight ball as its leaves dry out and become brown.
The outer leaves curl in pretty quickly, shading the inner part of the plant, while the inner leaves take it slow as the plant dries out.
Then its metabolic functions essentially stop completely. If the drought lasts long enough, the roots of the false rose of Jericho disconnect, and it will blow away in the wind, similar to a tumbleweed, until it encounters moisture, unfolds, and takes root in the new location.
If that isn't an analogy for the Jewish people, I do not know what is. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm going to say the other thing that popped into my head was kudzus, and I don't want to make that comparison between the Jewish people.
Isn't that an invasive grass?
Yeah, no, kudzu the seeds tend to blow everywhere and take root like that, similar to that one. When they were talking about the spreading like that one, and that's why I sat there and said, that's not a good analogy for the Jewish people.
Well, yeah, and I mean also with this, it doesn't disperse its seeds so much as it is its own seed.
No, exactly.
Don't have seeds. Instead, they reproduce with spores like ferns do.
Interesting.
Next on our list of plants with sequels, Haeberlia rhodopensis, also known as the Orpheus flower.
These old notes made me.
Now, what pops into my head there?
I uploaded them to StuDocu.
Is I wonder whether it is like a fern and doesn't have the vascular system as well. Just makes me curious. I don't know much about the plant. Just the
I think
botany aspect.
I think it would need it in order to transport the water, right?
I would think so, but it reproducing by spores makes me question it, because usually that's a function of more of the ferns. I don't know that many actual traditional plants with the vascular system that reproduce by spores. I thought that was sort of an either or kind of thing. Again, my ignorance in botany. Newt.
Sorry, I just wanted to add this. Oh wait, is there a way to? Here, 1 second. Edit. Invite. Copy. Edit. There. Paste. I scroll across bottom ticker. Save. Here.
This plant is native to the mountains of central and southern Bulgaria and northern Greece. This unflappable flower is named after Orpheus, a musical superhuman hero from ancient Greek mythology who was torn apart by the women of Thrace. Even after he was ripped to pieces, his head kept on singing as it floated down the river it was thrown into.
It's that never give up in the face of decapitation attitude that inspired this plant's common name.
Growing at elevations between 600 and 1700 meters, these rare jewels can be found nestled in limestone crevices. Orpheus flowers can lose up to 90% of their relative water content and still survive, although not without a few battle scars. Such extreme desiccation takes its toll on the outside leaves, but the inner crown will regenerate and new leaves will grow when moisture levels return.
Our next plant is a resurrection fern, otherwise known as Pleopeltis polypodioides, native to southern North America and Central America.
The resurrection fern is an epiphyte, which is commonly called an air plant, meaning that it lives its life attached to another plant for support. These plants get their moisture and nutrients from the air, not from the host, like in the case of parasitic plants.
I like to think of resurrection ferns as a ride or die to their tree FFs.
When they get dried out, the fronds of the resurrection fern curl up and turn gray-brown, giving it the appearance of being long dead. It can tolerate losing up to 97% of its water, and according to scientific estimates, it could remain in this death-like condition for over a century. The second it's exposed to even a small amount of moisture, new life is breathed into the fronds, and it quickly returns to its former green and luscious state.
The resurrection fern is a true sleeping beauty, if Sleeping Beauty were a shriveled pile of brown leaves.
The resurrection fern holds the title for being the first fern in space when it was taken aboard the Space Shuttle Discovery in 1997 to be studied. The result? Pleopeltis polypodioides is just as efficient at returning from the brink of death, even while barreling around the Earth in zero gravity at 28,000 kilometers an hour.
So I guess you could call the resurrection fern the first space zombie.
Scientists are still trying to understand the how and why behind desiccation tolerance in resurrection plants. By studying their natural protection mechanisms, we can learn how to make crops more resistant to drought. By targeting genetic modifications, we could hack how other plants respond to extreme aridity. This would be especially important for food production in arid areas of the world, where certain crops may not be able to handle the extremely dry.
So any thoughts on that? I mean, like, obviously, you know, when you have the issue, I mean, this is the thing, like, I don't, like, you know, there's a lot of people who just, you know, automatically don't like GMOs. I think the problem isn't so much that, it's more so the industry around it, like the fact that you have companies that own patents on entire seed lines. Like, that's what's effed up, not the fact that people modify seeds, or, you know, because you have it going on throughout history. It's just in a different way, and now it's being basically done by very few people as opposed to a lot of people.
There are issues with the way it's being done now as before. You're able to come up with chimeric combinations that just are not inherently possible, and that you can end up with combinations that you don't know ahead of time what it's going to do, and it could have some awful effects. And again, just saying that there's a difference, there's a certain control mechanism when it comes to natural breeding and crop selection that's not there for disaster control, for lack of a better term. Tag.
Basically, it's kind of like someone could try and, you know, like basically create a rat snake hybrid, but at the end of the day, nature isn't going to allow them to do it.
Or it could create a rat snake hybrid that all of a sudden is something they didn't expect because of the combo of genes. It's one of those, once you get that in genes, there's so many potential interactions. I mean, you could end up with something that, you know, maybe it grows to giant size and starts eating kids. Again, you don't know, and it's that don't know that you have control over with the breeding.
Interesting, yeah. Let's see. Where is this?
I was going to say on that front is, I just wanted to say I don't know if people realize the first time that that sort of genetic insertion was actually used successfully that's where most of our insulin supply comes from. It was implanting the gene that produces insulin into a bacteria, and being able to produce it that way was the first successful use of that genetic engineering back in the 70s. Tagging.
By studying their natural protection mechanisms, we can learn how to make crops more resistant to drought. By targeting genetic modifications, we could hack how other plants respond to extreme aridity. This would be especially important for food production in arid areas of the world, where certain crops may not be able to handle the extremely dry climate. In a climate-changing world where hotter, drier conditions are on the horizon, this type of research may even be crucial for our future.
Even though it seems they can live into eternity, resurrection plants can't stay in their desiccated state forever. Eventually, if they don't find water, even this mega resilient plant will shrivel and die. There's a metaphor for love and connection in here somewhere, I'm sure. So what should we talk about next? Let me know in the comments, and don't forget to subscribe for new episodes every week. Peace.
No, I was going to say the other thing on the whole genetic engineering and the way they've done the seed lines is right now you don't have the possibility of heirloom seeds so much. Basically, the seed, what you harvest needs to go to market, and you have to produce new ones. You can't replant your existing seeds as you used to be able to do even, you know, less than 100 years ago. And you also lose a huge amount of genetic diversity as you winnow down to those few successful seed lines that have the most commercial success.
Oh shit, that's disturbing. Imagine a world where that type of thing happened to humanity, where basically you're not able to have your own kids. You have to basically have lab-grown kids. And then imagine if that technology started breaking down, people wouldn't be able to reproduce at all.
Yeah, that could be a future for us, depending what we pick.
Well, that's disturbing.
No, so's nuclear war. That's the future if we pick it too.
Yeah, but I feel like nuclear war is a bang, and this is a whimper.
Oh, I think you're going to have it's the difference of the big whining to go with that one. Because if you have that one, it's not so much a whimper. There's going to be a huge amount of wailing and gnashing of teeth to go with it.
So here, let's take a look at this. I want to see what they think about Ezekiel 19.
Now in chapter 19, you have two lamentations. You have in the first 9 verses the lamentation over the princes of Israel.
No.
And then from verse 10
Mother of Israel.
through the rest of the chapter, you have the lamentation actually over the land of Israel. And I think that land would be confined definitely to the southern kingdom. Now, will you notice here this lamentation? And I want to read the first 2 or 3 verses. Moreover, take up a lamentation for the princess of Israel, and say, what is thy mother? A lioness. She lay down among lions. She nourished her whelps among young lions. And so on. And he goes on with this lamentation. Now, there's one thing we'd like to make very clear at this particular point. This is not the lamentation of Ezekiel, as some of the commentators have attempted to say. This is the lamentation of the Lord. In fact,
Wait. So if this guy is trying to say it's God saying this, it almost implies that God is upset. Holy crap, that would completely change theology, because if God's the one that's upset about what happened to her, and it's not saying that he is the one, like, think about that, how differently it changes. That reformats Yahweh from being this evil, given you can still be evil and still love someone. So it changes him from being this, person who is responsible for the destruction of Asherah to someone who's lamenting her downfall. And you could almost understand it that it's not Asherah herself that erred, it was the people of Israel that erred in their worship of her alongside other gods, as opposed to the worship of her. I don't know. Maybe I'm just reading my own thing into it, but any thoughts?
No, I was going to sit there and say I can't argue too much about it against that. It's certainly consistent with it. I also see that you can lament what you had done to Asherah as well. So, not to totally give Yahweh a pass on that interpretation, but the people of Israel doing wrong is, again, after reading the Bible, you have to sit there and say, that's a good first stop on any sort of problem that happens. The people of Israel misstepped. Tagging.
Also, it's interesting because you know what the word for step is?
No.
Ashur.
Funny.
In fact, if you want to know specifically, the same one who later on wept over Jerusalem, that's the one that here is weeping over the princes of Judah. And this, to me, is quite wonderful for this reason. Here are a group of people in that land, and here are the princes, and who's concerned about them? Well, frankly, I have my doubts whether there were very few that were concerned about them. But God was. He was concerned about these people. People that are far removed from us today in time and in distance and in every other way. And who shed tears over them? God did. And very few in this world. And by the way, who is concerned about you today? Well, I'm of the opinion that they're very few. How about the people where you work? They really concerned about you? How about even the people in your church? Are they really concerned about you? How about your family even? A man told me some time ago, he says, I honestly wonder who really cares about me today. And he's a successful businessman. He says, everybody, including my family, they are only interested in what they can get out of me. How sad, but God's concerned about you, and he's concerned about me. That's quite comforting in this tremendous universe in which I live. I could get lost in it. I'm so small.
Wait a second. Holy crap. We need to read this again. I think there might be another interpretation. Wow. Any idea? Do you have any idea where I'm going with this?
Not yet, but I can definitely see you're onto something, and I'm interested to see where you're going, and I'm kind of interested. It's fascinating to watch you playing off of Dr. McGee here.
Okay. So, and you are to intone a dirge. Oh, so let's see. Vatasa, and you are to lift up a dirge, a kina, el Nisie Israel, over the princes of Israel, and say, "What a lioness was your mother among the lions, crouching among the great beasts. She reared her cubs. She raised up one of her cubs." Like, let me see. Let's see. Let me just see. Your mother. I'm almost reading. Like, do you think you could read this as this is actually her talking in the third person to her children?
Yeah, no, I think you can definitely go at least work with that and see how it works. I can't rule it out right now.
I don't know. There's nothing in it to say that that's the case, but it raises the question that if Yahweh hates Asherah, why is he speaking about her, as this loving mother?
I think you're wrong to see it as solely a love-hate sort of thing. Again, it's like most marriages, you're going to have points of agreement and points of disagreement.
Yeah, but there's literally a part where it talks about Yahweh stripping her bare as the day that she was like on her birth, and that she would like really violent and really disgusting stuff.
I was going to say, stripping her bare as the day she was born isn't necessarily violent.
No, it's within the context of sexual violence, though.
And that is one that you have to sit there and say there was a different sensibility of that more in the past. And a lot of the concept of sexual violence and the whole battle of the sexes back then was different than the sense we have for it now. And we're sort of using a presentism projection if we don't try to take the ancients as what they were, as opposed to what we would be in their shoes. You know what I'm just saying there, Ariel?
Yeah, I get that. I'm just saying that the way that it talks about her, it's very clear that the writers are trying to create this narrative of him hating her, despite the fact that he loved her previously. Like I think you can read within the margins that there's this idea that she'll be reclaimed, but like it's something that like a lot, like if you were to ask most Jews today, what does Hashem think of Asherah, they'd say she's idolatrous and you shouldn't worship her and she's evil, probably. But that would be based off of an uneducated reading of it, because nowhere does it actually say anything about that. You just have this element that, I don't know, it's one of those things where I think it's complicated, but at the same time, it almost seems like it's referring to two different figures. Like you have this idea of the whore of Babylon, and then you have this idea of the mother. And it honestly, I think that this probably might actually be part of what perpetuates this idea of the whore Madonna complex. But basically, you have this idea of the mother of Israel, this holy mother, basically the Holy Spirit. And then you have this idea of the whore of Babylon, who is basically this like divine feminine that is very much about like sexual desire as opposed to this idea of procreation. I don't know if that makes any sense to you.
It is. And now you're talking to move more into an archetypal interpretation where you have different aspects of both the divine feminine and the divine masculine in play. It's like you have the good mother and the devouring mother, and both of them are part of it. You're muted, Ariel.
Oh, I know. I wasn't saying anything.
Okay. Yeah, no, and it's one of those, same thing with the, with the male. You have positive aspects of the male, positive archetypes of the male, and negative archetypes of the male. And I think that the interpretation is designed to fit all of the archetypes at the same time, thereby producing that pluriform interpretation. So one reading of it is going to be like, say, devouring mother, and you're going to get an evil Asherah read out of that, and one of them is going to be a good mother with a positive one. Tag in to see if that makes sense to you, Ariel.
Definitely, yeah. I mean, like, you have this idea of like Lilith versus Asherah, and then you have this idea of Yahweh versus Baal. In a sense, it's not a perfect parallel.
Exactly, and a lot of it is they're both there at all points in times. But what I'm reading in the past is you're seeing one of those inversions happening at different points in time, where one aspect of it is emphasized for worship at one point, and then another, and then you have like a transition, and then another aspect takes priority. Does that make sense to you, Ariel?
Yeah, definitely. So let's see. Let's continue here.
But he's got his eye. He has a concern for us. And what a picture this is of that. And so we have here, actually, it is the concern of God over these people. Now, the princes here are folk that I'm sure that a great many people in that day didn't want to shed any tears over. Jehoahaz and Jehoiachin. They were two kings that in the book here were about as sorry as they come. And yet God says he's concerned over them. God alone is. And now when he begins to talk about here the lion, that your mother was a lioness, I think that he's speaking now of this line of Judah. Judah's a lion's whelp. They were marked out like that by Jacob in his prophecy concerning his 12 sons. That's back in Genesis 49, verse 9. And then you will recall that in Numbers 23, 24, behold, the people shall rise up as a great lion and lift up himself as a young lion. And you find that the Lord Jesus is called the Lion of the tribe of Judah in Revelation 5:5. And you have that here. This is a lamentation, and it is, I think, tremendous. Not going to detail. Now you have in verse 10, the land of Judah. And I'm reading, thy mother is like a vine in thy blood, planted by the waters. She was fruitful and full of branches by reason of many waters. She had strong rods for the scepters and them that bore rule, and her stature was exalted among the thick branches. She appeared in her height with the multitude of her branches. But she was plucked up in fury. She was cast down to the ground. Now, this is a lamentation over the land of Judah. These people came into that land. God bless them. They were like a vine planted in the land.
It is the land, but it's not just the land. The land is Asherah. And not just like, it's not the land of Israel. It's all the land. It's like this idea that she is the earth, but like, she's not the earth itself. She's like present within the earth. It's so hard to explain.
Well, you're also talking about two different levels of interpretation. You're talking on the one level that Dr. McGee is on. He's talking about it on the tribe, on more of the tribal level of Israel level, where the promised land is the land. And you've gone up to more of a global where the whole world is the tribe. It's just a different level of who the tribe is actually describing. Does that make sense to you, Ariel?
Yeah, but I think the key thing here, though, is that what was I saying? That it's specifically like, so the reason I say that it's not just the land of Israel is because Asherah was the mother of more than just, so like she was worshipped by a bunch of different peoples in the ancient Near East, not just the Israelites. And so that's why it's basically all of the ancient Near East for the most part. Anywhere that worshipped her would be considered her land, but in a more general sense, like, yeah, you could view it on that. But I'm actually just referring it to them saying the mother of Israel being the land. That's an interpretation that you're basically having to add on to what it already directly says, which is all these motifs associated with Asherah.
I do. I was just sort of trying to emphasize, I think, where Dr. McGee was coming from.
Yeah. Let's see. Is there
more like he was trying to make a point that wasn't the point that you were looking to be made, and I didn't think that his point was invalid.
Yeah. It's like, it's such a shame. There's very little discussion about this, it seems like, beyond, fundamentalists. And I mean, like, I wish that there were Jews talking about this, but it doesn't seem that they are.
I was going to say, once we get done here, I'll share with you one of the websites that I've been looking at. They're more long form, but they're really solid.
Let's see. Oh, I know what we can look for. Let's see. Let's see what this guy said.
Leonardo da Vinci seems to have encrypted the Great Pyramid of Giza into the Vitruvian Man.
Technically and halachically, let's be honest and straight, no Mashiach cannot be a woman, as Maimonides states. The Mashiach will be a king.
According to halacha. But again, what happens when you have the Shekhinah referred to as the king, as Adonai?
Which means a male born in the house of David. But Mashiach will have a Mrs. Mashiach. Let's not forget that. And she's not necessarily less equal. It's a partnership. But I think this really touches on a bigger question, the role of men and women in the home and family and in the Jewish community.
So that's the reversal then. Let's see. Spendarmat, the Zoroastrian archangel of the earth, is how you're contextualizing Asherah. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, I don't think that it's even as simple as that she's just like of the earth, because in a certain way, she's like basically throughout all of creation, she's present within a sense. It's but it's just because we live on earth that we associate her with that. And it's interesting because she's associated with the ocean as well as like basically with earth and with water. But what was it that I was going to say before? Oh yeah, that it seems like this idea within halachic Judaism, which there's a lot of things in halachic Judaism which are basically polar shifts of the Israelite tradition, but they're still operating on the same paradigm. And so within that context, maybe it's this idea that the traditional Jewish concept of the Mashiach can't be a woman. But again, like, it's at the end of the day, why is that? And does he actually get into the details of why?
Now, before you get off on that, Ariel,
yeah,
one of the things that I'm narrowing down that he's describing a metaphysical structure here, and he's putting a specific interpretation spin on it, because basically what I see he's doing is he's talking about the Messiah being a Hyros Gamos, and it's the idea of at that point in time, neither the male nor the female is the primary. It's the marriage that's the primary. So if you single out the male as the mosaic, it's just as wrong as pointing out the female was. It's basically the both of them together are. Does that make sense to you, Ariel?
I think you're onto something, because there's this idea, and this is one of the reasons why Jesus isn't the Messiah in Judaism. I mean, amongst other reasons, but because he was never married, unless you want to buy into the Gnostic traditions, but many Christians don't. So basically, there's this idea that the Messiah has to be married, has to have at least 2 children, because there's this idea that if the Messiah is going to keep all of the 613 commandments, which again, like, there is this idea that certain things will be like reversed, like when Mashiach comes, that there will be certain laws that like won't apply. But the idea that it basically, so it's this idea that you have to follow all the laws, but eventually, if you follow all the laws and the right person comes, but again, I don't even necessarily think that it's a person so much as a idea that can be embodied by people. But if you were to view it in this traditional context, literally a man cannot become Messiah or have this idea of Messiah until he is married to a woman and produces 2 children. So in that context, it's not even the man and the woman, it's the man, woman, and child.
No, exactly. And that's what I'm looking at here is it's like people, rabbis or priests or something, they're looking at the same metaphysical structure and they're picking parts of it to emphasize and parts of it to de-emphasize. And a lot of times by doing that, you're losing a lot of the truth of the overall structure. And, I just wanted to comment before he gets into it about I'm seeing that marriage structure, and he's saying that, the Mosaic has to be male. And it's like, wait a second. It sounds like the Mosaic has to be the combination of the male and female. And to sit there and say it's got to be the male is just, again, kind of putting on very narrowed blinders. Hagen.
Definitely, yeah.
Based on a more, let's put it this way, a loaded question from a feminist perspective may be, okay, that means women are second class, and you see men are always the ones that are the leaders, and look at Mashiach. Here, Rabbi Jacobson himself, the progressive or liberal Rabbi Jacobson, said he can't be a woman. But if you take a different axiom, and that is that God created the human being, male and female, and that man and woman are two parts of one large divine reflection, then this isn't an issue of superiority or inferiority. It's simply 2 parts of one role. So if you understand what the role of Mashiach is, you understand that it has elements of a masculine dimension. At the same time, a woman has her contribution, which I should add that Mashiach is an age with feminism, and the woman, it says clearly in Hasidic and Kabbalistic and Hasidic thought, that the feminine energy will rise to the top and be actually superior to the masculine energy. So Mashiach is not the whole picture, the identity and the gender of Mashiach. You have to look at the whole issue.
So also the context of that, you have to keep in mind it's within this context of masculine being associated with war or with punishment, whereas the feminine being associated with mercy and with peace. And again, not to say that all men are violent and all women are peaceful. It's not that simple. It's just this idea of feminine versus masculine energy. And again, plenty of men have masculine energy and plenty of women have, vice versa. Many men have feminine energy and many women have masculine energy because no one is 100% anything.
I was going to say it was kind of nice to hear the rabbi pretty much going exactly where I did. It's kind of surprising too. It's like, damn, I hit that solid.
Well, but think if you would have watched it all through and then you would have said it, you would have been like, oh, well, that's what I was thinking, but it wouldn't have the same impact,
Exactly. No. And the other aspect of it that I was picking up there is, oh man, I just lost it there. Pick up for a second. I'll get it back.
Does Mashiach have to be a live person in a physical body?
So the answer to that question, which is sort of a loaded question and controversial question, but the answer is that. So the answer to that question, which is sort of a loaded question.
Wait, dang it, here.
So the answer to that.
Rabbi Shlomo Majeski. It's like almost Majewski. Honestly, that's a cool last name. Majeski, it sounds like majesty.
Question, which is sort of a loaded question and controversial question. But the answer is that, first of all.
Hey, Cara, you should join us. Feel free. We're, it doesn't require any foreknowledge. We're literally just, shooting ideas. Right now we're talking about this idea of does the Messiah have to be a man? Can it be a woman? Is it the combination? Is it even the combination that it's not just that, but them having a child? So it's not simply them being a husband and a wife, but a mother and a father as well, which is kind of this idea of reflecting that of God. Like that they're almost like representatives for God on earth. Again, I think there's really a lot of monarchical notions that can develop around that. But if you drop that notion where it's supposed to be oh, they're leading everyone, because the idea is that they're teaching everyone, teaching everyone in Torah. And again, what that Torah is, whether it's the Torah that we have now or this, more, or like a different perspective on the same Torah, like because there's this understanding there's 70 faces of the Torah, and so far we've really been limited to only a few because of the understanding of having it be like this is how you read the Torah, even though there's more than one way. But anyway, welcome, Kara.
Welcome. Yeah, I would like to hang out. I always learn so much. It's nice. Hi,
It's
Grant.
always
Hi,
good to have
Kara.
perspective.
Always great to have you here. You always offer a great perspective. Very fresh.
Were you able to catch any of my conversation with Wahid?
I did not catch anything earlier. I just got off the call and came join you guys.
No worries. I think you might enjoy some of it because it's very interesting. Some of what we were talking about. It was like in the first 2 hours, but yeah. So right now this video is about, does Mashiach have to be a live person in a physical body? Because this is one of the things that, like, I personally don't even think that this idea of Mashiach is an actual person. It's literally the thing that dwells within a person. In a way, you could actually understand it as the thing that creates prophets, rather than something that is like this idea of this, because it literally just means someone who's anointed. But whether it means like physically anointed or spiritually anointed, that's kind of the question that a lot of people have.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah, it sounds like you're pulling off something similar to what I'm talking about with that Christ archetype concept.
Yeah, I personally hate the term Christ consciousness because it just cringes me the hell out. But I do think that like that idea literally comes from this idea of the Moshiach, basically that everyone will realize. And it's not this idea of like, because Christians have this idea like every knee will bow and everyone will praise God. It's not this idea of submission. It's this idea of revelation, of realizing that the one is the many and that the many is the one, and that, there really is no difference if you worship God this way or that way, so long as you're doing right, true right, as opposed to like, you're doing what your society says right is what's right. And I think that's also part of the reason why you have this, given I don't know, it's one of those things where like, it's interesting because I'll admit I eat cheeseburgers because I don't actually think that it, like, because I look at it in a more logical sense. The reason why cheeseburgers are prohibited is because in an ancient context, cooking milk and meat together was considered a rite to the goddess. Now, the reason to get rid of that is because you don't want people worshiping the goddess. The only thing is that if you realize there's nothing wrong with it, and that, like, for instance, people want to associate the idolatry or the paganism with child sacrifice, but even then, like, of course, it probably did happen in some context. Most of it was probably just referring to basically to sex magic, and that people viewed it as the wasting of potential life. And so that was seen within this context of child sacrifice. But like the point is, when you actually get down to the morality of it, it's more so it's wrong because the Bible says it's wrong and not because any of the stuff is objectively wrong. But then, for instance, and this is kind of where I'll admit I kind of split off, I still am a bit, like, I have these taboos personally about eating pork, and I don't know why, because I used to eat pork, like, I didn't have any issue with it, but then since I've become a bit more religious, it's like, even though I don't, like, I don't know, it's one of those things that's just kind of culturally inculcated into you. But I think beyond anything else, I also just really like pigs because they're really intelligent. But then I think about it, like, so many animals are, and to like just, say, oh, well, pigs are intelligent. It's really just a cognitive dissonance to explain why I'm capable of eating, other types of meat, but I feel uncomfortable about eating pigs. I don't know. It's just one of those things that's always kind of interested me.
Interesting. One of the things that I always had learned with the laws of Kajrat is there was usually some sort of basically dietary reason behind it, in the sense of it's like you don't eat shellfish because of red tide. The pork was because of trichinosis in the meat. The rabbi was basically making sure that everything was good for the people to eat. And the explanation that I had heard for the dairy and meat separate was because you wanted to not cross-contaminate the bacteria. like E. coli going from the meat over to the dairy and such, or back and forth. And it was a reason to keep those separate. That was an explanation that I had heard back in the day. Had you heard that, Ariel? Tag.
I mean, like, yeah, I mean, there's definitely some cultural taboos. Like, you could argue that the pigs is because in the Levant, there you start to have this deforestation, and so you used to have people eating pigs, but then now the pigs are forced into the cities, and so they have to live in filth and they have to scavenge for food. So they're starting to be viewed as unclean. Whereas in within like southern and northern Europe, they were viewed as completely fine because they were able to, you know, to live in the forests and forage for food and berries. And so they also probably tasted better in those places because, I mean, imagine if they're just eating slop, they're going to eventually start tasting like slop. But yeah, let's continue with this video.
That the subject of Mashiach has to be treated like any other subject of Torah. It is a question about something, whether it's kosher to eat or not. It is a question about something, whether I'm allowed to do this on Shabbos or not.
That's funny.
I look into the sources of Torah to see what it says. And the same is with the subject of Mashiach. Unfortunately, many people come to conclusions which are purely emotional conclusions without looking into the sources, checking out the sources, and so on. So here too, regarding this question, we'll look into the sources. So first, I just want to say that there are a lot of inyanim related to Mashiach that on the surface it seems to be contradictory. In one place it says one thing, another place it says another thing. And the answer to these contradictions are that they're both true.
Wait, let's see. What do you say, binyanim or minyanim?
A lot of inyanim related to Mashiach.
Yeah, I don't know what that means.
True, because there are different possibilities of how Mashiach can come. To give an example, the Gemara asks, Gemara in Sanhedrin, in one place it says Mashiach will be coming on a cloud. In another place it says he'll be coming riding on a donkey. And the Gemara's answer is both are possible. Zachu, if the Yidden are Zeicha, he'll come on a cloud. Lo Zachu, he'll be coming anyway, but in a different way. He'll come as a poor person riding on a donkey. In one place it says Mashiach is going to come at a designated time, the Ita. And then it says Mashiach will come Achishena. Hashem says, I'll hasten his coming. They're both true. It depends. Zachu, it'll be one way. Lo Zachu, it'll be the other way. And this is the answer to many of the contradictions that you find, where it seems that the scenario, how Mashiach is going to come, in one place it says one thing, another place another thing, and they're both true, but it depends on what the situation of the Jewish people will be at the time. Regarding this question, it's clear in the Gemara Sanhedrin of Tzadik Chesam Beis, where the Gemara says that Mashiach could come either as somebody who was alive at the time, or could be someone who passed away and he comes back as Mashiach. Clearly found in the Gemara. It's in Gemara Sanhedrin. And not only is in Gemara itself, but there are many sources that say the same thing. The Abarbanel in his Sefer Yeshua's Mashiachai says, of course, there's a possibility that Mashiach will be someone who passed away and come back through Tchis HaMesim and then take Yidden out of Golus. We find this is also in Gemara Yerushalmi. It's also in Medrash Eicha.
So, I mean, this
is also found in the Zohar Parshas.
Kind of one of the wild things. There's this idea that someone can fail to be the Messiah in their life, but that they might be brought back as the Messiah after they die. And so that's part of why you do have this understanding. I mean, I don't know. Honestly, I'm not sure. It might be a chicken or the egg situation, but the thing that's really interesting is that's probably why it's not orthoprax or orthodox in Chabad at all, but there are some Chabadniks who think that the Rebbe will be Mashiach. And technically there's, most Chabadniks argue that he could be in the future, but he isn't now. So to say that he's Mashiach is heretical. But I mean, by that logic, though, you could argue, given I don't think this is the case because I don't think that's what he was supposed to be, but I think you could argue that technically, like, Jesus, or at least the historical Jesus, you could argue that, well, he could if he was, but that's kind of one of those things, like, if he will be, then he will be, but he isn't now, if that makes any sense, at least within a Jewish context.
No, it does. And one of the things that jumped out there that it's like I'm kicking myself so hard because it never jumped out at me before was when he went into about Jesus coming in as a poor man with a donkey. And it's like I've heard that so many times, but this time it finally clicked with a name, and that's Vespasian, the mule breeder. Tagging.
Wait, what do you mean?
Well, you know the whole Roman, the Flavian connection there with Christianity, and that there was a lot of literally rabbis and such at the time that were proclaiming Vespasian as the Messiah. And his big nickname that he sat there and said, and he emphasized he was the first emperor to come from basically a poor upbringing, and his nickname was the mule breeder because that's where he got his money. And mule breeding is basically donkeys breeding with horses.
Interesting.
So you got basically the poor guy who becomes emperor riding on a donkey, which is where he made his money. And it's like how I had not put that together before, I do not know.
So it kind of reminds me of this one story of Ahriman, and I was talking with Neil about this, and he personally thinks that that Haman is connected to Amo and not to Ahriman. But I think there's an argument for like this pluriform interpretation as well. But I'd like to hear his thoughts on it. But basically, so look at this. So the Tamores or Tamores from Avestan Taxma Urupi, meaning strong fox. Oh, it's interesting. You can totally see how this is like how it's an Indo-European language here, like the Taxma, like this. I mean, I don't know how to explain it. It's like just very. I don't know. Anyway, meaning strong fox was the third Shah of the Pishtadian dynasty of Iran, Persia. According to Ferdowski's epic poem from the Shahnameh, he is considered the builder of Merv. So Tamores was the son of Hushang. In his time, the world was much troubled by the Divs, the demons of Ahriman. On the advice of Vizier Shasras, Tamuras used black magic to subdue Ahriman and made him his slave, even riding upon his back as on a horse. Now that reminds me of the story of basically the king Ahasuerus asks Haman, hey, I want to honor someone. He's done a lot for me, and I want to make him feel special. So Haman thinks he's talking about him. So he says, oh, well, you should let him ride upon your horse wearing all your royal clothing. And the king is like, okay, that sounds like a good idea. Now go tell Mordecai I want to see him so he can wear my clothing and so he can ride on my horse. And Haman's like pissed off. And so not only that, Haman's the one who has to lead the horse around. Now, keep in mind, Ahriman is, very like he's not like a person in the sense of people being people. So you could view it as, well, he was able to turn into a horse, but Haman wasn't. So Haman has to lead the horse rather than being the horse. But it's this idea of a role reversal, how they're being troubled by Ahriman, and now Ahriman's being troubled by him. And I really think there's an argument to be made that this story, let's see, when's this, the Shahnameh, it was written in, dang it. You could actually argue that maybe this is being influenced by the story of, wait, what? Were the Zoroastrians still around in this time? Or this guy, let's see, for
They're still around today.
Well, no, I know, but like, were they still around in power?
No, that they still definitely, they had a lot of power until they were considered people of the book, so they weren't as persecuted under the Islamic rule. It was more Middle Ages or later that they started really waning. At least that's my recognition. The one thing I wanted to say there, Ariel, is I was picking up senses of Solomon with the demons, with the creating the arts. I was picking up a sense of him in that story too. Pagan.
Yeah, let's see. This is so interesting. I'm gonna have to ask Wahid more about this guy because it's very clear that it almost seems like. I mean, I wonder what was his religious background. Let's see. This was let's see. Uh, what religion was Ferdowsi? Ferdowsi. Ferdowsi sounds Slavic. Ferdowsi sounds. Oh wait. Wow, he was a pious Muslim. So this is almost like a direct parallel, but this is much earlier. So this is almost like a type of Zoroastrian Renaissance that's occurring within the Persian world that really predates the European Renaissance.
What I'm seeing happening here is much like Islam incorporated the Torah and a lot of the Jewish traditions and scriptures into the Quran. This is an effort for them to incorporate the Zoroastrian religion and traditions, and it's bringing it in via, again, in other eras, this could have been viewed as a sacred script, but it's viewed as poetry under Islam. Tag and see if that makes sense to you and Kara.
Definitely. I mean, that's how I'm going to have to pass off most of the stuff that I want to do. It's just poetry, bro. Don't look too much into it. But, you know, if you know, you know.
That's why my snippets are the way they are.
It's so interesting, just the tangents we get off on, but they're so... Okay, that doesn't sound right. The tangents we go off on.
It's also found in Sdei Chemed, it was a Pesach. It's found in the Urachayim and Parshas Balak, and other places, that there are two possibilities. Mashiach can come as someone who is alive, and it could be someone who passed away. Like the Gemara says, if he's someone who is alive now, then it's Rabbi Yehuda Hanassi. And if it's someone who passed away, then it's Daniel. Two possibilities. However, in fact, the interesting thing is, there's not one single source in the Torah book that says otherwise. But all these sources say clearly that both possibilities can be. The Rebbe, however, says in the Sikha, in Vayigash, volume 35 of the Kuti Sikhas, that according to the Rambam, Mashiach could be someone who came that wasn't alive and comes back, but it has to be someone that he already did and performed acts that are related to Geula in that generation before Mashiach's actual coming. So therefore, these are the sources where it says very clear that Mashiach can come, even someone who passed away and come back as Mashiach. And that's the source in Torah. And in fact, there is no other source that says the opposite.
I'm
Muted.
Dang. Sorry. So how? Also, I was saying, hey, Usal, but how do you explain that someone is born, they live their life, they're a normal person, and all of a sudden they can become the Messiah? It implies that they aren't the Messiah themselves, but they're like becoming it, and that there's something that is involved in that becoming, and it almost implies that it's like this, basically, in order to be the Messiah, you have to be Messiah, or you have to be anointed. But it's this idea that it's not as well, on one hand, it might literally be as simple as everyone being anointed, so that there's this idea that everyone's anointed because, like, basically everyone enters the Messianic age. Or it might simply, Wahid posted, okay, let's see. But what was I saying before? It might also be this idea that, that basically you need someone to come, and that there has to be like these right synchronicities or something, and then all of a sudden they're able to like bring in the Messiah. And see, that's the thing. I think that the Messiah is something beyond material. There's this idea that someone can have like the Messiah enter them, or that they become Messiah, but they aren't Messiah. It's almost like this, how you can become possessed by the Holy Spirit, but you aren't the Holy Spirit almost. That's the way how I'm reading it. But so Wahid said, Iranians have always been Zoroastrian. Shiism and Sufism are essentially Zoroastrianized forms of Islam. Interesting. It's kind of similar how Kabbalah has a lot of connections to these older traditions as well.
I wanted to connect Messiah and appearing after death or being anointed as well. Kind of analogy to touching the spiritual realm, connecting closer, let's say, to heavens, or like now they would call a little bit something similar to an ego death. It's like when you are able to get rid of your physical body and then you come back, kind of already more enlightened.
Yeah,
maybe that's the only condition. Yeah,
you're right, because that's implicit. This idea of coming back from the dead, or like basically coming back in your body. You've experienced death and you've come back from it, and that's also interesting because it becomes very key to the Christian narrative that Jesus died, but that he came back. And that's one of the reasons why Gnosticism is rejected, is because it implies that Jesus might not have died.
well, he walks in two worlds at the same time. So after he comes back from the dead, he's walking in two worlds. I mean, not died. Well, yeah, it depends how you phrase it, right? Like, Graham disappeared.
Probably just his internet. I'm sure I'll be back. Let's see. Oh, cool. Let's see. Sorry, I'm just messaging 420 Atheist because he said that he'd be on if we're still going. And that was a while ago. Anyway, so here we could start with this, and then when Graham comes back, because I'm sure he's watching if he's not already trying to get back. So it's interesting though, because there is this connection between like, and again, not this type of like, because there are a lot of people who I've talked to that they'll push back against this idea, like, oh, because they associate feminism with like basically they look at the furthest extreme, and it's kind of like, imagine if someone were to represent the people who want, like, I mean, here's a good example. Like, there's a lot of inequalities within the court system. Like, for instance, in America, women tend to get treated, much more leniently than men, which, on one hand is unequal justice for men, but also for women, because it implies that a woman can, commit a crime against another woman and they're less likely to be, considered a criminal. And so I think within that context, this idea of feminism as a restoring of the rights of women, rather than looking at it as, because this is something that me and Graham talk about a lot. And, I understand that everyone has their perspective, but like when people are talking about this idea of feminism being tied with Mashiach, it's talking about this like restoration of, the rights and the rights, both legal and spiritual, of women within our society. Anyway, welcome back, Graham.
Thanks.
Did you catch any of what I was saying?
Not a whole lot after that. I was catching Kara there, and one of the things that I wanted to comment was you're expressing similar to the idea that I was talking about, the idea of the channeling the Christ energy with the Jesus individual sort of connection, and the anointing being the triggering event there.
Interesting. But yeah, I was basically just talking about how, like, in this title, it says, the feminist upsurge before Mashiach. So it's this connection of feminism with Mashiach. Like I was explaining that it's like, in the same way that we're talking about like Lilith versus, Asherah before, it's this idea that, while there are these extreme forms, that it's this healthy form, that this restoration, rather than, this replacement, if that makes any sense, that's associated with this concept of Moshiach?
A rebirth. Yeah, oh, rebirth, birth. Feminine also connected through the ability to produce life, to give birth, and rebirth. Yeah, they're kind of connected.
And it echoes what one of the things that I think is that each one of those new ages is more of a resetting and a rebalancing between the two of them. Tag.
Okay, in the last class we spoke about gender confusion before Mashiach. Today I'd like to speak about feminism. Everything I'm saying is what I've heard from Rav Dan Segel and
Oh
other
dear
Gedolim.
Lord. Why do I have a feeling
And
this isn't what I was talking about?
it might be simple to you. It might be a chiddush. It might be innovation. So you'll let me know if you choose to do so. About I don't know how long the Chofetz Chaim lived. It's less than 100 years ago, right? There was a wonderful woman in the world that Hashem brought. A wonderful woman, Neshama into the world of Sarah Schneer, and she saw what was going on in the world, emancipation, if you would call it that, and she realized that something must be done about this, or else the Jewish females will be enticed by the tide of education and liberalism and will be pulled into the wrong places. So she realized that it was time to step up the education of Jewish women. Up until then, women had primarily been educated by their mothers, and they did an excellent job of that on the most part, right? To give over the Masera of Klal Yisrael from mother to daughter for thousands of years. This is how things worked. Women weren't so involved with
Giving over the Masorah, the tradition to was it? And he said Klal Yisrael. That's a community of Israel.
higher education necessarily. As one of my teachers, Rav Yirmiyah Kaganov, told me that his grandmother's Tillim was drenched with tears. Yeah, it was drenched with tears. And this was because the women were successfully transmitted the Masera that women have to know, the many, many things that women have to know in order to be successful Jewish mothers and wives and people, was given over in generation to generation successfully from Har Sinai until about 100 plus years ago. And then there was a tide of change in the world, as we mentioned in the last class. The world is changing as we get closer and closer to Mashiach. The world is changing, as Rabbi Chanan Wasserman writes in his Kuntres Ikvus and Mashiach. As the time gets closer and closer, things are going to speed up, right? It's like, the final hour, there's a sale going on, a clearance sale in the final hour, like everything must go. So the world is changing rapidly. And therefore, Sarah Schneer foresaw in her great wisdom and insights, the Jewish education of Jewish women must be stepped up. And her evaluation was verified by the Chofetz Chaim, right? It can be seen in letters that he wrote that Jewish women must be educated on a higher level. Okay, that was the first step. And this manifested itself in a number of ways. Amongst them, women entering the workplace. Yeah, women entering the workplace. Now, in the words of Rav Dan Segel, right? Why did this happen? Right? Why did this happen? So, okay, that's only Hashem knows. But for one reason is that had this change not taken place in the world, had not women become more active in taking an active role in society, right? We certainly would not be able to have the system today that exists with thousands and thousands of Avrechem were able to learn because their wives are helping them support themselves, which was probably, unheard.
So Usal raises a good question. This is kind of the response I have gotten from certain people, like, how are you defending this idea of Messiah? It's like, oh, you want the end of the world? And it's like, no, that's all Christian understandings of it. And obviously you do have Jewish understandings that have been mirrored off of that. But Usal said, could the Messianic age be relative? And in reality, it would be like ISIS controlling the land. sorry if it is a silly question and I'm just waking up. I mean, it's not a silly question. I think that's part of the reason why, like, basically, that's kind of like what the Christians are actually expecting. If you think about it, this idea of, like this, evil government that is going to oppress the people and force them to worship demons or whatever. Like, it's, and I mean, I think that that's definitely a concern if you have a government starting to be like, oh, we're going to bring the Moshiach. Start running the fuck away. Like, at the end of the day, what does that mean? And there's so many potential things that could mean. I don't even want to get into it just because that's a whole load of drama. But I do think that it's another thing to say that the actual idea of Moshiach, because no, like, and I mean, I guess, because look how some people interpret, lo yisa goyel goy charev, lo yilmedu od milchama. The nation shall not raise up sword against another nation. Never shall they learn war anymore. But the thing is, notice how it's not like people understand this. Oh, well, goy, it's saying the goyim, but no, it's not, because Israel's also referred to as a goy, as it's referred to as a goy kadosh, but not like, given there's also problematic things in that because it implies that other people aren't, or again, not necessarily because kadesh, it also can mean like separated or sanctified. So it doesn't have to mean that it's idea of like we're more holy than you. It's just we're holy to God, or we are holy like in this regard. But with so you're talking about the Maccabees. Yeah, they tried to recombine the priesthood and the kingship. That was a recipe for disaster. But yeah, I mean, I think that this idea of the nation shall not raise up sword against another nation, it's literally saying that the Messiah hasn't come until no one is fighting each other. It's this idea that people are in this completely different world, yet it's the same world, just a different paradigm.
I was going to say, you were hitting on some points there. It's like, I can't throw stones at anyone who wishes the problems of the current world would go away and we could have a world without these problems. The other aspect of it, it sounds like you're also trying to say that if you all of a sudden see a nation claiming this Messiah is their own pet Messiah and they're going to bring in a new age based off of that country, it sounds like you're a little suspicious of both that country and that Messiah. Tagging.
Yeah, I mean, I guess at the end of the day, it's kind of this idea that anyone who has to say they're the Messiah is not the true Messiah. And it's this idea that, I mean, it's almost like there's, certain psychedelics that when you're on it, certain things seem so obvious to the point where it's like, it's hard to explain, but it's almost like that type of shift in mindset. And it literally, I mean, for it sounds ridiculous, but think how much mindsets can shift after both tragedies and seeming miracles. I mean, like look at how the world I mean, just look at the past 100 years. The introduction of electricity has completely changed how we view our connection with time. Like, think about it. It used to be that after a certain point, you cannot go out. Nighttime is dangerous. Do not go out. Now, nighttime can be scary, but ultimately, you're not you're not limited to just being stuck with a torch,
Definitely.
Also, I'll be right back. I have to use the restroom, but y'all keep talking in the meantime.
Your turn, Kara.
Yeah, I kind of like everything I can say is speculative and not really based on knowledge of the Bible, or like interpretive. I'm thinking about the Messiah complex, and the idea that the history requires a Messiah when the kind of situation is getting way too heated. It's like this sort of Messiah is almost a scapegoat in a sense.
Well, that is one of the traditional interpretations, where he's the, that he is the scapegoat.
Yeah. Like the attributes of Messiah, he can be anointed, or if he experienced death, he becomes a Messiah after death. I'm thinking about the ways to anoint a person as a Messiah, anointment. How does that go?
Well, the sense that I get is the old anointing as a king in the traditional Jewish sense, and that's one of the ideas that Jesus was basically a rogue anointer and basically stole the recipe for the anointing oil and was doing it outside of the temple authorities, and therefore cutting into them and doing it that way. That's one interpretation. And a lot of where I'm getting at is it's sort of like, as I don't know if you've heard my explanation as to, I had to basically work through what Jesus was, which is where I came up with the idea of Christ energy and then the individual channeling that one. And the essence of the Christ is the essence of self-sacrifice, where you're putting yourself last and putting the other people first. And that kind of ties into what you were talking about with ego death, where you're basically, it's the death of the self, and then that's where the others come first, and that's sort of the Christ impulse. And that's where I have a lot of different Jesuses, and where we have a lot of them during the Roman age. And again, that's where I can kind of sign off, where Vespasian does, the whole Flavian concept, there's a lot to that one. It's definitely, I think that has to be part of the whole mix of the origin of Christianity. And it's, as I've talked about before, sort of my dynastic wave theory, where each dynasty and the Roman emperors were sort of Jesuses. And each of them sort of, because you had Julius Caesar had a lot of the sayings that were similar to what ended up being written in the Bible, those who are not against me are with me, the whole forgiving his enemies. And that's what happened, was the forgiven enemies, Brutus and Longinus, were the ones that ended up stabbing him and betraying him.
Yeah.
And it's like the one for me that sort of sealed it was when I was looking at it and I saw that, Longinus with the spear of Longinus, and he was the senator, and him and Brutus were the senators behind it. And then I saw that the centurion at the crucifixion was also Longinus with the spear, and it was like, and the one that it was like, man, this is just either a bad joke, but I gotta follow this thread into this rabbit hole. Was when I saw
correlation, right?
Here's the one where it was when I looked up the feast day for Saint Longinus, and each saint has a feast day. What do you think the feast day for Saint Longinus is?
No idea.
March 15th, the Ides of March.
Oh my God! In 6 days.
The same day Julius Caesar was stabbed. So you have the centurion stabbing the side, and his feast day is the same day as Julius Caesar was stabbed, and the feast day, and it's like, oh, this is just either a bad joke or they're hiding some truths here. So that's why I had to start investigating. And I haven't, it's been an interesting rabbit hole.
I'm thinking about the sense of discovery that comes with investigation. It's like kind of this scientific mind, inquisitive mind, have a lot of, let's say, treasure hunts in history. Like when you go, that's amazing. Kind of.
And sometimes you're wrong and you have to throw it out, but it's still fun when you put it together.
Well, Graham, like, is it really wrong when you can't prove it?
Well, it's wrong when you prove it wrong. I've had lots of
okay,
theories.
when it has flaws.
Yeah, no. I've had lots of theories I've had to trash over the years. That's the point is, if you're not willing to trash it, then you got to admit there you're not actually trying to find out what's right. You're just trying to support what you already did.
Oh, that's great. Yeah. You're trying to find proofs to your initially erroneous idea. Yeah.
Yeah, well, that goes with my best fit abductive logic approach. It's like I have an answer for everything. I just don't know if that's the right answer. And I know I'm wrong about a lot, but I don't know where I'm wrong because I think I'm right. And that's the point is I have to always be open that anything I say could be wrong unless I have like mathematical proof or, that sort of thing. And that's where, that's my approach. And it's one that I recognize. It doesn't work for a lot of people, but it's what I'm forced to with my autism.
I'm thinking about channeling Christ energy, let's say, that idea, because I hear a lot of those, like there are even bracelets, what would Jesus do? And Jesus would be the expression of the best, most humane solution to a situation. And channeling itself. So channeling, is it consulting your inner Jesus, or is it just removing your ego from the analysis just completely and acting out of the sense of goodness and just calling it channeling Jesus? But in reality, you just act without your own self-interest, like sort of you're behind the crowd, not in front of it.
No, you nailed it exactly. That's the sense of it. Is you're running on that. What is the best for everyone, and you're putting yourself aside as you're looking at that one, and then you're basically getting that energy from the good and just go in that sense. That's at least my idea of it.
Hey guys, I'll be right back in a second. I just need to finish something up real quick.
No worries, Ariel.
We have a good investigative conversation.
Absolutely. Well, it's always good conversations with you, Kara. You bring a lot to the table.
Thank you.
So, what do you guys think is like the I don't know, like in terms of your perception of like the idea of Messiah, like how? I mean, maybe this question is better for Graham, but how far back do you think it goes? Graham,
yeah, I'm thinking about Buddhism. So Krishna was, if I'm not mistaken, 600 years before Christ.
No, that's the Buddha. Buddha was 600 years. Yeah.
Buddha.
Krishna was at least another 1,000 before Buddha, if not many thousands before that.
Oh yeah, so Buddha was 600 years before, and then before that was Krishna. And I was wondering, do they play a role of a Messiah, though? Because Messiah comes at the moment when he most needed, and people, let's say, with Messiah complex are the people who claim they can save people, like save others from current situation, the false messiahs, let's say. But was actually Buddha the representation of Messiah?
I would say both of them pretty much fit the role in the East. A lot more Krishna than I would say Buddha was. Krishna's a better fit for the whole Messiah concept.
Yeah. So I remember that like I watched that when I was connected to fear. So I had a period of my life when I was really scared. and I went into YouTube research, and I watched animation about Krishna as a child, and so it almost seems like a superhero story. So as he was born, he was this playful child, and then demons came to kill him, and in the form of a snake, and he kills the snake, tries to bite him, but he bites the snake, and the snake dies. And like there are many other forms or attempts on Krishna's life, and I've watched that full of fear. and he's like, it's okay, there is nothing to fear, and I felt so good about it. And there, that sense of safety, because he showed the way. Even it's just, again, it's just a legend and the theory, but it definitely gives me a sense that he is fitting the Messiah profile.
No, I would say so. One of that kind of fits in one of my pithies, which is, in the long run, everything's okay. It's just a question of what okay looks like.
In the long run, the earth will be okay, regardless of us.
Oh, exactly. It was here long before I was. It'll be here long after I am.
All right, I'm almost back. Just like 1 minute. So, what are y'all's takes on this video so far? I mean, whether it's just the name or the idea.
The video of the feminist upsurge before Moshiach?
Yeah.
That one? I'm still waiting until he comes to the point. So far, he just tells the history of women being educated by their mothers and passing on to knowledge from grandmother to daughter, and so on, which I kind of find beautiful. I still like I don't think one should exclude the other. And then on top of that, if you would add the possibility of higher education or like academic sort of education, like both of them combined together plus choice, let's say if they choose to, they have this option. It sounds like progress to me.
No, I was going to say it's hitting on some of the stuff that I've been investigating, and some of that is basically, I've mentioned it before about how we have this untapped women's traditions which were never written down, and that sounds like what they're talking about in here is it was starting to become written down and more traditional to the education during this time period. And a lot of this ties into what I would call of the rise of female consciousness in general, which started in about the 1700s. And it tied into a lot of the rise of the mechanical printing press and a lot of the, innovations that both relieved the work of women and would aid for education. And one of the things I've been saying for a while is what we need for the future world is basically feeling men and thinking women, because male's primary, their orientation is more thinking. So they need to bring their feeling into play. And women, they're much more feeling centered, and they need to be able to adjust and think. And those, basically that I see as the Hyros Gamos, and that's where the meeting in the middle needs to happen. Tagging out on that.
Sorry, I'm coming back now.
I'm thinking about the idea of when you mix both two. If men and women kind of spend more, like I touched on the idea of friendship. Can men and women be friends? And they're like, no. Men and women cannot be friends because they are so opposite. And then if so I have a male friend and I spend time with him and I have a problem and he gives me his, let's say, very masculine perspective on a problem, and I have aha moment and I'm surprised I learned something. And the more time I spend with him, the more prone to, let's say, different way of thinking. Like I do believe women also think have this idea, but like they think differently. Let's say if their thinking is similar or like that level of understanding, it doesn't mean I become masculine because I spend time with men. It means I understand men more and I become wiser therefore. And the same with him. He hears my opinion on a situation and he's like, aha, oh, that's way different than what I was thinking. So I do believe, Graham, that to make men more feeling or women more thinking, like it's like, let's say we just naming it this way, but it's just the idea behind those phrasing is more complex. Like I know what you mean, basically. It's for men and women to spend time together and exchange ideas, or at least not judge it, because I find out that in very Christian traditions right now, men and women spending time together leads to suspicion, defamation, like basically loss of reputation, just by mere implication. So that was also a big surprise to me. Kind of like it's logical, but it's like, God damn it.
Well, it's one of the things that, again, you sound very similar to me here, Kara, and it's something that I've come to later in life, and it's part of my trying to finally understand genders, and I hate to say it, in 60 it's kind of a little late to try to figure that out, but hey, better late than never, is the idea of, I always found it silly about how in old movies or books or things like that, it seemed like all of a sudden, if you left a man and woman together alone, all of a sudden the clothes came off and they were having sex. And it was like, Jesus Christ, did nobody have any control? And what I realize is, no, they actually didn't in the past. They were so overwhelmed by that situation, they just couldn't. It was almost like a pull that they couldn't resist. And the idea that that people can say, hey, men and women can just talk and be friends and they don't have to, go into that one necessarily, is kind of a new modern concept that, trying to interpret past stories, I sit there and realized, oh, it actually was different in the past. Tag and see if that makes sense to you guys.
Yeah, it makes sense, but it's hilarious how actually there was a pastor who was talking about his hanging out with his sister in a coffee house, and then people who knew the pastor and knew that pastor is married seen pastor with another woman and were like giving him angry, suspicious looks. And then the pastor felt obliged to go and explain himself to the people, like, okay, listen, guys, that's my sister. And I was, why? What if pastor would be hanging out with another guy? Like, would it be a reaction? And again, Christians would explain to me, no, that's the implication. Implication, suspicion in itself sometimes equals condemnation, equals already the punishment. So if you already suspected, you have to be punished already. And what some of the men told me, that they are not, like if they see a woman going into the elevator, they would not go with that woman unless it's their sister or a wife. And I was like, why are you so scared? Perhaps perhaps it might be in order to preserve traditions. So if men and women would find it normal to spend time together in a conversation, somehow the traditions would get ruined. The roles would, maybe women would become super masculine, which is anyway happening.
Well,
I'm
it's
just
the
exploring that.
old saying that I always heard was the appearance of impropriety is an impropriety. And a lot of this ties back to, Caesar getting his divorce. I want to say it was from Pompeia, with his statement of Caesar's wife must be above reproach. And it's the idea of it's the public reputation that they're trying to preserve, regardless of the actual events going on. It's what people think is going on that they're trying to play to. And it's not something I agree with, because you're trying to basically cater to other people's worst perceptions. I'm just signing off that I recognize that's the phenomenon at work here. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm. Let's get on with the video, though.
Heard of on such a mass level to have women in the workplace before the feminism came into the world. So we see that every single movement that exists, right, there's a reason for it, and there's a reason it's happening. And as the Quran Yavama says, that everything that Hashem does, in the end of the day, it's happening for the sake of Klal Yisrael. It's happening for the sake of somehow connecting with the Jewish people. And this is what Rav Don Segel told me, and other Gedolim have also concurred with this world outlook, is that the big increase in feminism was for the purpose of Torah being spread. As Rav Shach said, after the Holocaust, he wanted 2 generations of just complete Torah, completely being immersed in Torah, to rebuild the Olam HaTorah after the Holocaust, right? Anyone who's familiar with the literature, if we could call it that, with the Svarim that existed post-World War II, right? You learn the tshuvas of Chaim Ozer, you learn the tshuvas of Rabbi Akiva Eger, you see the Sefer Chavetz Chaim and the writings of the Chavetz Chaim. You see that the level of Gaonis, right? Sometimes you learn these Svaras, you learn the Svarim of the rugged shepherd, It's like almost you want to.
So Gaonis, Gaon means like pride, but it not within this bad. It can be used within a bad context, but it could also mean like being proud, but like in a righteous sense, like that you have something to be proud of.
Cry because we're just so many light years away from this level of erudition that existed post-war. And almost sometimes you learn these svaras, you learn the svarim of the rugged shepherd, It's like almost you want to cry because we're just so many light years away from this level of erudition that existed post-war. And it needed to be rebuilt. All the Torah needed to be rebuilt. And of course, for a man to be studying Torah, especially in today's generation, in the times of the Chavetz Chaim, so they would live in like abject poverty, right? With the simplest things. Someone came to the Chavetz Chaim's house who had one small table, a few chairs. They lived on bread and maybe with like a little drop of something else to put on it, right? Shlomo Zalman Auerbach writes that for breakfast, this family had an egg. The whole family of, I don't know, was 9, 10 people. They split one egg. You can't really get away with that anymore in today's society because the world is very, very different. And therefore, there has to be a breadwinner, right? If the man's going to be learning Torah all day, so then how is the bread going to be won? How's the bread going to be won? And okay, there's a cold check, but we're not talking about massive amounts of money, right? If you can give a break in Yerushalayim $1,000 a month, then you're considered to be a very generous Rosh Kol. And so what do you do? What do you do? So HaKadosh Baruch Hu set up the world that women would be taking a different role in society. They would be more in the forefront and more in the working world. And this was an important step in the perpetuation of Torah, rebuilding, as Rav Shach said, rebuilding the Olam of Torah after it had been destroyed almost. Baruch Hashem wasn't completely destroyed, but it took a major, major hit with World War II. As I said, anybody who's familiar with the Sfarim, with the Rabbanim, with the Goinim that existed then, it's almost mind-boggling. The Yeridas Hadoros has taken place in the past 100 years, but Hashem doesn't let the Torah disappear, and Baruch Hashem, it goes on, it continues, and we still have the Torah, we still have the Torah. V'chazak v'amatz to all the women who are out there and helping Torah be spread, right? And taking that initiative, right? And it doesn't just mean the wives of Abraham, not at all. No, it means the wives of men who are working and koveitim b'Torah. Every one is an avrech. It's a big mistake that people make. Right? Rashi says in last week's parsha, avrech is an av b'chachma rach b'shanim. Right? Avrech. Right, Avrech, he brings another shot over there, but a Yungaman, everybody is a Yungaman. The only question is how much does he learn and how much is he occupied with other things, right? A man who works all day long, he has an hour at night, he sits down with his krusa and turns off his phone and just learns straight. This is Talmud Torah, right? This is Talmud Torah at its best. Yeah? Zerashi in I believe it's Zvachim Menachos, I don't remember, unfortunately, but he implies that if a person is learning all their free time, it's like they're learning the whole day. Even when they're doing other things, it's like they're learning the entire day. So whether it be the women who are working for their husbands or in coal, whether it be women who are working or housewives, and they're encouraging their husbands to go and learn, whether it's the women who are attending shir themselves, or even maybe listening to the shir, whoever it might be, right? The women of Tafshin, Pei Gimel, right? It's a different world today, and Hashem has opened up the Otchos of Shemaim, the treasure houses of heaven, and sent down special treasure houses. And Hashem has opened up the Otchos of Shemaim, the treasure houses of heaven, and sent down a special hashpah of Torah today that women are connected to, whether it be shirim, whether it be the ability to be a partner in their husband's Torah, and chazak v'amatz to all the Jewish women who are on board with this, and they should have the greatest strength and the greatest success and the greatest bracha in their lives. Amen.
That was interesting. I feel like he kind of he was very skimming it, not really going fully into it. But there's some really interesting stuff in terms of this idea of women in Torah.
Definitely.
Oh, this is. Let's see. Here, this should be good. Oh God, please tell me this guy isn't. I'm gonna have to look this up.
Welcome to the Jewish Q&A. Our question today is, will we have a sign who is the real Mashiach or Messiah, the real son of David? Is there a sign that he's there, that he is him? It's a very interesting question and a very important question. Even though, to tell you the truth, right now it really doesn't matter. But the Jewish people long so much to know Hashem, and Hashem should be revealed, God should be revealed, that all they want is to know who will be the one that will lead us into that new era of the third Beit HaMikdash, and we'll bring back the sacrifices, and the Shekhinah will be revealed again in an open way.
You hear that? That's a key point.
The one that will lead us into that new era of the third Beit HaMikdash, and we bring back the sacrifices, and the Shekhinah will be revealed again in an open way. It's really amazing. So who will be that man? What will he reach? To answer the question, who is the Mashiach? Who is he? I have to give you a small introduction from the secrets of the Torah. Every human being's soul has 5 parts. Nefesh is the lowest. Above that is Ruach, which comes from the world of Yetzirah. Above that is Neshama, which comes from the world of Beri'ah. And above that is Chaya, which comes from the world of Atzilut. And above Atzilut, the Chaya is the last part of the soul called Yechida, or the individuality, the individual spark. That comes from the world, and we're not allowed to say his name. It's a very high-level world. It's called Ak. In short, we call it Ak. Every human being, to not come back in a reincarnation, has to fulfill 613 mitzvot and learn all parts of the Torah and each part of his soul. Nefesh, Ruach, Neshama, Chaya, Yechida. Most people, they don't finish even the Nefesh in one reincarnation. The Nefesh is the hardest to fix. Above that is the world of Ruach. Some people reach Ruach. Sometimes it takes a couple of reincarnations, sometimes no, but many people can reach Ruach. The world of Ruach is the world of Talmud Torah. Talmud Torah connected to Torah. Also known as the world of Malachim. Above the world of Ruach is Neshama. Very few people have reached Neshama. That's the world of Bria, or we also call it the world of the Kisei HaKavod, God's throne, which is an esoteric term. It's not really what you think it is. Above the world of Neshama, very few people, we could count them literally, have reached the world of Chaya or Atzilut, part of the soul called.
So, sorry, let me just go back a bit because I was kind of zoned out. I was just responding to something real quick. And we can break this down piece by piece.
Parts of the Torah, and every human being, to not come back in a reincarnation, has to fulfill 613 mitzvot and learn all parts of the Torah and each part of his soul. Nefesh, Ruach, Neshama, Chaya, Yechida. Most people, they don't finish even the Nefesh in one reincarnation. The Nefesh is the hardest to fix. Above that is the world of Ruach.
So the Nefesh is associated with that's kind of interesting because I thought the Nefesh would be associated specifically with one's body. So you'd think you would have, unless that's what it's talking about, basically people are unable to kind of escape from their own body, or kind of that they're just stuck within this. Basically, they just see their body as nothing more than themselves, whereas they don't view spirit. I don't know if that makes any sense.
That was the exact sense I was getting out of him, and a lot of what I'm grokking on here is parallels between this and the Egyptian concepts of soul. It's not a one-to-one, but it seems similar. Tag and see what Kara has to think.
I'm still thinking about the world of Ruach, but the body one, I still, I again connected to ego somehow, that part, the one of body.
I would say ego is a level higher because ego is more of a self-importance. Body is much more, I see much more of that pleasure, that lower level even than ego.
Hedonistic.
Yeah.
Or how are they connected to kind of so again, speculation, chakra parts. The lowest one, yeah?
Yeah, no, now you're hit.
No?
Oh, I was going to say, go ahead, Ariel.
I mean, I don't personally, I don't know. You'd have to look at when these develop, and you also have to look at it, in context with, the Vedic traditions. But the thing that I was going to say here, though, is that, in terms of the, hedonistic or basically instinctual stuff, that's associated with the nefesh, like I'm trying to think. I forget exactly how it's called, but basically it's like the animal soul, the nefesh chaya, maybe. I'm not 100% sure, but it's basically this idea of like the animal soul, and it's like basically animals have souls, and even trees have souls, but trees like plants souls are like a step down from animal souls, and animal souls are considered a step down from human souls. And then you have this idea that like to be in covenant with God, and again, it's not like exclusively Jews. I mean, some people would probably apply this like, oh, you have to be Jewish in order for this to apply to you. But at the end of the day, I really think that you could just transfer this to like, say you're a different tradition. Then you basically there's this idea of nefesh elokit or nefesh like the godly soul. And so at the end of the day, I mean, again, if you're viewing it as there's only one God, then you're going to view it, well, unless you follow that one God, you don't have that. So it's not this idea of like supremacy of like a bloodline or something, because some people could try and read it that way and it'd be disgusting, but that's not what it means. It's this idea of basically following God's commandments. But the thing is that, say you follow a different tradition, then technically you have you could argue you have the nefesh elokit of that God. But again, if it's all like the one in the many, then it doesn't really matter, because as long as you're connecting to a higher power, there is this idea, whether it's the idea of like the nefesh elokit of Yahweh, or whether it's just, the godly soul of whatever God you worship. I don't know. It's like it's definitely, very heterodox from what people would. Oh, take care of us all. Have a good one.
Yep. No, building on what you were saying, Kara. Yeah, I definitely see it tying in with the whole chakra thing. That's one of the areas I explored in my comparative spirituality, where I found a lot of. I extracted a generic system from basically the Kabbalistic tree of life, the chakra system, and then also more of the Taoist, the Dantan system and all of that one, and sort of like kind of wedded them all together into something that I've been building off of the last few years. I'll share some of that with you via,
It's awesome. I wanted to say I will go through the Book of Tao again. I will do videos again, but I also on Awakening from the Meaning Crisis server, I got the position to start my own kind of book club discussion, so I can get you there as well.
Where is this?
Awakening. It's for Awaken server. Yeah. So it's like it's
the Vravaki stuff.
Yeah. Yes, the Vravaki stuff. Sure. I mean, I'm anyway exploring the Tao again. I read it, and it's I have a nice link of it's for free. 5 translation of the Tao side by side by chapters. It's like it takes that little bit. And so what we do with a friend, we used to do 2 years ago videos just discussing it chapter by chapter, and I'm planning to go back into it. I grew, so I gathered more knowledge. It will be interesting. My English is better. It's funny how it gets so difficult linguistically to express exactly what I mean, and then people will anyway project a different meaning onto the thing I was trying to aim at. It's so kind of funny.
Oh, I know the feeling.
Yeah.
I mean, different context, but I do know the feeling.
Misunderstanding.
So let's continue.
Some people reach Ruach. Sometimes it takes a couple of reincarnations, sometimes no, but many people can reach Ruach. The world of Ruach is the world of Talmud Torah. Talmud Torah Keneged Kulam. Also known as the world of Malachim. Above the world of Ruach is Nishama.
So Talmud Torah means studying Torah.
Very few people have reached Nishama. That's the world of Bria, or we also call it the world of the Kisei HaKavod, God's throne, which is an esoteric term. It's not really.
It's also connected kind of with that more like maternal energy. It's also associated with water.
What you think it is. Above the world of Nishama, very few people, we could count them literally, have reached the world of Chaya or Atzilut, part of the soul called Chaya, the world of Atzilut. Now, Chaya, which comes from Atzilut, is also broken into its own Nefesh, Ruach, Neshama, Chaya, Yechida. So, for example, there's Nefesh of Chaya, or Nefesh of Atzilut, Ruach of Atzilut, Neshama of Atzilut, Chaya of Atzilut, and Yechida of Atzilut.
Wait, what?
There's also broken into its own Nefesh, Ruach, Neshama, Chaya, Yechida. So, for example, there's Nefesh of Chaya, or Nefesh of Atzilut, Ruach of Atzilut, Neshama of Atzilut, Chaya of Atzilut,
Okay, I
Yechida
understand.
of Atzilut. The Nefesh of Atzilut, Eliyahu Hanavi and Nadav and Avihu, they had the merit of reaching to that level. The level of Ruach da Atzilut, Yosef HaTzadik and Chanoch ben Yered,
Enoch,
who ended up as the angel Matat, also reached that level. The level of Neshama of Atzilut, only one man that we know of has reached that, Moshe Rabbeinu. Above that, no one has ever reached Chaya and Yechida of Atzilut. The sign that we will know who is Mashiach, that man will reach Chaya and Yechida, the highest parts that come from Atzilut. That means he will reach the whole Chaya. No one has done that in the history of the world. People have gotten close, like David, Moshe, Daniel, but nobody has ever reached that high individuality, that Chaya and Yechida of Atzilut. So you're telling me very nice things. So how will we know that he hasn't? So the answer is as such. I'm going to tell you with a story. I'm going to answer your question with a story. Unfortunately, because of this Mashiach fervor, Mashiach fever that we have, especially in our generation, since we're so close to the year 6000, many people made themselves the Mashiach, the Messiah. Fake Messiahs. The most famous one, is, we all know, is the father of Christianity. He didn't come along and said he's the
I wasn't even thinking.
God.
I was actually thinking Shabbatai Tzvi, but I guess, yeah, within the Jewish context, technically Jesus does apply.
At first. In fact, Christianity
I was going to Shabbatai Tzvi as well.
According to some.
Yeah, but for different, well, some people would argue for the same reasons, but I think that it's a bit more complex than that.
No, I see his point. It's just one of those. That was my initial thought as well, Ariel.
Yeah.
Historian 70, according to others, 300 years after his death, was Paul of Tarsus. So he didn't even say that he was a god or a trinity, whatever the case is. We don't want to get into that right now. But he was the most famous false messiah. And the reason why he's a false messiah, because the world was not brought into a new era. In fact, just the opposite. It was brought into more bloodshed and more death and things that, I don't want to say, almost a decimation of a nation, namely the Jewish people. First Crusade, Second Crusade, Spanish Inquisition. When people say, well, how come the Jews were always kicked out of all the countries? Well, there's your answer. Another very famous false messiah was called Shabbatai Tzvi, Shem Resha'im Yirkav. This man was an Ashkenazi Jew. He lived. Another very famous false messiah was called Shabbatai Tzvi.
Wait, what's he talking about? He wasn't.
He was not famous. If you have to Google him.
Wait, what are you talking about?
Is that another very famous false messiah? And I was like, was he famous though?
No, he was. But the interesting point is he's saying that he's Ashkenazi, but no, he was half Ashkenazi, half Sephardi. I'll bet you that this guy is, I don't know. It's weird that you would point out that he was Ashkenazi, because I'm guessing this guy's Gadayev. Wait, Gadayev?
Gadayev? Russian surname.
Yeah, but there's only one thing about that. So he's probably Bukharian. So the Bukharian Jews, they're not Ashkenazi, but they are Russian, because Bukhara and like Uzbekistan and all those former Soviet states, they came under the rule. And so because of that, because of this need to administer to people who had a different basically, you have like people who maybe they were known as like Ben Gad or like or Ben Naphtali, or maybe their names were even just Naphtali, but it gets turned into Russian. So so God becomes Gadayev. I'm trying to think what else is there. There's apparently, so one of my friends, their last name is Aminov, and apparently it's derived from Benyamin Aminov. And then you have
Vinyaminov. Okay, it's a famous kind of.
And then you also have like Isakharov. You have I'm trying to think. What else would there be? Like Leviev. You have
Leviev is actually lion. Like Lev is a lion, and Leviev would be like a lion, kind of ending to a surname. I guess.
Interesting, but
Leviev is lion. Yeah.
It's interesting because so Lev in Hebrew is heart, but there's this idea of like the heart of a lion.
Oh,
lion heart. I don't know.
Isn't Ariel a lion of God?
So I was actually talking about this with Wahid, I think, or it might have been after. But so Ariel actually doesn't mean lion of God; it means lioness of God, and so it's probably an epithet of Asherah.
Oh, okay.
Which is kind of apt because you could argue that I was, depending on how you look at it, I was either doomed or blessed from the beginning to be on this journey. Oh, shoot. Graham keeps dropping. He must have a weak connection right now. Well, hopefully he'll be back soon, but we can continue for now.
Ooh. He lived in what was known today as Istanbul. His parents migrated from Europe.
This guy doesn't know what he's talking about. He was from Smyrna, not from
Istanbul.
Yeah, and not just that, but his parents didn't come from. His parents didn't come from Europe or from Eastern Europe. They came from. I'm pretty sure they were from like Spain or from like somewhere that would because his parent, at least one of his parents was came from the Spanish Inquisition.
From Eastern Europe to Istanbul. Turkey is kind of half Europe, half Asia. And as a young boy, he was known as a prodigy, a genius, a Jewish genius. By the age of 15, he was already giving his own lectures in Gemara to the rabbis of the city. By the age of 19, the man he knew all of Kabbalah, everything. By the age of 20, he was already using what we call Kabbalah Ma'asit, or practical Kabbalah, to create fictional or real miracles. People believed him. When I say people believed him, I'm putting it mildly, because he was able to con the whole Jewish world. If anybody knows a little bit about Jewish law, there was one big rabbi called the Taz, Rav David Segal, Zecher Tzadik Livracha. He's in every book of Code of Jewish law. Rav David Segal, he was in Europe, and he wanted to know, is this guy the real Messiah? He was excited, as any of us would be. Many of the rabbis believed him, unfortunately. So he sent his son and his stepson to Turkey to see, is this guy for real or not? Because they heard some weird things, that he celebrated Sukkot on Pesach and so on and so forth. He did all three Jewish holidays on the same day. So he wanted to know, is this guy real or not? So he sends his son and his stepson, and they make it to Turkey. And really, they see this guy is a genius. They want to hear Zohar. They want to read Mishnah, Gemara, Poskim, Halacha, Kabbalah Masid, anything the guy says he knows. Okay? After a week of staying with him, it was Tisha B'Av that time. He told them to eat on Tisha B'Av. There's no point of fasting anymore. And the night of Av, the day of the Korban, he said, don't eat. I'm here. I'm a Mashiach up here. They ate on Tisha B'Av. They believed him. The son of the Taz, they believed him. As they were leaving, they said, could you give us a sign? Could you help us out with something so we will know that, we will tell the people that you're the real one? He said, what would you like? He asked them. So they said, we have a very big priest, Komer. in our town back in Europe, and he does the Jews tzarot, pogroms, this, that, blood libels. Could you help us out? Do one of your Kabbalah Ma'asit. Shabbatai Tzvi thought a little bit. He bent down. There was a radish in the garden. He rips off the radish from the floor, from the ground, and he says, "As I ripped out this radish, so may this man be ripped away from the Jewish people." They wrote the time down. They head back to Europe, and when they come back, they hear, "What happened, guys? What happened?" They told him. Say, "What happened? He did that thing with the priest. Did he really, something happened to him?" He says, "Yeah, he really died." What day? They write the time, exact time. They run to their father, the Taz, Rav David Segal, the great Taz, one of the great Jewish luminaries in the world ever to live. "Father, Rebbe, do you know he's the real one?" So the Taz says, "Could you prove it to me?" "Well, the real Mashiach, please stand up, So they said, "Yes, he did this. He took the radish out." The Taz thought for a second. He said, "Now I know he's the fake Mashiach." Shocked. "What do you mean? We're telling you he did a Nes Galui." He said, "Boys, listen to me. The sign that Mashiach is Mashiach, he won't need to do any form of movement or action to do miracles. He could smell who's right and who's wrong. Beruach apav yamit rasha. He won't need to do any form of action because he will reach the level of chaya and yichida avatzilut." And that is the same reason why the rabbis said that Bar Kokhba was not the Messiah too. Because they said he's not in the level of the Ruach Apavia Mitrasha. And that is the sign of the real Mashiach. Not crazy miracles, not crazy things. Just Beruach Apav, just by thinking, just by seeing, he'll be able to do everything because he will reach the level of singularity of Yechidah. I hope you enjoyed this video. Please subscribe and share. Thank you very much.
Interesting.
I was thinking about how tough the crowd is. Like you're trying to be a messiah, and they're like, "No, you did not reach the highest level." So,
And I was going to say, my reaction was I agreed with the rabbi and the prime.
Yeah.
Aww.
What did he drop again?
Yes. I agreed with the rabbi. Boom.
Yeah, though
What was that video?
So I think that there is something to that because it's like at the end of the day, I mean, for one, it almost seems like the Messiah won't need to make it known that they're Messiah because, but then here's also the thing: the Messiah is like the one who ushers in the Messianic age or the revelation, but at the end of the day, it's understood as being connected with God. And also, there's another thing that when Jews say God, they're not talking about, this I mean, given some definitely are, but like implicit with the word God in Judaism is that half of God is feminine. And so, like, again, I think that you can even view this like there are some people who view like the feminine essential, and technically you actually could view the Shekhinah as given, not like the Satan or this idea of like, but actually, this is kind of one of the interesting things because Satan just means opposer, and the word that describes Eve compared to Adam is his Ezer Kenegdo, but basically that he's her Ezer Kenegdo, that they're supposed to be helpers in opposition to each other. Now, it's not just like opposing, like, "Oh, I'm not going to do what you say." It's more this idea of like, "Well, are you sure about that? What about this?" And it's this idea of dialogue, and that any relationship needs dialogue, that you can't just have like, "Oh, I'm going to go along with everything you say," because that's an abusive relationship.
Mm-hmm. I always like that conversation. There is a book called Master and Margarita by Mikhail Bulgakov. And in there, Satan talks to one of the apostles of Jesus. And the apostle asks Satan, I despise that you exist. I wish you never existed. And then Satan looks at him and says, what would your light be if there would be no shadow? Your light would be meaningless. Because only in shadow you will know how to appreciate the light.
Oh, wow. So that actually reminds me of this. So I was reading through a bit of this with Wahid, but so I was actually working on this before I went live. So this is, have you ever read the Apocryphon of John?
No, I definitely didn't. I'm very much illiterate. So Graham?
No, that one I have read. That's one of the more important of the Gnostic texts.
So here, let's read through it.
Oh, I did have a did I get out my rant on the previous one? Because
no, you didn't. You agreed with the rabbi.
Yeah, it's one of those where I agreed with him, but my takeaway on it was that the reason it wasn't was when they got back there and found that the guy had died. Because to me, the Mosaic, they would have gone back and found that the guy would have become the best friend to the Jewish people. And that would be more of the solution for the Mosaic as opposed to the guy dying.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. I agree with you there. So, let's see. So, here, I'm going to just read the text from it, not the. Oh, wait, let's see. Greek psychology and philosophy, Platonism, for example, posited a system in which the mind is linked to the divine, and the divine is said to be mind. So this idea of the nous, the divine nous. Accordingly, the secret book of John, or the Apocryphon of John, employs a series of Greek terms relating to the word mind, nous, in order to describe the career of the divine and the creator of the cosmos. The account describes the invisible spirit or mind extending itself through a thought, enoia, a forethought, pronoia, until it achieves an enlightened state of mind, nous, and a spiritual fullness, pleroma. Alas, a loss of wisdom, Sophia, brings about mindlessness, apanoia. The restoration of thought is finally accomplished through the expression of divine afterthought, epinoia. The following cast of principal characters emerges in the mythic account of the secret book of John. The father of all, called the One, the invisible virgin spirit. The divine mother, forethought of all, Barbello, called mother father, first human, Holy Spirit, and triple male. And this is what he was talking about, this idea that she becomes manifest as, holy crap. So that's interesting because the isosophy of Jesus, and again, it's possible that this was basically just the name of people trying to, claim to be Messiah, or that the person who would be the Messiah is named that, but basically this idea of that Jesus in Greek, it does equal 888. And the whole motif of the Messiah is kind of built off of Eshmun, who is the 8th. So you have something there. He's also the divine child. But not within, actually, no, not within this context. He's divine in the context of being, no, actually, I might be mixing that up. But anyway, so the divine child, the self-conceived, the anointed, the four heavenly luminaries, Harmozel, Oriel, Davethai, and Eleleth. Afterthought, a heavenly aeon, sent as a revealer with connections to forethought, Sophia and Eve. Geradamus, Adam the stranger. So that's Adamas Ger, and Ger means stranger, the heavenly human. Seth, heavenly son of Geradamas, whose offspring are the Sethian Gnostics. Sophia, divine wisdom from among the aeons. Yaldabaoth, also called Saklas. So Saklas means fool. Samael means the poison or the drug of God. Child of Sophia. So here, this is this idea that the devil, like the devil, or what people understand as the devil, is the son of Sophia, or the son of basically Asherah, but also her and God. And this is understood within a Christian Gnostic context as referring to Yahweh. So Yaldabaoth means the child of chaos. Arrogant first ruler and creator of this world, so that's how he's the creator of this world, but he's not the highest God. That's how the Gnostics understood it. Authorities, powers, archons, rulers, angels, demons, lackeys of Yaldabaoth. So then you have Adam and Eve, Noah, Moses, Yahweh and Elohim, sons of Yaldabaoth and Eve. Interesting. So they said that, yeah, it's so confusing. Sons of Yaldabaoth and Eve, also called Cain and Abel. What? The Savior, fourth order, Jesus, John, son of Zebedee, a student of Jesus and the supposed author or editor of the secret book of John, and the offspring or seed of Seth, the unshakable race. And Shet means like foundation or unshakable. So let's see, where is it? Okay. One day when John, the brother of James, the sons of Zebedee, went up to the temple, it happened that a Pharisee named Arimanios called. Is this a reference to Ahriman, you think?
Do you think it's actually could not be?
Let's see. 4. The name recalls the evil Zoroastrian deity Ahriman. Yep. Came up to him and said to him, "Where is your teacher whom you followed?" I said to him, "He has returned to the place from which he came." The Pharisee said to me, "This Nazarene has deceived you badly, filled your ears with lies, closed your mind, and turned you from the traditions of your parents." Interesting. So it's like, it's basically, it's positioning this Pharisee as basically the devil. It's interesting. When I, John, heard this, I turned away from the temple and went to a mountainous and barren place. I was distressed within, and I said, "How was the Savior selected? Why was he sent into this world by his Father? Who is his Father who sent him? To what kind of eternal realm shall we go?" Oh, shoot, did Cara leave? Oh, maybe she...
Yeah, she said she had to go.
Oh, okay. Oh, dang, I didn't see. Well, take care, Cara. Yeah, she didn't want to interrupt me. That was nice.
Yeah. Good to see you again, Cara, as always.
So the Pharisee said, "Oh, okay, where is it? How is this? Okay, yeah. To what kind of eternal realm shall we go? And what was he saying when he told us, this eternal realm to which you go is modeled after the incorruptible realm?" What do you think that means? But he did not teach us what kind of realm that one is. At the moment I was thinking about this, look, the heavens opened, all of creation under heaven lit up, and the world shook. I was afraid and whoa, I just thought about something. You know that whole like motif of like the heavens opening up? Like, like the clouds open up, like that motif I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Also, yeah, take care, Cara. But yeah, so you could almost read it as like, here, let me see if I can find a video of that real quick. Also, I found another really interesting thing we could watch that I think this is perfectly connected, but here, what on earth? Okay, so let's see. Heaven opening up. Let's see. I don't even know how I'm going to find. Okay, I mean, you can kind of see it here. Let's see. So, like, this whole motif of the clouds, almost like within this almost oval shape. I mean, it almost seems like it might be referring to this idea of, the Messiah coming. Oh, the idea of the Messiah. There's some feedback, I think. But the idea that the Messiah is going to come in the clouds, it might actually be referring to the birth, not to the return. You see what I'm saying? This idea of a divine birth in the heavens. Like almost that the breach in the clouds from which the Messiah comes is actually the womb of the goddess. You see what I'm saying? Graham?
No, I hear exactly what you're saying. I was coming up with a different image. Have you seen that basically it's that heavenly host shot up to heaven where it's like concentric rings going upwards?
That's what I'm talking about.
Okay. Yeah, no, definitely. Because that was the image that I was getting. One of the cognates there is, have you seen that same picture looking back into time, where you have the galaxies and stuff from a astronomy sense?
What do you mean?
If you, I don't know how to Google for it right now, but I've seen it where they've done the galaxies, and it's a similar sort of look going backwards towards the Big Bang in time.
Yeah, we'll probably have to talk about this later because I'm not able to really conceptualize it.
Let me go ahead and you start talking. I'll see if I can find something.
All right, cool. So, yeah, in the meantime, we can start with this. Here, let's see. One moment. Here.
This is 21st century Reformation at 2-1.
I mean, here, like, you can literally see it here.
This is
like, given it's not the perfect parallel, but
it's 21st century Reformation.
This idea of like the swirl in the clouds, it also this idea of the swirling or the trembling. That's also how it refers to the birth of Sophia herself. So, like, I think that there's something here that this idea of like, and I mean, think about it this way: if the Messiah is I think you could almost argue that the Messiah is the Shekhinah versus like the Ruach HaKodesh, like basically this idea of the Holy Spirit, but then the Shekhinah is this actual manifestation on earth. You see what I'm saying? So the birth of the Shekhinah or the rebirth is going to happen like within the clouds in a sense, but like that's not how people would probably take it. But anyway.
Information at 21stcr.org.
Sophia is the Greek word
CR Reformation at 21stcr.org.
Sophia is the Greek word for wisdom. And one of the things I was studying for a long period of time is that wisdom is a personified figure throughout Jewish literature, especially literature in the Second Temple period. And it seems that the New Testament writers seem to have taken this understanding that wisdom is a personification of God and his attributes, and they began to speak about Jesus in terms of this wisdom. And so I tried to trace it, and I think that at least the argument that I'm going to make is that if we better understand how wisdom was used in Jewish literature, we could better understand some of the difficult passages like John 1 or Colossians 1, 1 Corinthians 8:6, Hebrews 1:3. And I'm going to make the argument that they're drawing from this wealth of literature, and helping us understand that may help us to better explain these passages to other people, or help us to be a little bit more content with it. So here we go. So we're talking about Jesus and Sophia, which is an examination of how the New Testament uses the motif of Lady Wisdom in Christological passages. It is Lady Wisdom because Sophia, when it gets personified, gets feminine pronouns used with it there. It doesn't mean that it's a female any more than the logos when it is used with masculine pronouns as a male. It's just when you personify something, you ascribe gender to it there. That's the way that personifications work. So what we're going to do here, we're going to do three things. Number one, we're going to examine how Lady Wisdom has developed from Proverbs, the latest non-biblical source of First Enoch. I think chronologically, those are how the books are written. Then we're going to engage the four New Testament texts, and then we'll summarize and draw some conclusions. So buckle up. Here we go. All right. First thing we're going to look at is Proverbs. I'm not going to get into the issues of dating of Proverbs here, but this is the first time where you get this aspect of wisdom being personified. And so I got a couple of scriptures here, mostly quoted out of the New American Standard. Some of it are my quotations or my own translation. We see here in 3:19, we see it says, the Lord by wisdom, ba chokmah, in wisdom, founded the earth by.
Or is it that the Lord founded the world in wisdom? Like, what if it's saying that she is the body of the world? Like, that, like, in a sense that she is a universe. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, that I think is kind of a given. That's always been my take on it. And that's part of the give and take. She is the body of the universe.
Wait. The give and take or the give and take?
Give and take.
Okay.
Where she's the body but because she's embodiment, she's not the one that can shape it. She's the one that embodies it. It's sort of like an either or. You can't be both at the same time. Humans can be, but at the totally abstract level, you can't. Does that make sense to you?
I mean, in a sense, but at the same time, there is this idea that basically she's understood at like her and him are understood as one. They're understood as the same. So it's not necessarily this idea that he's commanding her. It's more so that it's kind of this idea that they're on one page, but then that idea gets, devastated later as people began to look, or arguably later as people began to view the divine feminine as something that can't be personified, like for instance, like Ashura is. And so yeah.
No, I was going to sit there and say is what I see it as is sort of that, Aleph Mem Shin, where you have it the Mem and Shin being the male and the female, or vice versa. It flips later, and it's basically the two of them, and you have the like we talk about thesis, antithesis, and Aleph is the synthesis, and it's that whole concept there. You can't say one of them is prior to the other. It's just they have the two different roles. One gets to be the body. One gets to be the clay, one gets to be the shaper, and kind of flips, as you progress from the totally abstract Aleph down through the levels that we were working with in the Yetzirah.
So I guess maybe the way I'd compare it is it's almost like God provides the seed or the instructions, and she is the one who forms it. She is the one who's doing it. He just provides the blueprint.
That's a perfect one, and this will probably help you make some connections. It's the idea that like in physics, the super saturated liquid that forms the crystal.
Speaking of, I gotta check something, but I'm listening.
It's the idea of you have her as that fecund, super saturated state, and what happens is you drop in the logos as the active ordering agent of reason and logic, and that forms the logos is a seed, which then all of a sudden forms the crystals around it throughout the body. How's that working for you, Ariel?
Good. I'll be right back. Yeah, so I mean, it's definitely interesting. I think that basically it's kind of like, it's hard to explain, but like she is the world, or like the world is her, but she is not the world, if that makes any sense.
Right. It's sort of the panentheism, for lack of a better sense.
Yeah. Oh, sorry, why not? Yeah, I'm coming up, sorry.
By understanding, he established the heavens. So in the synonymous parallelism, wisdom and understanding are what God used as a means to do his creation. And then we have chapter 8, which is kind of the most extensive expression of wisdom in the book of Proverbs. There's a couple of verses here. It says,
so there's another way to read this. When it says the Lord, it might not actually be directly referring to Yahweh. It might be referring to the Shekhinah and saying the Shekhinah created the world in wisdom and established the heavens in understanding. Well, so that's interesting because look at that. Here it's saying Chokhmah is connected with the world, but that that Bina is associated with the heavens. And what's understood as coming first within the context of, because we are considered the last of creation and we're on earth. and earth was created and heaven existed before the earth, by that extent, that's saying that that Bina actually does come first. It does support Wahid's argument that Bina is prior to Chokhmah.
Well, actually, I would say that the steps of creation there is the heavens and earth were co-created at the same time. They're both the same day sort of concept.
Well, I mean, no, because so they're separated, but like within the context of, I mean, basically. So I think you have to look at it this way: the heavens and the earth refer to the sky relative to the earth, as opposed to just space. So what existed prior was this like indeterminate, basically the tohu vabohu, you could view it as. But that doesn't mean like that's what we would consider the heavens today. So I think that we should probably view this as that which historically existed first, but also the fact that before there was nothing, there was tohu vabohu, and that could describe our idea of heavens, or the heavens above the heavens.
No, everything you're saying there is totally consistent and almost for me reinforcing what I'm seeing there. And it's the idea of back to the Ogdad, where you had what was it, Nut and Tefnut, whereas the Sky Father, Earth Mother sort of concept of those basically coming into being at the same time. And it's a cross-cultural thing, which is why I see it as so strong. And especially like with the eights, which are also kind of cross-cultural. Are you seeing the same thing I'm talking about, Ariel?
Yeah, you have it similar with Adam and Eve, how technically there was something that pre-existed them both, and it is called, but like for instance, we would say the heavens pre-existed the heavens and the earth, but it's kind of like how you had Adam and then you had Adam and Eve, even though technically like it's a bit reductive to say that Adam Kadmon was Adam, Adam Rishon. So like Adam, the primordial Adam versus the first Adam, or the first man rather.
Exactly. It's the difference between Adam Kadmon and Adam in the Garden of Eden.
So I mean, some would argue that Adam in the Garden of Eden is Adam Kadmon.
Now you're talking about different levels. You're progressing from the Aleph. And you know what I mean there. It's one of those you have the abstract one, and then you have the image of the abstract next level down.
Yeah. So here, let's see.
Oh, I found the image I was looking for in the private chat.
He says, the Lord possessed me.
Yeah. Can you share your screen?
No, I put it in the private chat for you.
Okay. Here, I'll pull it up.
This is the one of the galaxies and stuff that's so much like so many paintings of the heavens.
Interesting. It's also this idea of like the light, but then you go darker or go deeper, and there's the dark womb.
Yep.
Interesting. So let's see, where were we? Here.
At the beginning of his way, before his works of old, from everlasting I was established, from the beginning, from the earliest times of the earth.
See how they translate it. This is a proper one. The Lord possessed me at the beginning of his way, not created me.
When he established the heavens, I was there. When he inscribed a circle on the face of the deep, then I was beside him as a master workman, and I was daily his delight, rejoicing always before him. This is the man who listens to me, watching daily at my gates, waiting at my doorpost. So a couple things that are going on here. When the book of Proverbs proverbially wants to express how God did his creation in a wise manner, it's going to talk about wisdom. That's just a poetic and a metaphoric way that God is going to make this case. But we also see is that wisdom is something that it's very personable. It's something that it rejoices. It's at God's side. And also is, blessed is the man that listens to me. Of course, the wisdom that's in the book of Proverbs, we are to listen to. So it's a way of kind of showing that, wisdom is available to those who seek her. But we see something different in Job 28, rather. I'll quote this passage here. Where then does wisdom come from? And where is the place of understanding? See, again, it's synonymous with understanding. It is hidden from the eyes of all living and concealed from the birds of the sky. Abaddon and death say, again, metaphorically, death doesn't really speak. With our ears, we have heard report of it.
That's what you think. Literally, these aren't just personifications. Death is Mot. Mot was a god in the ancient world.
God understands its ways, and he knows its place, for he looks to the ends of the earth and sees everything under the heavens. What we're seeing here is that in contrast with the book of Proverbs, wisdom here is not very accessible to men. It's hidden. We're not quite sure where it is. Even death and Abaddon don't know where it is, and only God knows where it is. So there's an aspect of how do we access wisdom, and different Jewish wisdom traditions have their opinions on it. Next place we go is the book of Sirach, Ben Sirach. It's also called Ecclesiasticus. It's in your Apocrypha, so it's in you'll see a translation of it in the Septuagint here, probably written around the 200s BCE. It talks a lot about wisdom. So this is a longer quote right here. It says, over the waves of the sea, over all the earth, and over every people and nation, I have held sway. Among all those I've sought a resting place, in whose territory should I abide. Then the creator of all things, notice distinct from this, the creator of all things gave me a command, and my creator chose a place for my tent. He said, make your dwelling in Jacob, and Israel receive your inheritance. For the ages in the beginning he created me, and for all the ages I shall not cease to be. In the holy tent I ministered before him, so I was established in Zion. Thus in the beloved city he gave me a resting place. In Jerusalem was my domain. I took root in an honored people, and the portion of the Lord his heritage. So what we see here is, was wisdom among God's people? Certainly, it was among people, within Israel. But one of these verses in chapter 24, verse 23, connects it with something. And it says, all of this is the book of the covenant of the Most High God. The law, or the Torah of Moses, commanded us as an inheritance for the congregations of Jacob. So one of the important contributions of Sirach is that it equates wisdom with the law. How is God's wisdom among God's people? It is embodied in Torah. So that's how Jews are able to get at God's wisdom. If they want to understand God's wisdom, they need to study Torah. So that's what Sirach contributes to the development of wisdom here. And then we have First Baruch. I guess we could see a little bit of this here. And so I quote this passage here, it goes at the end of chapter 3, beginning of chapter 4. Again, First Baruch. It's also in the Apocrypha. It says, he found the whole way to knowledge and gave her to his servant Jacob, to Israel, whom he loved. Afterwards, she appeared on earth and lived with humanity. She is the book of the commandments of the law that endures forever. All who hold fast to her will live, and those who forsake her will die. So just like in Sirach, wisdom here is equated with the law, and it's among God's people. So that's how she is to be found and interacted with. Then we get to wisdom of Solomon, probably dated in the 40s of the Common Era, so within the time that the Bible is written, in Alexandria, Egypt, which is very important because they're known for their allegorical interpretation here. So this is this writer is very, very similar to Philo. It's a Greek way of trying to explain wisdom among Hellenized Jews and Gentiles. So we see a couple of passages here, and this is the biggest exposition of Lady Wisdom. So there's a lot of quotations from it. Lady Wisdom is closely associated with God within this work. This is me saying, not a quotation. For the activities attributed to wisdom in chapter 10 of this document gradually shift to the activities of God in chapter 11. So we see the things that wisdom can do are in chapter 10, and the same things are listed of God in chapter 11. So they're very closely related. We see that in chapter 7 and verse 12, wisdom is said to be the mother of all things, okay? Giving a very creative role there, as well as the craftswoman of them all. I think the translation says craftsman, but I obviously translate as craftswoman. And 7:15 through 20, God is declared to be the guide of wisdom. So let there be no mistake, God is ultimately the one who's in control of this poetic metaphor. The relationship between God and wisdom is best expressed in 7.
The question, though, is which God? Because it has to be the God that precedes her, not the God that she creates, which would be Yahweh. Like, think about that. So that implies that this is like not even El, this is Elyon. This is like the like highest, like the principle, like the first thing, the first cause. And so it's saying the first cause is directing her. It's not saying Yahweh is. It's only people who read Yahweh as the first cause that are understanding it that way.
Can't quite sign off on that. I see it as sort of a combination. I see it more of the, again, doing the Aleph Mem Shin. You have both Mem and Shin, Asherah and Yahweh being produced by the Aleph, but you have Yahweh and Asherah interacting to produce the generations underneath them.
But
so I don't. You see what I'm saying there? So I can't
No.
sign off on it being either or.
So that's my critique, though, because Yahweh, it's not originally Yahweh and Asherah, it's El and Asherah, and they give birth to Yahweh.
Okay, then that one. But you were going all the way back to El Elyon, which I'm associating with the Aleph. So it's like I can't go up. You
Well,
see where I'm going.
So basically, what I'm arguing is that, in a sense, that L is like in the context of Shin and Mem, basically if you view it as Aleph and Mem on top, so you have a downward triangle, so like you have Aleph, Mem, and then Shin, then that would be El and Asherah, and the Shin would be Yahweh. But if it's Aleph, Mem, Shin, where the Mem and the Shin are on the same plane, then that would be El and Asherah. You see what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
So in the other case, it would be, I mean, I think this is kind of the idea that you have Elyon as this, the highest. Then you have all the version, all the things that are derived from that, including El and Asherah. And then El isn't considered within this, secondary context because it's basically you have Elyon, and then you have Asherah, and then you have them producing like within that context that would probably be how like a Christian understanding of that, referring to like Jesus, because he's like this idea that his father is the true father, and that the rest of the people, that their father is somehow the devil. And so the thing is, like, remember what we were reading before, this idea of like Samael or Yaldabaoth, basically that is understood within this specific apocryphon of John as being the father of Yahweh. But like it almost seems like it's saying that Yahweh and Elohim, which is saying are Cain and Abel, it's saying that the father of them is Yaldabaoth. And so in that context, it's basic. So like it's really mind trippy, but the point is that within this context, it almost seems like you should read Yaldabaoth as Yahweh, and then you have El as the one who's creating them, and then you have Asherah as the Holy Spirit. Sorry, it's like really, really obscure, but
No, I agree with you. It's really obscure, and it's again that's why I go there with it. You go from the genderless to the two genders, and part of what you're saying is almost like the Aleph is then manifesting itself into the male element on the next level and doing the interaction as a male with Asherah, if that makes some sense to you, since we're going all trippy and all.
Yeah. So basically, in the first paradigm, you have basically Elyon, which you could view as the Aleph creating El and Asherah. I mean, before El and Asherah, it's actually Shemaim and Aretz, and then it's El and Asherah, and then El and Asherah have have these 70 or 77 children, and one of them happens to be Yahweh. And so the thing is, within that context, so the first one you start with Aleph and then Mem and Shin on the bottom, so it's a upward triangle, and then the downward triangle would be El, Asherah, and then they give birth to, essentially, you could look at it as they're a downward triangle, but rather than having the point on the bottom, which would be the Shin, like in that context, it would actually just be, it would transform into an upward triangle, and that would include all their children. So you could almost view it as, within a Jewish context, or like an Israelite context, you would have El, Asherah, then you have Yahweh, and then beneath him in a pyramid shape are all the other children or all the other gods. And eventually what you have is you get the rest of the pyramid cut off. You only have 3 left, which explains why Christians have the Holy Trinity. They basically say Yahweh's the devil. They say that Jesus is the true child of the two, and basically create this paradigm where the 3 get melded into one in Christianity, and then you have in Judaism, El and Yahweh get fused into one, and then it's understood that this male half is connected to a female half, which it would be derived from Asherah, and at this point this just becomes understood as one entity. So it's really 2 halves, but one of the halves is actually, it's like 2 halves and one of the halves has a half within it, if that makes any sense.
Yeah. Well, the other aspect that we were exploring is the concept of Aleph, Mem, Shin then becoming the 3 mothers, and that having a certain Trinity ring to it. If you remember us exploring that one, tag.
Yeah. Let's continue.
7:25 through 26, which says this: she is the breath of the power of God. So it's you got God here, and she is God's breath and God's power. It's very similar to the Holy Spirit, and a pure emanation of the glory of the Almighty. She's not the Almighty. She's an emanation of God's glory. Therefore, nothing defiled gains entrance into her. For she is a reflection of the eternal light. Again, she's kind of God's image, a spotless mirror of the working of God, and an image of his goodness. We'll come back to this when we talk about Colossians 1, because he references how Jesus.
If she's a reflection, what is she being reflected in? Any ideas?
Now my interpretation of that is it's basically the reflected within the Aleph, and the male is reflected, the male and female are reflected of each other through the basic Aleph.
No, but that's not what I'm saying. Like, for instance, you can have a reflection of yourself, and there's you in the reflection, but you're reflecting either in a mirror, in a pool of water. You see what I'm saying?
I guess I look at it as more of the abstract mathematical sense, because that's a lot of where I'm coming from here. That rearrangement of those sorts of, when we were talking about with the triangles versus lines and stuff, that's natural sort of topology stuff for me. And this is where it's, interesting where the skill sets translate.
Yeah, so this is what I'm talking about. Let me see if I can find it. Let's see, where is it? Yeah, here. Now this Father is the one who beholds himself in the light surrounding him, which is the spring of living water. He beholds himself in the light, which surrounds him. The light is the spring of living water and provides all the realms. So here it's connecting the light with the water, which is definitely this idea connected with wisdom, that wisdom brings light, but wisdom is also water. It sustains and gives life to the parched. So within this context, it's saying the spring of living water is the light and the ultimately the wisdom. He reflects on his image everywhere. So here it's saying his image is reflected everywhere. It's saying the Shekhinah or Sophia is everywhere. Sees it in the spring of the Spirit and becomes enamored of his luminous water, for his image is in the spring of pure luminous water surrounding him. So, I think you could maybe argue that it's within the world, but is that what you would understand it as?
Most definitely. That has an echo of play of the self versus other going on there. And that's the only way it's concept of the only way you can know yourself is through an interaction with another.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting. It's like, you know, all these conversations we're having, impossible if you're just talking to yourself, unless you happen to have some sort of split personality disorder that actually allows you to converse with yourself. But I don't know that that's actually a thing.
Well, I was going to say, you're talking Thomas Jaynes, breakdown of the bicameral mind, with the idea that when the ancients actually heard the deities speaking, it was because the corpus callosum was a little more sealed, and it was almost more that they were hearing like the voice from one side of their brain speaking to the other side, tagging on that.
Interesting. And so it's almost like maybe when people do psychedelics, it kind of breaks down that separation or whatever that was established as we developed. And so it's almost this return to this like primordial state that allows us to like more easily commune with things that have now just become so hard to connect with without severe meditate or like intense meditation.
Bingo.
The image of the invisible God. She not only represents God, but also reflects the divine image. And I think that's an important contribution. Pardon me here. Wisdom continues to be described by the author with various images and metaphors. Wisdom is a kindly spirit. She's an attribute of God's own words. She is likened unto a woman. She is deemed as the most sincere desire for instruction. So this is a way of saying, how are the people of God to interact with a God that seems to be fairly distant? Well, you do it through the medium of wisdom. She is compared to the gems and is radiant like the light. She's wonderful, beautiful, has a lot of splendor. She is the mother of all good things. She is a bride. She is an intimate of God. She is a teacher of profound mysteries. Lady Wisdom is parallel with the creative word, the logos, also used in the Greek translation there. In an important passage for our study, in Wisdom chapter 9, verses 1 through 2, it says this: O God of my ancestors and Lord of mercy, who have made all things by your word, and your wisdom, you have formed humankind to have dominion over the creatures you have made. So it's by God's logos, everything was created. That's John 1. And through God's wisdom. So it's similar language there. It's meant to be in parallel. Let there be no mistake about the relationship, I'm saying, between Lady Wisdom and God. Or I should say God. And God clearly states, pardon me, in these passages right here, God is the guide, even of wisdom. I would not possess wisdom unless God gave her to me. Give me the wisdom that sits by your throne. Without the wisdom that comes from you, the man is regarded as nothing. So there's obviously a subordination relationship with God and Lady Wisdom here. And then we get one of the last passages here. Enoch is a composite text. It's written lots of different time periods. But this particular time period is probably written.
That's never actually specified. They're partners. It just happens to be that one is understood as above and one is understood as below, because one is connected to us and we understand ourselves as being, creations, and therefore, anything that is closer to us must therefore be lower. But at the end of the day, it's like, it's maybe not a non sequitur, but it's missing the forest for the trees, because it's not this idea that, because, why did God create the world? If it's better to be closer to God, why did God ever even create the world? And the whole point is that you can't know that you're in the presence of God unless you're out of the presence of God and then you're back in it. It's this idea of you need the context, you need the prior experience of not being in order to be. Otherwise, you just are.
I break that down more into being and becoming. And
that's a good way.
That's much more of my way, and it works for my way of thinking, and it just simplifies it for me. So I wanted to mention that aspect of it.
That's how I would say it. It's just I have a hard time formulating words because of the brain damage.
Well, give it off to I'm older and I've spent more time thinking about these words.
Yeah, fair enough.
I've had more bad combinations.
After the destruction of the temple in the year 70, so this is probably one of the latest contributions here. This passage, it's only 2 verses. The only place where it shows up in First Enoch would be the destruction passages here. Enoch is a composite text. It's written lots of different time periods, but this particular time period is probably written after the destruction of the temple in the year 70. So this is probably one of the latest contributions here. This passage, it's only 2 verses. The only place where it shows up in First Enoch, which is like 100 chapters long, says this: wisdom found no place where she might dwell. Then a dwelling place was assigned to her in the heavens. Wisdom went forth to make her dwelling among the children of men, and found no dwelling place. Wisdom returned to her place and took her seat among the angels. This makes sense. Obviously, if the presence of God is no longer dwelling in the temple and the temple's been destroyed, then wisdom no longer can dwell among men. So it says she looked down, she couldn't find a place among men, so she returned to the heavens, okay? So you can see there's a debate going on. You know, where is wisdom? Is it among people? Is it not among people? You know, is she accessible? Is she distant? And so the New Testament writers are going to take this and say, actually, wisdom is present to us through the human Jesus, and it's accessible to us for all who accept her. It's not limited to Israel, and I'm getting ahead of myself, but you have to take along.
Oh my God!
The New Testament writers when they're writing.
So you know what he basically just gave credence to? The fact that Jesus might have not even been understood as the embodiment of wisdom until after the destruction of the temple.
No. Now you're talking with that whole evolving Christology over the years, which you can definitely say that what Constantine ended up with after the blunder that was Nicaea was different than anything that happened in the first century.
So the question, though, so if we're going to make smoothies in that Nicaean blender, how much blood am I going to end up drinking?
Drinking about what?
No, No. I'm saying this blender of Nicaea, if you were to make smoothies in that, about how much blood would you end up drinking?
Oh, I have no idea. A lot in there. Again, that's what you had. It's basically you needed a homogenized Christianity for the whole Roman Empire. So you had to sit there and basically figure out which parts of the various Christianities, you know, the Gnostic parts, all the various different parts, and just figure out what would work for the empire. And that's what they did, and that's when you ended up with it's a Christian smoothie. So there was definitely a heck of a lot of blood that went into that smoothie.
Yeah, you know, what's a few crucified Gnostics among friends? I'm joking. It was not a few. It was probably thousands, if not even, possibly even. I don't actually know the numbers, but like the Albigensian Crusades and all that shit.
Oh, those were later. I was just thinking even before Constantine, and we'll never know because they didn't keep records.
Yeah, that's the downside to the mystery. If the people who know it disappear, so does it.
Writing, they're within this influence. They're within these texts and their thought and in their theology here. What's a summary we can come up with everything we looked at here through here? Some authors think that she is available and accessible to those who seek her. Others think that she's been removed from that opportunity due to return to heaven. 2 authors specifically equate wisdom in the concrete form.
So it's interesting because, so here, let me see if I can find it. Where is it? It's in Proverbs. So, here, I think this is it. Yeah. All right, look at this. I was with him as a confidant, or as, you know, a craftswoman. And I was a pleasure for him, yom yom, day to day. I was playing before him, or in his presence, at all times. Some possibly sexual connotations there, but, you know, it's kind of one of those things where, yeah, you could technically try and argue, oh, this misacheket, it's not playing. You know, it's not having fun. It's referring to, oh, rejoicing. It's rejoicing him. You know, we're praising God, but it's not. I mean, you know, it's. There's some people who have an issue using erotic language referring to God, and I don't understand. It's like it's like people think that means that they're watching porn or something. It's like, if that's what you think porn is, I am sorry for you. But yeah, so playing.
That was porn back before you had the internet.
Well, but see, that's the thing. It's like this idea that they were trying to ground sexuality within a holy context. Given, it's one of those things where it's like everyone has an issue with it now, but if someone chooses, I think this is the key thing. It should be this idea of choice. Like you could, just because you're part of this people group doesn't mean that you should have to choose to do. It's kind of like the idea of, I think that religion thrives in secularity, not this type of like, forced atheism, but literally just secularity, where religion is not able to force itself on people, because then that means that the people who seek it out genuinely want it in their lives. And again, you can still have abuses there, but I think that you have a lot less potential when everyone that's there is willing to be there. And basically, if they're abused, that it means that they're much more likely to, like, because it's not this thing that's expected of them institutionally or like systemically, it means they can leave if they are abused and they can speak out against it, and it doesn't reflect on the entire community, because you're not speaking out against the community, you're speaking out against the religious part. But again, it's one of those things where it just really gets, it's one of those pipe dreams that I don't think you'll ever have a perfect situation, just because we're humans. But anyway, so you have Misacheket Betevel, playing in his world, or Betevel Artzel, like the table of his world. I just didn't interpret it as table because it means like, where is it? Let's see, expanse, the face, the world, Tabali, by water, river, basically referring to the extent of the world. So like almost, so like I just say table because it's so close, and it's like, it's more of a kind of a cheeky thing more than anything. But basically the table of his world, or the face of his world, Vesasuai et bnei Adam, and taking pleasure in the children of Adam. So it's saying that she's playing in his world, that she's this is all happening before the temple is constructed. So that necessarily implies that she exists without the temple. And I think this kind of goes on to your whole theory with the Asherah poles and the temple, how they operated as a sort of locus for divine energy, and that the temple basically served as like a even more powerful locus that eventually, resulted in the destruction of the local locus.
Yeah, I see it as, using the American analogy, sort of the temple was the federal level and the Asherahs were the local state level kind of concept.
Kind of, yeah. Or you could almost look like it like how you have an electrical grid, but then you have, power stations in local places that are producing it.
Exactly. No, another perfect analogy. But you have a central organizing agency that's like sending out the instructions and the energy. Perfect.
Yeah. And so there's also the other thing, because the temple in Jerusalem wasn't exclusively a temple to Yahweh. Like the fact that Solomon had no issue bringing in these things, despite him being viewed as very wise. And even like the Islamic tradition doesn't believe that, he brought in all these foreign gods or whatever. But the point is, they do hold that he was like, basically like, he could do no wrong. And again, I don't think that's how people are. But the point is, he just think about this. Solomon could be portrayed as this evil polytheist who led Israel astray in the Quran, but he's not. He's portrayed as this person who followed God perfectly. Now, if you look in the, given, I'm sure many Muslims would push back against this idea because they don't believe that he worshipped these other gods. But the thing is, what if he did and there was just nothing wrong with it at the time, and the temple was actually a temple to El, or potentially even to Yahweh, but it wasn't like solely to Yahweh. And so you had these other, in fact, you could maybe even argue that the Hanukkah story, maybe it was perfectly normal for them to have, plenty of idols in the temple. And it was only then that you have this pushback. You already have a pushback earlier, but I'm talking about like that you have this pushback against even. Shoot, I'm mixing up periods here. Never mind. It's
but that doesn't mean it doesn't mean it can't apply, because you can have that multi-level interpretation. Yeah. One of the points for me on Solomon is, and his wisdom is, how many wives did he have?
I don't know how wise it was, because he had 700 and 300 concubines.
And that's my point, is how wise are you to, one is more than enough. 1,000? Sorry, I can't sign off on them being flawless and totally wise there.
Yeah, it's likely that it's just figurative language and that it's not actually that many, and that even it shouldn't be read that way, but that people have taken literalist approaches over the years because they've lost the mystery.
Definitely, but again, it's still interesting because that also ties into the bringing in the foreign gods, because that was always the connection that I heard, was those foreign gods came in because they came in with all the wives and concubines from other countries. Tagging on that.
Yeah. So we'll continue.
Of Torah, while Proverbs connects her with the fear of the Lord. I didn't connect that, but that's in Proverbs chapter 1. The fear of the Lord is wisdom. You're probably familiar with those passages, okay? Some even envision her as a personified temptress or seductress. You know, how do you get the attention of young Israelite men? Well, through a seductive woman. So they personify wisdom as a woman, as this is how you get guys' attention. Most of the writers place her alongside God, while the wisdom of Solomon goes so far as to describe her with many of the same attributes and functions of the Creator. And again, if it is the means through which God is working through his creation, then obviously the same functions would be assigned her in an what's the new word? The agentival? Is that agentival sense? Okay. Wisdom literature this is the most important thing. All these passages we looked at, they're in wisdom literature, and they are clearly poetical. They're not to be read as literal wooden narratives.
Dude, I don't know how I didn't see this before. Holy crap. So remember when we're reading Habakkuk?
Yeah.
So do you remember the word it used for God?
Not off the top of my head.
This is going to blow your mind. Let's see. Habakkuk. How did it? Oh, maybe only one. Yeah, here. Habakkuk. Wait, what? Habakkuk? I thought it was Habakkuk. Oh, I'm an idiot. Habakkuk means the bottle. Habakkuk. It's Habakkuk. I swear this isn't because of the cannabis. This is just, I've thought the entire time it was Habakkuk. Anyway, here. So look at this. Eloah mitayvanyavo. Now look at how Eloah is spelled.
Okay.
Aleph, Lamed, Vav, He. How do you spell Yahweh?
I see what you're saying. Yep.
I think that there might be an argument that this is one of those examples of like, was it editor error, or like where they forget to change something? You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, scribal error or something like
Yeah.
that. Yeah.
Holy crap. What if the whole narrative is Eloah, 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 and then it gets replaced by Yehovah?
That sounds more than plausible.
Wow. Because this could explain how, I mean, holy crap. This is huge. Like,
well, that's one of those things we've talked about, how there's been all of those rewritings, re-editing from, again, you had the original one, and what was your first rewrite? Kind of Ezra.
Oh,
and I wanted to comment on that one when you were talking about kid being groomed for the kingdom by the priest. It's like, you're talking about Hosea there, weren't you?
I think Josiah.
Josiah, that's what I meant. Yeah.
Yeah. What's that? I'm just texting Wahid this.
No, that was a good find.
So think about this. So the combination of them, because you have both of them, like Eloah gets shortened to El, and Yehovah gets shortened to Yah. So El Yah is basically it's like, I mean, holy crap. And so in that context, it's very clear that whether it's referring to El or Yah, the Holy One is referring to, the feminine.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and it was one of those where you probably had some feminine stories, some male stories, and they just made them all male at that point.
Yeah, like for instance, El Shaddai blessing people, that's definitely feminine. I mean, like unless you want to go around saying, well, God the Father, he has 2 breasts so he can feed his children. It's like, but then imagine you were to argue that. Imagine today there's people who are like, oh, how dare there be someone who looks, like they're or basically, how dare you have someone be a man and they have breasts and they're able to feed their, but it's like, because things aren't as binary in the ancient world as they are today, but at the same time, that's not what this text is saying. It's literally saying El Shaddai is a woman or is feminine, not masculine.
No, absolutely. I was going to say, I don't think you're going to get J.K. Rowling to sign off on that on your previous idea, but
well, it's a good thing I don't care what she thinks about what I say.
Yeah, it's unfortunate that a lot of people put more stock into what she has to say about anything beyond Harry Potter.
Honestly, even when it comes to that, she like really sticks her foot in her mouth. Like, oh, there is actually a Jewish wizard, and his name is Anthony Goldstein, and he's in the house that's very studious, and like seriously, it's some of the most why not do some more research, come up with some interesting, I mean, at the end of the day, and then it's not even a character that I think's ever even mentioned. But anyway, without giving her any more attention, because I mean, interesting concept that she wrote about, but like you've talked about, there was other books at the same time that were taking the same concept. She just happened to be the one that blew up.
Yeah, and good for her. She deserves all the credit. They're good books, and I tend to isolate authors to their area of expertise.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things where, like, regardless of her beliefs, I honestly think that it just wasn't written well. Like, in terms of, yeah, it's a cool concept, but it's kind of like, imagine, kids are very imaginative, but imagine they try to write, something. It's not necessarily going to be and I think that's part of the reason why maybe some of the stuff, would have been better for children, if not for the fact that she basically uncritically repeats a lot of stereotypes and kind of just ways that the world is, and almost justifies it by not critiquing it. And I think it's you have that on a lot of different things, including this idea of a literal race of humanoids that are enslaved, and they just happen to supposedly love being enslaved, so you shouldn't even try to give them rights because they don't want it. That's literally some of the propaganda that was spread about different groups when they didn't have rights. So it's one of those things where, I think she's just very unaware at best, and in some regards, especially when it comes to trans people, I think she's downright. And again, I think that she's not necessarily coming from a place oh, I want to get rid of people and I want to destroy their livelihoods. But it doesn't change the fact that is what she effectively wants to do, even if that's not her direct intent. And so, I mean, I don't know. I think we should move on from this, though.
The only thing I'd like to sign off on there is it's a matter of I can't sign off on an inherent concept not being appropriate to be written into a story. It depends on how the author handles it. And you've used several examples of some of her very ham-handed, poor way of handling things. And it's not that a different author could have handled them appropriately. She didn't. And just I think that's a good way to finish.
Yeah, definitely.
There's a certain way you read poetry, and the authors seem to have developed the common technique of portraying the relationship between God and humanity with elaborate metaphor, okay? You've seen too many people that have taken John 1, which is also a poem, a hymn, and they read it literally. Well, that's not how you read poetry, okay? You have to understand the genre of biblical books and biblical texts if we're to make sense of them. And when people don't do that, they take something out of context. And obviously we know if you take something out of context, you change its meaning. All right. So the passages where wisdom is used as a means in which God created the world serves as a hyperbolic avenues for praising God for his wise creation. We saw in Proverbs 3:19, by wisdom God created the heavens, and we saw in Wisdom 9:1 and 2, God created the heavens through his word and through his wisdom. By saying that God created the world through wisdom, the authors would most likely have been heard. This is the people that were reading it in that time period. What would they have heard when they read these passages? They would have most likely been heard as depicting God creating in a wise manner. If you're creating through wisdom, God is creating in a wise manner with a wisdom which is evident in his creation. So hold on to that as we move forward to the New Testament here. Okay, so the first place it shows up, I think, is in 1 Corinthians chapter 8, verses 5 through 6. Got the quotation here. A little bit of my translation. For even if there are so-called gods, whether in heaven or on earth, as indeed there are many gods and many lords, yet for us Christians there is one God, the Father. That's obvious, very clear. From whom are all things. That's using the preposition ek, out of whom are all things. And we for him. And there's one Lord Jesus Christ, through whom are all things, and we through him. And people have rightly seen this, and they said, well, that's what they were saying about wisdom, that creation was through wisdom. How is it that Jesus is now being used there? And so we speak on this. Since the issue at hand is how Paul answers the Corinthian dilemma about the appropriateness of eating meat sacrificed to idols, it does not make the most sense to argue that he answers it by stating that Jesus is the means through which God created the cosmos. That doesn't make sense. If they're asking, how is it that we can eat meat sacrificed to idols? Is that okay? And does Paul answer it by saying Jesus is the creator? But how does that answer the question? But that's what most people go to. That doesn't. We have to have an answer that seems to, go along with Paul's logic. Okay. Rather, if we are correct in identifying wisdom influences behind Paul's thought, it would seem more natural that the risen Lord Jesus is understood as the clearest expression of this very wisdom. She is no longer equated with Torah, as in Sirach and 1 Baruch. Now, those who seek her will find her embodied in the risen Lord Jesus. As the passages in Proverbs and Wisdom of Solomon examined above speak of God creating his wise creation through the medium of wisdom, Paul now understands Jesus, who acting as the soteriological mediator of the new creation, expresses the reality of God's wise influence on creation, which was previously reserved for the figure of wisdom. That's a mouthful, but it's everything I'm writing in here is a copy-paste from the paper, so you can go back and check it out. The function of Jesus within the second clause of 8 verse 6, where it says, and we have one Lord Jesus, through whom are all things, and we for him, is the mediating agency through whom all things and believers have effective being. Okay? So within the new creation, we find our being not in wisdom, not in Torah, but in the embodiment of wisdom, which is Jesus. Amen? Amen. Hey, good. All right, you're all with me here. All right, so we go to Hebrews 1:3, which is not an epistle, and it's not written to Hebrews, but that's okay. We'll cut him some slack. We don't know who it is there. But the opening chapter of the book of Hebrews seeks to contrast Jesus from the angels. That's one of the things that Hebrews does. It says, Jesus is greater than the angels, Jesus is greater than Moses, Jesus is greater than Aaron, Jesus is greater than the priesthood. But the first chapter is, let's put this in context here. Jesus is greater than the angels. The first stage of the argument, which will continue through the document. In doing so, the unknown author makes a statement which seems puzzling to many readers in 1 verse 3, which says this: he is the radiance of his glory. Jesus is the radiance of God's glory and the exact representation of his nature, and upholds all things by the word of his power. Now, the Greek word that's translated for radiance right there, is apogazma, which is a hapax, which means it's the only time it's used in the entire New Testament, okay? So we're trying to figure out what this word means, and you can only figure out what a word means when you see how it's used in other places.
That's hilarious.
Hapax, which means it's the only...
It sounded like you said hot box, but you said hapax. Hapax legomenon.
Time it's used in the entire New Testament, okay? So we're trying to figure out what this word means, and you can only figure out what a word means when you see how it's used in other places. But it's also used of Lady Wisdom in Wisdom chapter 7 and verse 26. So you wonder where he quoted it from. And this is what Wisdom says. She, Wisdom, is the reflection, same word, of the eternal light, a spotless mirror of the working of God, and an image of his goodness. So the author of Hebrews drew upon this passage in Wisdom, quoted the same verse, and was using the same thing as wisdom is being shown as, how do we understand what God is doing? Well, as God is reflected with wisdom as a spotless mirror, as the working of God, as his reflection, as his image. That's what wisdom does there. So that Jesus is kind of the stamp. It's the word for, let's see, the exact representation is the character. It's what you, if I had a stamp and I stamp something on the wall.
In that Eloah metevan yavo v'hakadosh mehar paran, notice that it gives the full name of Eloah. Like it spells it out. So like it would be like, because today when Jews refer to Yahweh, they don't say his name. They and unless they're praying, they don't even say Adonai. What they'll say sometimes is like Hakadosh Baruch Hu, or Hashem. But this idea of Hakadosh Baruch Hu in modern Judaism, Kadosh is a title that's used for him. But originally, it seems like it was used for her, and that his name was said. So it almost seems like this reversal back to the ways of the first temple, but like not just being the first temple, but like becoming better than the first temple. It almost seems like in that context that Asherah's name will be the one that's kept as holy, and that Yahweh's name will be more commonplace. And like if you think about it, what that actually means is that the taboo around saying Yahweh's name will be broken. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I do.
So like, and then the taboo around Asherah will be maybe hiding her rather than saying her name, because there's this idea that so this is what it'll be. She'll no longer be referred to as the Shekhinah, because that refers to the dwelling of God. But the thing is, she is like, they are one in a sense. But again, I think it's Eloi and not Yehovah. But that her and Eloi are one, and that basically this, shoot, where was I going with this? That she won't be called the Shekhinah anymore, because the reason she's called that is because people don't call her Asherah in sympathy for her, because she is not called happy and she's not called blessed by the other nations, and especially not by Israel now, because people are afraid of even talking about her. Not talking about her, but like within a religious context, because, oh no, that must be paganism. But I think this is the idea. It's breaking the taboo and realizing that, that they're on equal footing, and that basically the one that is above them all, it's not El, it's not El, it's not Yahweh, it's Elyon. And that idea you see within all these other traditions of the, like, you could view it within Hinduism as being Brahman, for instance. You see what I'm saying?
No, definitely, you're making sense.
Yeah, and I mean, I think like it's important to see the parallels and to acknowledge that people can be talking about the same thing, but with different cultural expressions, and that we don't need to mix the cultural expressions, but we can acknowledge that they're connected. And even if it's not like through a direct cultural connection, that people are recognizing the same idea.
Oh, exactly. It's like the idea of love, the idea of war, all of those, they're cross-cultural concepts. And each culture is going to have their way of dealing with it. So they're going to have their name for it, and in the ancient world, they're going to have their deity for it. And that's where your syncretization and interpretatio comes from, or however you pronounce it. I mangle things.
Yeah.
Tag.
I think interpretatio. I'm not sure.
It's a representation of what I did. It's not the same thing as a stamp. It's the impression that it's made. And Jesus is like we say, a chip off the old block. He's not just simply, God had a son and he's just kind of this mere human. No, Jesus embodies God to the fullest ability that a human can do. All right. The author of Wisdom of Solomon, it seems, I keep getting ahead of myself, chose to describe the personified Sophia in a way that reflected character and goodness, as a spotless mirror perfectly reveals what stands in front of it. The writer of Hebrews takes up this line of thinking, as well as the theology, and attributes the word apagasma to Jesus when explaining how he is greater than the angels. Jesus himself perfectly reflects the glory of God in the manner that an obedient son does the will of his Father. We know that in Hebrews 1 verse 2. God didn't create the world through a son. It's only in these last days that he's working through a son. And then Dunn has a quote from here from his Christology in the Making. We are confronted not with a particular pre-existent divine person, but a way of speaking about God's interaction with men and things which could use the impersonal imagery of light and stamp or impression, as well as the personification wisdom. That's what he says on Hebrews chapter 1 and verse 3. And I think he's, saying something very good there. All right. So Paul, let's see. Oh, now we're going to Colossians 1. Okay. Paul sees the risen and exalted Jesus as the reality that wisdom only could describe God's wise action among his creation in symbols. Okay. So when God wants to, in wisdom literature, explain how powerful and how important his creation is, he has to do it through poetry. He has to do it through metaphor. And so Paul says, well, wait a minute, we no longer have to do this through poetry and metaphor. We have Jesus Christ. And that's how we can explain, the fullness of God's creation. Therefore, it's entirely appropriate for Paul to draw upon and reshape wisdom motifs in the Colossian hymn. And I just quote it right here, a little bit of my translation. Jesus, is the image of literally the unseen God, the firstborn of all creation. For in him all things were created, in the heavens and on earth, seen and unseen, motifs in the Colossian hymn. And I just quote it right here, a little bit of my translation. Jesus, is the image of literally the unseen God, the firstborn of all creation. For in his image of literally, I just quote it right here, a little bit of my translation. Jesus, is the image of literally the unseen God, the firstborn of all creation. For in him all things were created, in the heavens and on earth, seen and unseen, whether thrones or dominions or rulers or authorities. All things have been created through him and for him. Notice it's not by him. Nowhere, none of the prepositions say by him. It's through him. He's the means through which this creation has happened. And he is preeminent over all things. That's my translation there. And in him, all things hold together. Very similar to what we saw in Hebrews 1:3. As a reminder, Wisdom chapter 7 and verse 26 states that Sophia.
I just thought of a good parallel. So to people who argue that El and El Elyon are the same thing, or that El Elyon, and Elyon are all the same thing, it's like Ein Sof, and Ein Sof Or. They're all connected. They're manifestations of each other, but it's not as simple to say. So you have Elyon, which is the highest. It's basically this idea of the monad. And then you have what is this? From there you have, I'm trying to think, El Elyon, which at that point is basically referring to the highest God, not to Elyon, but to the highest God. It's kind of like how you can have, Ein Sof Or and Ein Sof. One's infinity, one's infinite light, and they're connected, but they're different. So like infinity is infinity itself, whereas in the second one, infinite is being used as an adjective rather than describing infinity itself. So it's not saying infinite light is infinity. It's saying infinite light goes on infinitely. You see where I'm going?
Yeah, I do.
So by that logic, so you have El, which is like El Tzedek, or basically kind of, in a way, understood as kind of like the Kronos or Saturn of the Canaanite tradition, but not within this negative context that necessarily. He was associated with blessing and with prosperity. He was like a god of the patriarchs, not so much like this god like, wasn't like patriarchs over matriarchs. It was like you had the god of the patriarchs and the god of the matriarchs. Or maybe not even patriarchs or matriarchs, but fathers and mothers. Like not this idea of like rulership so much as just leadership, if that makes any sense.
No, it makes a lot of sense. I just hit onto something there, and it's the idea of when you hit those inversions and things flip. It's like what happens is what was a good idea at one point in time gets played out, and now it becomes a negative force when it was a positive force now and you're going to have something else like its inverse becoming the positive force. How's that working for you?
Yeah, it's interesting. And then you also have this idea that basically, so El can be referred to as El Elyon because he's the highest El. And so from El, you have the Elohim, or the gods. And in that context, it's not saying that they are El or that they're El Elyon. But then if you view it as the Elohim are all descended and ultimately emanate from El, or I mean from Elyon, that everything comes from Elyon, then you could view it that the Elohim are Elyon. And that's why Elohim is El Elyon, because it's saying the highest God is the monad. But this is all stuff that has to be developed in Judaism. It's not stuff that's inherent to the tradition. So that's why you can read the text and see El Elyon referring to, again, it's not explicitly clear because it all depends on who the text writers were talking about, and we don't know who the original text writers were or what they believed. We only know what the we only know what the later editors thought. So, I mean, this is one of those things where I think it's really difficult to say for certain. But when you see Elyon by itself, which is something that it appears more so in like Ugaritic literature, I think. I might have to look more into this. But basically, there is an argument, a scholarly argument to be made that El and El Elyon, or rather El and Elyon, are two separate deities. And I mean, I think there's also a lot of people who look at El and Elyon sounding similar, so it almost sounds like it's saying El Elyon, like it's the God, like the most godly God, but it's not. It's actually just the highest God, because Elyon just means the highest. And you know, when you look into that, there's really no implication that the highest is Yahweh unless you say that Yahweh is the highest. It's kind of like, and you'll notice there's never this use of Yahweh Elyon. It's that people are reading Yahweh into El Elyon. So it's one of these things where I think that there's a lot of transference that people don't account for.
No, definitely. There's a lot of that game of telephone going on where you have, like we were talking about, you have the ancient stuff, you had it pulling together with the Ezra rewrite, then you have a rewrite with the Septuagint. You had some stuff going on during the Hasmoneans with the, Essenes and the whole Qumran community. And you had it basically, I think, finalized in the, about 600 AD, Babylonian Talmud sort of stuff. Tagging out on that one, just noting the various different rewrites and editors you'd have to filter through to figure out what the original was. Muted.
Depends if you're talking about the Talmud or the Torah, because, the Talmud wasn't finalized until a certain point, but the Torah, we know that it was, basically written down a certain way, starting with a return to Israel, to Zion from Babylon. And obviously the interpretation and the ways that it gets written can change, but more or less the actual letters have stayed the same. Although the way that those letters get read can change.
I was going to say, as far as the actual texts go, it's hard to say just, at least from what my research, hard to say exactly which of the texts were in play prior to Alexander and, the Septuagint then under Ptolemy. Because there's a lot of, with the Elephantine papyri, just the question is just what that form of Judaism was under the Persian Empire. Tagging.
Yeah, I see what you mean.
Is the image, the icon of God's goodness, the same thing that Paul uses in Colossians 1. Paul now sees Jesus as the embodiment of what Lady Wisdom was attempting to describe. Being no mere man, Jesus maintains the role of God's image bearer, being one who reveals God perfectly to God's creation. Looking at Jesus reveals in reflection what the unseen God is like. Although Proverbs 8:22 through 25 speak of wisdom as God's firstborn, Paul has reinterpreted this term to refer as the preeminent one of all creation. There's a different way you could translate that word there, recognizing the ambiguity of the Greek word prototokos. As the head of the new creation and as restored image bearer, lost by Adam, Jesus is the perfect incarnation of what wisdom could only point towards in poetic metaphors. This actually concludes with a somewhat high Christology, seeing Jesus as the incarnation of wisdom. This is not to say that Jesus is wisdom per se, but rather to say what was stated in 1:19, this is of Colossians, and 2:9, that God's fullness dwells or inhabits the human Jesus. And we can't be afraid to say that. If we shy away from that, then we're not giving full weight to the importance of how Jesus is expressing and reflecting, God to this fallen world. By acting as God's wise expression towards creation and humanity, Jesus brings to visible expression the very purpose and character of God. It is not seen in Torah, as in 1st Baruch or Sirach, rather in the exalted Lord Messiah. To read the Colossian hymn without the lens of Lady Wisdom and all her poetic dynamics fails to do justice, I think, to Paul's contribution to the development of God's wise expression. All right, so now we get to the fun part. Now we get to John 1. We're all familiar with this here, so I've done a little bit of new stuff here. No one passage has contributed more to the understanding or misunderstanding of Jesus than the prologue of John's Gospel. Unfortunately, most have failed to realize two important principles. Number one, John was writing in ways that were in continuity with the developing perception of Lady Wisdom within Judaism. And number two, that he formulated his prologue in a deliberate poetic chiasm. What is a chiasm? Well, it's a poetic way, and I'm going to show you right here. Start here in verse 1. You're probably familiar with A and A prime here. You got the Word was with God in verses 1 through 2. And by the time you get to the end, it's the only begotten God, or Son, depending on the translation, is with God. Creation through the Word, and you got grace and truth through Jesus. Receive life, receive grace. You got John the Baptist, the response to the incarnation, Jesus came to his own. He's now come to his own. They accept the Logos, they believe the Logos, and it's come together because those who accept Jesus become children of God, okay? That shows that it is deliberate poetry. You have to read it that way. And I got this in your paper and photocopy it, fold it in half, put it in your John folder and use this. I think this is very helpful to see this here. This helps me to realize you can't read it literally. You can't read it woodenly. It wasn't intended to be read that way. It's intended to be read through poetic metaphor. All right. John's prologue speaks constantly that the Logos was the vessel through whom or through which God's creation came into fruition. This would not be something new or radical to those steeped in Jewish literature at the time. Note the following sample of parallels. I didn't put the quotations, but they're all in your paper here. So we got, by the word of the Lord the heavens were made, and by the breath of his mouth all their hosts. I think that's Psalm 33:6. To him who made the heavens with understanding. I think that's from Proverbs. The Lord by wisdom founded the earth. By understanding he established the heavens. By his knowledge the deeps were broken up. Then we have by his knowledge everything shall come into existence. That's 1 QS 11:11. And all that does not exist he established with his calculations. And nothing is done outside of him. By the knowledge of the Lord they were distinguished.
You know QS is, I'm guessing Qumran scroll. I might be wrong though. You there, Graham?
Yeah, I'm here. What was the question?
Do you know what QS is? Is it Qumran scroll? Or I really have no clue.
I believe QS is Qumran scroll.
I'm going to look it up just to be sure because I don't want to be that guy. Let's see. QS Biblical Studies. QS S meaning. Oh, it might be referring to Q source. I don't know. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm gonna have to ask my my teacher if I can even remember. Something to look into later. Let's see. Dang it! This is bugging me now. I should have just not even thought about it. Let's see. In modern academia, it refers to queer studies, but I don't think that's what he's talking about. But
Not in
that's
the
just,
ancient world, you don't think?
no, because this is referring to the Bible or something that's like biblically connected. And while technically there is queer studies that can be done into the Bible, I do think that it's probably not what. I don't think they had queer studies referred to as queer studies back then, even if they did have it. You know, that would require English. Anyway, here.
No, I
And he
hear you.
appointed the different seasons and festivals. And then we have, O God of my ancestors and Lord of mercy, who have made all things by your word. And then we are to worship the God of heaven, who causes the rain and dew to descend on the earth, and does everything upon the earth, and has created everything by his word. This is what John was saying is not new. This was very clear within the Jewish literature of the time. That's my point. What's the next thing we see here? Even Philo. Philo is a Greek-speaking Hellenized Jew writing at the very beginning of the first century. He's a Jew who sought to bridge the gap between Judaism and Hellenism with an allegorical interpretation of Torah. And I wrote in here in parentheses, probably not coincidental, writing his book at the very same time and city as the Wisdom of Solomon was produced. He portrays wisdom in a similar fashion. Okay, he says this: wisdom being his mother, through whom the universe arrived at creation, and that's the genitive. Okay. Also, wisdom by means of which the universe was brought into completion. And I have where those are from. The quotations are in the paper there. Those who study Greek would understand the significance of the via plus the genitive there. All right, a couple of the places to where in John's prologue wisdom is utilized. We have in John chapter 1, verses 4 through 5, where it says, "In him was life, and the life was the light of men. The light shines in the darkness, and the darkness does not comprehend it." So we got the aspect of light and darkness. And then we see in wisdom that she is the reflection of the eternal light. Okay, so we see there's some commonality there. And then down here also in Philo, it says that it is easy otherwise by means of argument to perceive this. Since God is the first light, and then he quotes a passage from the Hebrew Bible, "For the Lord is my light and my Savior," is the language of the Psalms, and not only the light, but he also is the archetypal pattern of every other light. Or rather, he is more ancient and more sublime than even the archetypal model, although he is spoken of as the model. For the real model was his own most perfect word, the light, and he himself is like no created thing. Okay, so even Philo talks about how God is light, and his creative word is light, very similar like what John is using. Then we get John 1:14, where the word becomes flesh. It's a climactic point. Within the prologue, it is at this juncture that the personified wisdom or logos becomes flesh and actually tabernacles among humanity. That's what the verb is there. The motif of tabernacling, setting aside the obvious temple allusions, seeks to settle the debate of whether or not wisdom is among God's people. Okay. Previously in John 1, verse 11 and 12, it describes the Logos, how the Logos came to his people, was not received by the world, but only a select few who believed in his name were labeled as his friends. Okay? Sirach, as we already seen, says that wisdom is alive and well among Israel, while First Enoch disagrees and says, well, it's actually returned to heaven. John argues, on the contrary, that while the embodiment of wisdom is indeed among the people of God, most have not accepted her. So you see, John has a contribution to this debate here. Very interesting. It's no longer embodied in Torah, it's embodied in Jesus, but it's not been accepted by everybody. All right, another purpose that 114 is attempting to achieve is to settle what it actually is that the wisdom or logos is to be identified with in concrete terms. And I've already alluded to this. First, Baruch and Sirach equate wisdom with Torah, thus arguing that seeking God's instructions found therein is the path to wise living. John modifies this theology in three significant ways. Okay, first, he states it is not Torah that is a reality which wisdom has made or was made manifest, but rather the human Jesus. Secondly, John 1:17 seeks to place Moses, representing the Torah, on one side of the coin. It says the law came through Moses, grace and truth came through Jesus Christ. That's what John 1:17 says. So he's got law and Moses and Torah on one side of the coin and Jesus on the other. Therefore, while John may have agreed that prior to Jesus, the Torah of Moses was the proper realization of wisdom's embodiment, she is now to be seen and sought after in the human Jesus. Lastly, John modifies the incarnation language used of the Torah and Moses found in Philo. You'll love these texts right here. In Philo, it says, he, Moses, became the embodiment of the law, and also the logical divine foreknowledge. Okay, so this is a Jew saying Moses is the incarnation of Torah. That's a great text to have. There's another one here. So at once the king, he's referring.
Interesting. Any thoughts on that?
Yeah, it's like, can you throw more shade at Philo here, dude? You know, even Philo says this. Yeah, it's. I have an issue with that one. Is I just feel that the whole study of Philo is so neglected as far as trying to understand this time period and the whole foundation and transition of Christianity. Tagging out on that. What do you think, Ariel?
Yeah, I mean, I think I definitely think that maybe he overemphasized it, but it's this idea that even Philo, even a Jew, was and it's like, I think it's maybe just the context of how Jew has been used, contextually as an insult, that it seems like he's saying it negatively. But like, even I feel it to be sounding negative even when I say it, but it's like, even someone who's Jewish was able to make it correspond with their theology. But within this, you still have to understand that doesn't mean that Moses was God, because neither is it say, like, if basically if you're pointing out that even Philo said it, you're basically saying that, okay, so Jesus and Moses are supposed to be on the same level, but they're still not God.
Well, there's an aspect of that you're not picking up on Philo. The Jews can't stand Philo either. Philo's almost written out of the Jewish history. They don't take any credit for him. It's like, yeah, even that Jew who wasn't even claimed by the Jews could recognize this kind of thing.
Yeah, I mean, is it bad that I'm really identifying with Philo? Does this mean I'm going to be just kind of forgotten?
No. Well, one thing we can certainly say, Philo has not been forgotten. There's a lot of we have a lot of his writings, and people know a lot about him. He's just he's like this lump that's sitting there that nobody really looks too closely at, but everybody says, yeah, there's Philo. Yeah, the silence of Philo. We can't explain, he was alive during Jesus's time period, but he should have written about him, but he didn't. We don't know why not. But I like it how basically neither the Christians include him in sort of their stuff, and the Jews don't either. And to me, he's sort of like almost the linkage between old Platonism and Neoplatonism. He's sort of like a stepping stone there. And he's just sorely under neglected. That's something we need to dive into there. Tag.
Yeah, definitely.
Referring to Moses, he calls Moses the king, is indeed the law's embodiment. Of course, Jesus, is the embodiment, not of the law, but the embodiment, of God's wisdom, of God's wise expression in the world. I think it was a tremendous text to use there. It shows that John's not doing anything too radical. All right, the connection of the poetic personifications and incarnational reality became evident in 1:18, where the Son is said to have exegeted the Father. That's what it says in the Greek. It says that he has made him known. The Son has made the Father known. At the final line of the poem or the hymn, John attempts to make it clear to his readers that Jesus is the visible, concrete expression of the Father, which could only be described in allegories, personifications, and metaphors previously. Since it was common within Judaism to depict God as the one who cannot be seen, no one has ever seen God, the declaration in 1:18 is entirely appropriate. Jesus is the one that reveals the God that no one can see. But again, it's being revealed in poetics and metaphors. While other attempts were made to reveal God via wisdom and Torah, God sees the human Jesus as the true poetic explanation of the divine. All right, conclusion. What do we to gather from this whole thing? In examining the Jewish evidence, we saw that wisdom was portrayed as God's wise interaction and extension to his creation. There are different ways of expressing wisdom in these texts, but each of the themes were maintained and modified as time went on. Within the New Testament, we see the continuing of the dialogue concerning the significance, the meaning, and the application of God's wisdom. Only now it is embodied in the human Jesus, giving reality to what was previously only spoken of in poetic allegory. All right. How does the understanding that Jesus is the embodiment of God's wise intention affect one's creology? What is the application here? First of all, we can't go to extremes. We can't just say, well, Jesus was only, he was only a mere human being. That's, Paul would argue with that. He's not a mere human being. He's the embodiment, in poetic expression of everything that God could put into a human being. We can't go to the other extreme and say, well, Jesus, is just, a flat out copy of God because Jesus is a human being. There's got to be somewhere in the middle there. We can't go to those extremes. Rather, Jesus is the means in and through whom God has accomplished his plan of salvation for humanity. Okay? Jesus is the fullest expression of God, able to be set forth, although being fully human. As the mediator, Jesus not only represents God to the world, but also reflects humanity back to God. In doing so, Jesus is the true image and reflection of God. It is correct and necessary to speak of Jesus in terms as the embodiment of God, but only in the sense that Jesus embodies God's poetic wisdom or logos, okay? So in speaking of embodiment, it has to be in poetic or metaphoric terms. All right. What must be kept in mind is that the passages in which these terms are discussed are not narratives intended to be read as woodenly literal as possible. Rather, they are poetic wisdom passages, and so need to be treated with care and attention that wisdom literature is due. Since both Paul and John continue to express, I just lost my spot there, continue to express Jesus in poetic passages, this hermeneutical mode of reading must indeed be maintained. Readers must stop attempting to understand 1 Corinthians 8:6, Colossians 1, Hebrews 1, and John 1 in strictly literal renderings. If we are to comprehend what those authors meant with their words, we need to take seriously the wisdom motifs of Judaism, which were their proper context for the various expression of the significance of Jesus. And I think that's my last slide. So thank you.
Interesting. So what are your thoughts on that?
No, I thought it was an interesting take on the wisdom stuff. It's, again, filling in more of the gaps in the that the traditional story misses.
Interesting. Guys, I'm thinking maybe watch like one or two more, and then I'm finish off. I'm going to go to sleep. But let's see. Here, what's this? This should be good.
To keep my immune system supported, I take Stamets 7.
Yeah, I was like, wait, is that Steven Spielberg? But no, that's Paul
It's a
Stamets.
7-species blend, especially formulated by yours truly.
This whole thing's talking about yichud and shin and everything. And maybe I can do it briefly. It's a very, very central thing, and especially learning a sefer like this, where this whole thing's talking about the yichud of panim to panim, and everything's the highest level of yichud that we can come to. Which also I recently in the Rizal, that's really the whole tachlis. What he's talking about here, this idea of creating this yichud, this shchina, and Kodesh Baruch Hu in the level of panim to panim, that, as far as Rizal is concerned, that's the highest level we can come to, like this highest yichud of Shabbos. That's what we're striving for. So why is that such a big deal? And what's this whole thing about the yichud, the shchina, and Kodesh? So on my own, there are many madrigas and levels to how a person can envision this and understand how it relates to us. And always probably scratching the surface, but for me, it was a very big thing when I realized, what's going on here. Is the idea that we talk about avoiding lishma, toiling lishma, and doing mitzvahs lishma, and is that being kind of a selflessness? We're concerned about doing it for Hashem instead of doing it for ourselves. So what does it mean doing it for Hashem? And the obvious kasha is, what does Hashem need us for? Hashem has everything. Hashem is complete. Hashem is everything. What does he need us for? So the answer to that question is much that we don't know. I mean, we don't know why Hashem chose to create the world. Except that there's certain principles about the teva, toiv, the hativ, if a person wants to give, and and there's certain answers that are given for this, but it really doesn't answer. The point is that we don't. It's not for us to figure out why and why Hashem created the world, but what we have to understand is what existence is about. And what we know is that Hashem created the world for the sake of Klal Yisrael. And if Klal Yisrael had not accepted the Torah, Hashem would basically reverse existence back to nothing. He would have returned the world to Torah Goy. What does that mean? That obviously Hashem knew what was going to happen to begin with, so he knew that the Yidden were going to accept the Torah. But the fact is that if he had known that we weren't going to accept the Torah, he wouldn't have created the world to begin
Hey,
with.
William.
The world.
How are you doing? We're probably going to finish up soon, but yeah, if you want to join, the links in the well, it's scrolling across the screen, but I could always post it again if you don't want to type it in. So I'll do that just in case. And if you don't join, no pressure. I'm just always looking for more perspectives. But yeah, I'm in Arizona. Honestly, you can thank long COVID. It really has screwed up my my sleep schedule, like to a point where basically, yeah, it's really bad. Like I don't know how to explain it. It's really eerie. But yeah, it's 6 o'clock for me. I'm going to head off soon. But hey, Maya, always good to see you, and you as well, William. But let's see. So I was responding to someone via message, but let's listen.
The existence, the totality of existence is predicated on the concept that you're not going to accept the Torah. So what does the Shem need us to accept the Torah for? Okay, so what is the Shekhinah? The Shekhinah is Hashem's presence in the world. Hashem has the idea is that there's a certain dwelling of Hashem where Hashem becomes perceptible in the world. For example, this guy's experience. He saw Hashem speaking to him. He saw that Hashem was communicating with him directly through the events that happened to him. It was very clear to him. There was no other way of explaining it. This was just, for sure. This was hush. At least in his mind, it was for sure, no question about it, right?
Ariel. Can't hear you.
Sorry, I kept clicking unmute and I thought it worked, but yeah, welcome, William. How are you doing?
I'm doing all right. I saw you with Sammy at the 420 Atheist Disgruntled Rue show the other morning. So, yeah, and I was interested in the material, so I thought I'd just start, checking in and see what y'all are covering from time to time.
Oh yeah, that's cool. Also, I highly recommend, if you ever get the time, check out the first 2 hours of this live stream, because I was talking with Wahid Azal. He's the founder of I think it's like the modern form of the Fatimiya Sufi Order, but he has some really interesting takes, and I find a lot of parallels with him. Except obviously I'm Jewish, and he comes from a Shia from a Persian Shia background, and he's a Sufi, but it's really interesting. So because like, I don't know, it's hard to explain, but basically there's a lot of connections between this so-called pagan and so-called monotheistic, basically polytheistic and monotheistic. It's a false paradigm that's been set up by basically it was set up by the in some ways you could argue it was Judeo-Christian, but really it was Islam that really formalized this idea of monotheism as something that must be strived towards, as like beyond just saying, we believe in one God, but like actually practicing a belief in one God.
Yeah, well, there's been so much that I've been trying to take in all at one time here lately that I feel like I'm losing my moorings to one particular religion or another. I'm just trying to find out what the first thing is. What's the earliest thing? Let's like track it back.
Yeah, in terms of the earliest thing, there's no way to know because it's so far back in the past that we can't speak about it. But you definitely see these like primordial concepts that end up showing up throughout cultures and so it kind of makes you wonder, is this because these things are existentially real and people are able to kind of perceive them in some way, shape, or form? Or is it that these are mainly like projections of the human psyche, or possibly even some element of the brain that's universally encoded within all humanity? And so even though you have these different traditions, you have like I wouldn't say a monomyth, because I think that idea is kind of reductive, but I do think that there is this idea of like these archetypes that are shared in some way, shape, or form universally, despite being very different. So it's like it might not be as simple as, oh, fire god and earth goddess or sky god. Like it might be the typologies or the types of myths. So it's like you can't just view it on one level. But I definitely think there is something to this idea, especially because you have all of humanity at one point starting in Africa. So it's not that unreasonable to suggest that there is this prehistoric religion that started off at one point and diverged after people, migrated.
I'm sort of leaning towards, like, I guess I'm more Marcionite Christian. I guess I don't have much use for the Old Testament, to be fair, just because I can't rectify the actions of the God of the Old Testament with being anything merciful or righteous, or I mean, and that's up to him being the ruler of all things. But based on my conscience, I just can't get behind him anymore.
Yeah, but I mean, aren't you inherently limiting yourself to a Yahwistic interpretation of the Bible in order to get to that?
What are the other options there?
Well, like for instance, there is this one understanding, especially in the first or like late First Temple period, that Yahweh for some reason hates Asherah, and like if you look at the things associated with her, she's the actual one who created.
Like that's like his balancing part, right?
Kind of, in a way. And I mean, you could even argue that, like, in a sense, that she is a kind of Satan to him, because, like, basically the way that Eve is referred to compared to Adam, or not compared to, but like relative to Adam, is as her connecto, like a helper to be in opposition to him. And so you could almost view it as this idea of counsel that opposes you in order that, you're not just being, it's not just a yes man or woman. It's someone who's actually going to call you out on your bullshit. And so then at a certain point, the Yahweh's temple, basically, or not even the Yahweh's temple, but the priesthood basically makes a power grab when the high priest Hilkiah gains a lot of influence over, I think it's Josiah, when he's 8 years old and orphaned. And this is when you see the shift into the Yahweh's interpretation solely. And I don't know if you were listening when I found this, but check this out. Do you see this word that's highlighted?
Yeah.
So that word is Eloah, Aleph Lamed Vav He. Now, if you spell Yahweh, it's Yud He Vav He. So there's only a 2-letter difference. Half of the names, or half of both names, are the same. So
tell me what that makes you think.
I think it shows that parts of the text were edited, and that basically you see this character difference because there's parts of the Bible where God is really merciful and compassionate, and other ones where he takes vengeance upon them. And honestly, I think that in some ways you could view. You also have to look at the time periods, because after a certain point, then yeah, they're definitely referring to Yahweh, but before then, it's not 100% sure. And again, I think to view gods as all good or all bad is kind of reductive in the ancient sense. That's how people view it today. But like you have this idea that, so there's also kind of where it gets interesting, because you have God sending the flood, but then you have God telling Noah in order to spare someone. But the whole purpose was in order to start over. So why save?
He spared. Yeah. Yeah, I wondered that myself. I don't think that he's this or that it is this all powerful being. I don't see that. I see his logical limitations, obvious gaps in knowledge that he has to learn in order to make another decision. He has to wait on man to do what man's going to do sometimes, to decide how he's going to deal with man. I mean, as far as like the version of the Omni, like the Platonist Omni God, I don't see that in the God of the Old Testament. I see him very emotional and reactive in time and space about, I mean, like jealousy and sometimes love. I'm not saying he's all bad, but I sort of lean towards the idea of the Yaldabaoth being the Yahweh.
But again, I think the point that I'm trying to make is that like for instance, Yahweh doesn't even mention himself as Yahweh to anyone except Moses, and that's only during the time of the Exodus. And you also have to keep in mind that the Exodus narrative, it's actually possible that that was introduced during the return to Babylon, that it didn't exist prior, and that they were just taking this cultural memory of being basically slaves or servants to Egypt and, you know, infusing this narrative with the idea of a lawgiver in order to get rid of paganism.
Okay, what I'm saying is, I don't know that this being, whatever you want to call it, has like just merely one personality, or he's hard fast in his personality. I mean, these actions of being one hand trying to build what the other hand tries to destroy, all coming from the same being. I don't know if that makes sense, but almost like the mad god.
Well, but that's the idea of the monad, that you have this pleroma, or this, you know, multitude that emerges from the one. And the thing is, people like basically, rather than understanding that the many are the one, people try to say that the many are the one in the sense that like the one, like basically it's this realization that the one and the many, that it's ultimately like, how do I explain it? The many are derived from the one, and the one is many, but
We're moving back to the one.
Do you mind if I step in here, Ariel?
Sure.
I'll use the example that I use. It's kind of on every U.S. coin, e pluribus unum. Out of the many, one out of the many. And it's the idea of you can't have a one without having a many associated with that one. And you can't have a many unless it's embedded in part of a one. And that's my understanding of it. The second concept I wanted to throw out there is, I don't know if William is familiar with what we're working with a pluriform interpretation of Scripture, where there are multiple true interpretations over the same Scripture, because that's one of the features that Christianity, and then even more so Islam, came on with, that there's only one valid interpretation. And if you have a different one, you're wrong. And that's something that I'm grateful I grew up in a Jewish community, where it's the idea of talking about it. This, you know, Rabbi Hillel says this, you know, Rabbi Jacob says this, you know, Rabbi, you know, another one says this one. Anybody have anything else to add? Nope. Okay, next subject. Tagging out there, Ariel.
Just to clarify for people who might not know, you grew up surrounded by the Jewish community. You didn't like grow up as like a member of the Jewish community.
No, I describe it as I grew up a young goy within the Jew, surrounded in a primarily Jewish community. Tag.
Yeah, it's kind of funny because like some of my Jewish friends, they grew up like around all like people who kind of grew up in like more like urban environment, like not like any one ethnicity or anything, but just kind of, you know, that more like you know, city type environment. And it's funny because the way that they talk, the way that they act, it's, you know, very like you know, it's kind of just the almost like gangster culture. And again, like I think that people who try to associate that with any one group, it's completely reductive, because, you know, it's a lifestyle. It's not a ethnicity or a culture. But yeah,
well, I was going to say, I'm sure it doesn't surprise you that I get asked every so often, "Are you sure you're not Jewish?"
No affiliation with anything, so I don't describe myself as anything in a cultural term.
Are you American?
I live on the continent of America. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's fair. I can get with that.
Yeah, I don't belong to anyone.
Anyway, so what I was talking about before, though, oh yeah, so with okay, that's interesting. Hello has the same words as Eloah. Maybe that's probably a play on words, because you have it in the same. Anyway, but the point I'm trying to make, for instance, so like the reason why it seems like there's this difference in character is because, for instance, when God blesses Abraham and Sarah with the ability to bear children, that's not Yahweh, that's El Shaddai. And El Shaddai means the breasted God, and it's probably an epithet of Asherah. And so like you have this seeming bipolarity, which again, not to say that God doesn't have, Yahweh doesn't have the ability to love, but it's just this idea that the bipolarity really is more than anything a result of people trying to force an interpretation that sees the two as one in completely as one, as opposed to the symbolic one of like a type of hieros gamos.
Exactly. I would follow up with that one with the idea of the antinomic aspect that we talk about so much, where it's the idea of God as immanent and transcendent, Alpha, Omega. You're also going to have the carrot stick in the reward and punishment, which is we've also found reflected, especially in the earliest of the Hebrew texts, where pretty much every blessing has a corresponding curse and vice versa.
Also, if you're looking at this from a Marcionite perspective, I think maybe it might be more productive to see Yahweh as this like imposter or like someone who's trying to subvert. Almost like within this concept of Yaldabaoth, but that you have El and Asherah who are married, and basically they're like. But even then, so like within that concept, El is kind of. By this point, El's been syncretized with Elyon, which is the one who creates the one
Matter.
who creates. The one who creates earth and heavens. So Shemaim and Aretz basically, they correspond to Gaia and Uranus, and then Gaia and Uranus, or Shemaim and Aretz, are the ones who give birth to El and Asherah, and so El and Asherah then have 77 children, and it's that. So the thing is, it's kind of like by the time that the Jewish texts are being written, El and Elyon have already been syncretized. So like people aren't wrong saying that Elyon is El, but if you go far back enough, there is a reason to suspect that Elyon might have been this idea of like this monad, or kind of this creator that is kind of like unpersonified and is distant, and basically that he creates the world through the final manifestation, which you see in Gnostic Christianity of Sophia, or within the Jewish context or Hebrew context, probably Asherah, and she's responsible for creating the world. Or like I almost compared it before, like this idea how you have basically let's say someone who has sperm, and they inseminate someone who has a womb, and as a result, they're creating a life in or through the womb, or the person who has the womb. So it's not as simple as to say that he, and again, like let's just say he and she for simplicity's sake. Let's say that he's creating a child through her. Technically, yes, but she's the one who's actually responsible for the creation. He's responsible for this, like basically for basically the blueprint in a sense, not the like.
That's exactly the word that I was thinking of when you were saying that. The concept, the like the form, but not the actual matter.
Yeah.
Like not the actuation of it, but just the conceptual idea and its detail and I guess mathematical equation.
Yeah, and even then, as we know now, it's not completely, but it's roughly half and half. So it's not as simple as like basically in that so much of this is actually being created by her, especially within this context of him being this the unreachable or unknowable creator, and then you have her being the knowable like creatrix.
Is that like the Barbello?
Yeah.
Okay.
So like and like looking at Jewish texts this way, it becomes very clear this is how Gnosticism really emerged, is because they're looking at these seeming contradictions, but because they don't have the same access to ancient texts, like for instance from Ugarit that we have now, we're able to make comparisons and see things that they weren't, just because being limited by the framing of time, despite the fact that they were actually closer to when these texts that we're talking about were written, even though now we're the ones who have access to it.
What I was going to add
okay,
for
sorry.
William's sake is I would say the parallel in Gnosticism for El Elyon would be Abraxas, the god above gods.
Yeah, the Most High.
Yep.
Or like the Hypsistos.
Exactly. I don't see a lot of parallels between El Elyon and Abraxas that I see connected. But I just wanted to make that one for William, since again he can take it or leave it.
So Ariel, if I had to put you on the spot, and I said, okay, like where you're at right now in your understanding, what are we about, human beings? What's our purpose? What are we supposed to be doing here?
I mean, in what context?
In whatever that you can. I mean, I'm not talking about the busy work that we spend our times day to day. Some of us are farmers and some of us are businessmen. I'm saying as a purpose, as a creation. Obviously, we have a function that we're supposed to carry out. Like, what are we?
I mean, I think in some sense it's this idea of there's this one tradition that someone came to Rabbi Hillel and asked him to teach them the Torah standing on one leg, and he responded, treat your fellow as yourself, and the rest is commentary. And I think that really is kind of it. If you treat other people like you want to be treated, but it's not just this sort of like, like this functionalist understanding. It's literally this idea that we are all from
Each other.
one. Yeah, basically that there is no, the separation that we perceive is completely perception. And it's kind of like, look, in a sense, it's almost like having a state similar to the animals where they don't think about, good or bad. But in the sense, it's more than that. It's about being able to perceive the separation and choosing to see the unity, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, but does our perception of that change anything in the long run? Our identifying that we may all be one being, would that change anything in the long run for humans or even for the individual, as if there was an individual?
So I have some thoughts on this, but Graham, you want to go at it?
Sure. I'm coming from a slightly different standpoint than Ariel here. I'm coming from the standpoint of, at our core, we're choosers. We make choices. And what we're here to do is make choices and to make better choices as we go on, to learn from our mistakes and to make better choices and basically to build something, something better than what we leave behind. And as far as seeing the individual and ones, I think that makes a difference because I use it as the concept of me versus we, where it's like you and I become a we. And it's that in any relationship. And as long as that relationship is separate from each of us, and as long as we're both working together so that we benefit from the relationship, we both get something out of it, things work perfectly. And that's part of the unity, is we can see that unity between you and I through we. But where trouble starts is when one of us puts me before we, and then we start looking at that relationship and the other person as like an exploitable resource that we can just use for our own benefit. And by doing that, we basically cut ourselves off from that unity. Does that make sense to you guys? Tag.
Yeah. I also think that it's kind of this idea of going beyond me and, who's Mrs. Free? Oh, haha, Sammy.
Hello, Hubbles.
Hello.
So, let's see.
So what heresies are you heathens discussing?
King of life.
To quote Nakasuchi, you heathens and demons.
Yep. You beautiful, blasphemous bastards.
But
We're doing the awful thing about talking about getting along with each other better. How dare we?
Oh, jinx. But yeah, so I think it's going beyond this me and was this me and you or us and them, but into this idea of we, that at the end of the day, that we are humans. It doesn't matter whether you're a communist or a capitalist, a Jew or a Christian, atheist or a pagan, like so on and so forth, that at the end of the day, we don't have to all believe the same thing, and ultimately we don't have to get along, but if we destroy the world for someone else, we're ultimately destroying the world for us as well.
But that to what end? What is the end in which we are meant to achieve? Is there an end goal? Because otherwise, this is what a terrarium. What is the point of humans? What are we moving towards, if anything?
So, I mean, in a sense, I think you could also and I mean, this might sound like a joke, but so Usal said, what's on the other side of the absurdity? I think nothing, but the key is to give life meaning and not to become a nihilist. I mean, that's honestly kind of what I think, but I think if you want like a more esoteric answer, it's a cosmic joke. The point of creation, like the religious understanding would be so that God can know God. But at the end of the day, what does that actually mean? It just means to exist. The point of existence is to exist. And it's reductive, because what does that actually mean? So like I definitely see where you're coming from, but I think that's kind of part of the point. Meaning isn't something that's objective unless you are saying like, well, and in some ways that's actually worse off, because imagine if we're all, I mean, maybe not, because
I don't fabricate a part for something unless I intend to use it towards something bigger.
See, I picture it. You actually saying terrarium is fantastic, because that really puts into perspective my view. There are these little terrariums that you can get, and with the right plants, the right moss, the right soil, and the right bugs, you can close that system and never touch it again. And you can create these little self-sustaining ecosystems, right? If that, to me, that is our purpose. Is to
Okay, go ahead, Sammy.
Just to achieve ultimate, not ultimate, that's a really bad word. As least harm as possible and as much benefit for humans as possible in our little closed system. To work within it and stop fighting against it and each other. To get this big ball back on track. Tag.
Yeah, we're in the same place there, Sammy. I go with it I go more hipsisterian with a better. My goal is to be a better Graham today than I was yesterday, and to be an even better one tomorrow. And when I don't achieve that, sit there and recognize I got another shot tomorrow. And to me,
I'm sorry.
To me, that's the thing, is I don't compare myself against other people to say I'm better or worse than them. It's me, and how good can I be? Tagging out.
So then what's the difference between the peacemaker and the conqueror?
How does the world look after they're done? How much benefit versus how much harm, like Sammy was talking about. It's like my objective definition of evil. Evil is inflicting more than the necessary amount of harm to achieve a necessary goal. And if you do more than that, especially for self-benefit, you're doing evil. You know, it's like a surgeon. A doctor, the first thing in the Hippocratic Oath is do no harm. But the first thing a surgeon does is cut into flesh. And that's because more good is going to happen from the cutting into flesh than if they didn't. And that's sort of how I see it. Tag.
Usal says the Conqueror has more fun. I don't know, maybe in a video game, but killing actual people doesn't sound as much fun as helping them. I personally find a lot of enjoyment from helping people, and I hope that more people find that case fun than destroying lives.
To conquer doesn't require killing. It requires controlling someone else's mind and their beliefs and ideas. That's how you conquer.
So basically, the argument is that more people find that appealing because they get a rush off of it.
But isn't that my argument against that is that doesn't allow them to become better. That basically forces and molds them in your idea of what they should be. Does that make sense?
I don't follow.
Well, my point is everybody should try to be a better person, to be better than they are right now.
That's subjective.
Well, it is for everybody. And
yeah.
Right. If I want to be a better murderer, then I should really apply myself to murdering in a more efficient manner and doing better cleanups.
Right,
and
which is where the transition to objective comes. It's like our objective reality is simply our shared subjective reality. We all share the same objective reality. It's like we can have our own opinions, but we can't have our own facts.
Right. So it's a battlefield of the mind. Oh, I'm sorry. I don't know how you guys do the tagging thing. My bad.
Oh no.
No, that's just a Graham thing. It is quite helpful, but I think it's like Graham said before, though. How does the murderer leave the world as opposed to the person that doesn't choose to go and murder and rape?
Well, and I think that's where the idea of good comes into it. What do you mean by being a? Because what does it actually mean? Can you think about it? Can you be a good murderer? I mean, what does that mean? It means you are it's not saying that you're good and you're a murderer. It's saying that you are good at murdering. And so within that context, I think that you can be good at evil and you can be bad at good, but it's I don't know. I think that it's a bit reductive to just look. Yeah.
What is good then if we're all part of the same organism, the same being? If let's just say that we are all God, right? In this individual format, we are all the mind of God operating, and like he said, our collective subjective ideas being the main view of what this organism. Okay, so when I say that if you control the mind, it's all mind. It's all mind. If you can control the mind of people, you're in essence controlling the mind of God and the morals of God. That the God has to. If we are all that mind or whatever, when we decide on an idea of what is good or bad, then it is. So the person who can manipulate the most of these individual minds has the most sway on the overall the morality of the organism.
It sounds like you don't recognize that there are objective facts that you can't convince or control somebody to think is false without destroying their mind. Like, this sentence has 5 words. It's my place off the cogito. That's inherently true in every non-delusional frame of reference. Now, you could control somebody's mind and break it, and so that they now have lost any contact with logic. But again, that's sort of where I'm coming from. Is it's also not all mind, because there's emotions, there's feelings, and that's where I do the basis of is everybody knows what pain is. Pain is a universal, and the idea that inflicting pain onto yourself, most people will sit there and agree having that done is bad, and you can sit there and use simple symmetry through that. We're all connected, as if inflicting pain on me is bad, inflicting other people having pain inflicted on them is bad. And you can come up with some sort of moral calculus based off of harm delivered versus a benefit gain sort of thing. Tagging out.
So that actually reminds me, this is something that Scientology is really famous for. I'm just trying to see if I can find the right video. But it's like they break people's minds.
Yeah, like the Sea Org. I mean, these guys signed contracts for like 10 billion years or whatever it is.
Let's see here. Let me see if this is it.
That was only part one.
If y'all have never heard of Reckless Ben, he's a really good he has a really good channel. He infiltrates Scientology. Let's see, is it this one?
$1 a month.
No, it must be the next one. Yeah, I think it's
part 4.
Let's see.
So I was almost used to getting injured.
Wait.
And I go, they go out.
One moment.
These out about it.
No, it must be. Is it this one? Sorry.
Can we do this one?
Let's see. There's this one, and it is just some of the creepiest shit I've ever seen. Let's see. Is it here?
To get me wanting to talk about L. Ron Hubbard and Jack Parsons, and I know that Graham knows a little about that, eh?
Oh yeah, where it's like that was a lot of the idea where Hubbard got the idea for Scientology. They were kind of working together at the foundation when they were both, starting out at NASA versus Scientology there in Hollywood.
Well, before that, they were banging a chick in the desert trying to raise some sort of ancient being.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I actually hadn't seen that sequence. No, that totally believable. Totally.
It was the Babylon working that I say really pushed L. Ron to believe that he could control people's minds and break people's minds, because that's when he started after that constructing the what we call Scientology today, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Yeah. Usal said, I dated a Scientologist for 6 years. It's one of the first ones, Jack Parsons laboratory, Titan Rocket, Lady of Babylon. But yeah, so here I found the video.
There he is.
What?
It's just, I mean, he clearly has a lot of knowledge about Jack Parsons. It was just pouring out of him.
Wait, out of who? L. Ron Hubbard or Usal?
Usal, all his comments that you were putting up all at one time. All relevant.
Yeah.
Okay. Are you attempting to investigate Scientology?
What kind of glasses are these?
What kind of glasses are these?
Has he been filming?
Go back to the beginning.
All you have to do is follow the commands.
Oh my gosh.
Ben Schneider has just joined the Sea organization.
Yeah, we became members of the Church of Scientology. All hail Xenu. Some of you may be wondering what Scientology is and what ridiculous nonsense they believe. Ben, tell them what it is. Scientologists believe that Xenu is an alien on another planet that sent all the other aliens to Earth because of overpopulation. He froze them, sent them in spaceships, put them in a volcano. He hydrogen bombed the volcano, captured all the alien spirits, put them in human bodies, and that's why we're conscious today. That's actually what they believe. It's hilarious. We wanted to go do a Sunday service just to check it out and see what it was like.
Mine are going. Church of Scientology. Why do you guys have a cross? Because you guys don't believe in Jesus, do you?
No, this represents something else.
The only thing we knew about Scientology going into it was they believe in Xenu, and it costs like $100,000 a year just to be a member of the church. The one thing the Church of Scientology is known for besides nonsense is money. So what's a Sunday service like at the most expensive church in the world?
Welcome to Sunday service.
We're going to give you a little exercise on control. With a group process by the same title, all you have to do is follow the commands. Shall we begin? Yeah. Sit in your chair. It's easy enough, isn't it? Sit in your chair. Very good. Sit in your chair. Very good. Sit in your chair. All right. Sit in your chair. Are you sitting in your chair?
Yes.
Yes.
Very good. Sit in your chair. That's right. Sit in your chair. Good. Sit in your chair. Okay. Sit in your
So
chair.
look at
Good.
the time
Sit in your chair.
stamps.
Right, now, are you
Look
sitting in
how
your chair?
frequently you're
Yes.
saying it.
Excellent. Sit in your chair. Thank you. Sit in your chair. Very good. Sit in your chair. All right. Sit in your chair.
In
Good.
the fuck?
Sit in your chair. The next command is quite similar. The auditing command is wear ahead. Got that? Wear ahead. Wear ahead. All right. Wear ahead. All right. Let's do that again. Wear ahead. Wear ahead. Wear ahead. Wear ahead. Very good. Wear ahead. Thank you. Wear ahead. Okay. Wear ahead. Very good. Wear ahead. Good. Wear ahead. Okay. And once more. Wear ahead.
What the fuck is this shit?
Okay.
So this right here is why Scientology can legally call themselves a church. It's great. I love it.
I'm going to ask you to have 2 feet. Is that all right? Okay, have 2 feet. Have 2 feet. That's right. Have 2 feet. Good. Have 2 feet. There's another one. Have 2 feet. 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 Okay, now have you obeyed that auditing command?
Yes.
Excellent. I want you to let your body have a head. Let your body have a head. Good. Let your body have a head. Let your body have a head. Good. Let your body have a head. Let your body have a head. Let your body have a head. Now the next auditing command is very difficult. We've all been trying to do it for a long time. Here's the command. B. That's right. B. Very good. B. Okay, let's do that again. B. All right. And again. B. Okay. B. Very good. B. 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 Okay, let's do that again. B. 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 Good. B. 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 Now fill the chair. Thank you. Look at the wall. All right. Now we're going to do a communication process, which is called hand mimicry.
We had to add a little bit of sound effects to this next part just to spice it up a little bit. Feel free to mimic along if you like.
So I'm going to make a motion with my hand. You make the motion with your hand. Here we go. We'll do it again. Good. You got that one?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay, here's the next one.
It's so funny.
Oh. Switching it up.
Here's the next one.
Oh.
This is great. This actually blatantly showing what other religions do more subtly.
Wow, that's a good point.
This is a form of hypnotism. So a hypnotist will always start by getting you to comply. Comply, comply, comply. Do this, follow this, do this, what I do.
And they're getting people to comply so much that by the time they spring the Xenu shit on them, it doesn't even faze them.
Yep.
Michael, you're my man.
Good. Touch your man.
You're my man.
Touch your woman. Touch your man.
You're my man.
Good. Touch your woman. There you go.
Oh, yeah.
And they actually think like something mystical's happening here.
Oh, something mystical is happening. Someone's getting very, very rich, and other people are learning a very powerful lesson, or maybe they're not.
They're converting stupidity into coin.
Yeah.
Oh God.
That's alchemy.
If you think about it, that's basically what Andrew Tate did with weaponization of like models that like did y'all hear about this? Basically, they had the models on cam, and then you had them typing. So like they were pretending that they were the women, and they were completely what's the word? Like given, like at the end of the day, you know, if someone like I personally don't understand it, but if someone wants to, you know, spend money on like a webcam model, you know what, they should be able to do that. But the thing is that they like, you know, they were basically being tricked into thinking they were talking with the person that was on and that they were able to help them, when even if they like the person was in need of help, they weren't able to get any of the money because it was all going to the schmuck who was basically pimping them out.
He even went so far as for some of them, he would spend weeks and months grooming them that he was going to be their partner. Like, you know, we're going to be in a relationship. Come over and marry me. I'll look after you. And as soon as they get into the country, they get put into these houses, which are run by these dominatrix type women who are complicit in what he's doing, and they don't let the girls access the outside world. You know, they're basically now online sex slaves.
But that's like Keith Valieri right before him.
Yeah, Ranieri.
Raniere, that's what it is. Raniere from what, Nixium? The Nixium cult?
And not saying that
Raniere, right? Raniere.
Yeah.
He was, I mean, he was a mastermind of controlling people like that. Like that's
Tate's
power.
biggest, yep, and Tate's undoing was his fucking ego. He would still be sitting somewhere, unbeknownst to anyone, you know, on a pile of money if he didn't have to get on the internet and preach how amazing a human being he is.
Yeah. And like one thing that Neil Sunlight, the Gnostic Conformance, that I found that really interesting was how basically, you know, this, you know, representation of like toxic masculinity, you know, managed to, it's not even like, you know, this basically this idea of, and again, you know, it's not as simple as, you know, because you know, it's not as simple or cut and dry, but basically the person who he went after, it wasn't even like he was taken down by her so much as he took himself down. And all she had to do was like point and laugh, so to speak. But basically he brought about his own downfall.
Yeah. Ego.
Yeah.
It's a hell of a drug.
So
yeah, I was going to say, I immediately flashed to what the Eric Weinstein video the other day when he was talking about the piles of money that were basically inexplicable as to how people assembled them, and Bernie Madoff and Jeffrey Epstein, because Jeffrey Epstein is one of the guys who popped into mind with doing himself in. Same with Madoff. It's like, if they were sensible and could contain themselves, it's that having to go after even more once you have more than any reasonable amount that just you tend to topple yourself horribly at that point. Tagging.
The joke about Epstein offing himself, right? That you were joking.
Well, I was saying about the pile of money that he made. As far as Epstein offing himself, I wasn't there. I don't know what happened. I did not do the autopsy. I'm not saying he's dead or alive or anything. I just don't know. Tagging out.
All we can say is that a very powerful man, just by virtue of the information he was sitting on, the people he could have brought down, this powerful person has disappeared from the face of the earth. Like, whether they're dead, alive, whisked away somewhere, murdered to keep them mouth shut. Like, the thing is, his secrets, hopefully not, but his secrets are gone. Maybe while ever Gazelle or whatever the fuck her name is, his wife, is alive, maybe there's some hope we might get to see some more big names go down. But even when they've been exposed, like Prince Edward, you know, look what's happened. Nothing. Absolutely nothing.
Graham, are you able to talk in this one, or did something else happen with the other one?
Oh no, my connection dropped.
Yeah. So Kara said, in reference to Tate, he's also good at monetizing loneliness and outrage. And then Usal said it's a tactic: break them down first. This is different. Tate is a pimp. I don't know what that was in response to.
Yeah. What we're watching and the control that they're doing is different to Tate's.
Oh, definitely.
He was pimping, yeah.
Oh, that was one thing I was wanting to mention when I was watching the Scientology thing, is those are more old school techniques. One of the ones that I've seen that they've more perfected since then is called like covert hypnosis. And NLP fits in there, and it's a lot of much more subtle techniques than's going on there. And I find that's more toxic to the current society in a lot of ways, because the Scientologists are easy to avoid once you can recognize just how ridiculously over the top funny they are. But the covert stuff is tough. Tag out.
The Scientology, they're very smart in the way that they control the environment of the people that they bring in. They don't go out and talk on street corners because people would laugh them into oblivion. But they get the initiates to come into a group that is totally, or a scenario where they're totally surrounded by the Scientologists and encouraged through that peer pressure or whatever to be open-minded, and they love bomb them in.
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely. My bet is they have things like in their induction groups, they probably have 1 or 2 members as sort of fellow, inductees to help guide the group from within. That's one of those calming tactics in those sorts of groups.
Yeah.
Yeah. JW's similar thing again, but they're a little bit more subtle. Because they'll do the preaching and stuff, but the odd thing about them, which a lot of people don't realize because they just think they're another crazy fundamentalist, Christian group, is that all the things that people argue against Christianity, like things that the Bible isn't clear on, things like the Trinity, things like the fact that the Bible talks about a new earth, so this idea of everyone going to heaven, which is one of the arguing points, is like, why did God make all this shit if everyone's just going to heaven? None of that makes sense. Well, the Jehovah's Witnesses had, whether they're correct answers or not, have actually answered all of these things in their doctrine, like praise, worshipping Yahweh, not Jesus, and keeping his name in the Bible rather than just referring to him as Lord, not having a Trinity because the Bible clearly says that Jesus is God's only begotten Son. So how does that work in a Trinity? So they have all these catch points that any thinking person goes, oh wow, these guys, they really are Bible students, and that's how you get sucked in at the start, plus all the love bombing. They will love bomb the absolute Christ out of you. And there's this one example I want to give of, it was a blind lady, right? This was in South Africa. It was a white Jehovah's Witness woman, was studying with a blind African lady who lived in a very, very bad part of town, right? Very dangerous. And because the person studying with her had to drive half an hour out of her way and pick her up to go to the Kingdom Hall that was only 5 minutes from where she lived, after so long, she said, you've got to start making effort for God. And then says it as though it's something to be proud of. Yeah, it is for the blind lady, but said she would catch one train for 2 hours and then another train for an hour, walking blind through the worst part of the town that she lived in to get to the church, because she had to show, she actually wanted to put some effort into it. So the second she was in, she's dumped and left to her own devices. And this was given as an example at their yearly convention with no idea what they just exposed themselves.
They were proud of it, weren't they?
Wow. Absolutely lauding it.
Well, what you're dealing with here is, I've defined as narcissistic abuse. The essence of it is somebody stomping on your foot and telling you they're not and that they love you instead. And it's because of my autism, I've been able to kind of dissect it in detail, because it's two conflicting data streams coming in. One is the verbal stream, one is the sense stream. It's like you feel you're in pain, but they're telling you it's not pain or it's good. And what happens with the Jehovah Witnesses and stuff is they basically Truman show you. They put themselves up as the final arbiter. They know better than you. And worst of all, they control your emotions. Their opinion is your definition of love. If they like you, you feel loved. If they shun you, you feel unloved. And instead of you're signing your emotional regulation over to them. And that's where they have you in a cult situation, because once their acceptance, once that group belonging to the cult is where you get your value from, them trying to shun you is that's the punishment, and that's you're hooked, tagging out to see if that's working for you.
Yeah, no, that is spot on. You've hit the nail on the head exactly with that. It is a form of narcissism, but I guess like all narcissists, they have no idea. And
wrong. They're Scientology. It's cold. It's calculated. It's formulated. You watching the formula there. They know exactly what they're doing. There are unconscious narcissists out there, but that's not the Scientologists. They are intentional.
Yeah. See, I think the people running the show, no. I think the poor suckers sitting in the audience, they're doing all that crazy shit, getting programmed into it, not so much. You know what I mean?
Bingo. The higher up the chain you go, the more evil you are, and the more you know how evil it is.
How just an average mother of a child who the child has decided they just can't put the circle in the square hole, and they can't keep believing. They're not against it, but they're just not convinced. How a mother can turn away from their child and not speak to the child and see the child phoning and ignore the phone call and think that is done in love. That's
the mother's broken. She got broken by the cult. That's what happened there.
And that's what's expected across the board. That example I just gave of the mother was just a video dramatization at one of their yearly big conventions, when talking about the shunning and how they need to make sure that they stick to it, or else it doesn't work, sort of thing. And this is the year after they stood up in the Australian Royal Commission into child sex abuse in institutional situations, right? And said, our shunning is not an active thing. It's actually the person leaving, choosing to shun us. And we do not tell families to shun families. Families can still eat meals together and live together. And yet, here's this video dramatization of a child phoning their mother, and the mother looking at the phone and putting it down, remembering what she'd been taught in the meetings and reading in the Watchtower, and then she looks at the phone and puts it back down. That was, shown to children,
horrific. That's
adults. Yep. And they all clap at the end of it and come away more determined, in their shunning. And this was a response to the onset of the internet, and so many young witnesses are taking the leap and looking at apostate stuff, and learning, the secrets. So they've had to go really hard on the shunning and on the apostate stuff. Apostates are satanic evil, disgusting, mental. How do they put it? Mentally broken, evil, disgusting agents of Satan. That's me, right? Because I actively oppose them.
One thing to
That's what
notice
my
there,
poor mother
Sammy.
thinks of me, you know.
Yeah, one thing to notice there, Sammy. All of those are emotion or belief laden terms. They're all subjective on their part. None of that has anything they can point at. They can't sit there and say, you haven't paid your taxes. You know, you ran over a squirrel they can't even go, you ran over a squirrel by accident. You know, they can just sit there, I'm disgusted by you. You know, okay, that and $5 get you coffee at Starbucks. Maybe $10 these days.
I was about to say. So,
and then, sorry.
I was just going to say, it was also to understand they do not send their kids to school. They have Scientology schools that are completely insulated. And doesn't Jehovah's Witness homeschool?
Homeschool, like hugely. For me, the saving grace that got me out of the cult was the fact that I went to a public school, and thankfully there wasn't other kids of my age in the church. So my mum cracked and let me have a little friend who was a worldly boy. He lived in the same street as us, but in kindergarten, you know, mum couldn't see him as the evil that she was supposed to see him as, so she let us be friends. We became the best of friends, and long story short, you know, it was seeing through his eyes, looking at myself and looking at my family and what we were doing, and like, even as a little kid, I was like, this is, no one else does this. You know, and you try and tell me it's because we're special and we've got the right one. But even as a kid, I was like, I can't understand how I got born in the right religion. And there's only 8 million of us. How am I that lucky? Rather than realizing you're more likely being duped.
I was going to say, me going in
Bye,
apostate.
William.
Go
Sorry,
ahead.
I hope I didn't take over that conversation.
Oh, yeah. Also, so William had to head out, but it's like good to speak with you all. Big love, gentlemen.
Yeah, go on, Graham.
No, I was going to say that was, you know, I went apostate from Catholicism, Roman Catholicism. They got a legitimate claim that they have the OG Christianity.
I don't know about
that.
They got a legitimate claim. Whether you can support, whether you agree with them or not, they can trace it definitely back to St. Peter. So, you know.
Well, so yeah, that's true. They can go right back to St. Peter. But I saw a YouTube short, and I've subscribed to him. I've never seen him before, but his wife runs in and goes, where he's trying to do something. She goes, when hubby's trying to focus and you ask him about Catholicism, so he must be like right into it. And she runs in and goes, question, what could have stopped the onset of Christianity? And he goes, Charlemagne. If you'd have stopped Charlemagne. Because up to Charlemagne, you had the 5 somethings? Pentateuchs? Is that a thing?
Patriarchs. Patriarchs.
Yeah. But it was like Christianity was split in 5. And Charlemagne apparently was the beginning of the onset of Christianity taking over the world. I don't know enough of history to know how accurate that is, but I thought that was an interesting point about Charlemagne.
Maybe they're talking about I don't know if it would be Charlemagne, but maybe his ancestor Charles Martel, who stopped the tide of Muslim invaders. And again, I don't mean this in like a, within a derogatory sense. They were, they were invading, but basically the Battle of Tours. So it might not be Charlemagne himself, but his ancestor.
Well, I was going to say one of the things I think Sammy is talking about is the rise of Catholicism as opposed to Christianity.
I'm sorry. Oh,
that was how I took it. And the reason he's saying that is you had up to that point the patriarchs in Rome, Constantinople, Alexandria, and I forget where the other two were. Antioch. Yeah. I want to say probably one in France, maybe, or maybe another one in the Middle East, or in Libya there. But it's basically.
Oh, there he goes. We lost you again.
Yeah. Dang it, Kara. You're right. 777 passed.
Yeah, that must have confused the hell out of you. I apologize. I switched somehow in my brain from Catholicism just to Christianity.
No, we knew what you meant. But here, let's finish this in the meantime.
Good.
I'm trying to touch everyone. We haven't touched yet.
Very good. That's the end of that process. End of section.
Yeah!
Baby! Aren't their church services just incredible? They really get learned so much. They're really inspiring. Well, sweet. I can't wait to go back next Sunday. So I guess just watch the next video and see what we get into. Yeah. It's right there. Yeah, just click it. You just got Mike Wazowski.
Drinking this actually saved me enough money to pay for this.
So yeah, that was interesting. The other thing that I was going to say though, I'm trying to think, what was it? It was
here. So, I'm just having a little bit of a read, and it says his Merovingian predecessors had succeeded remarkably well as conquerors, but their victories resulted in a kingdom made up of diverse peoples over which unified rule grew increasingly difficult. Complicating the situation for the Merovingian kings were both the insatiable appetite of the Frankish aristocracy for wealth and power and the constant petitioning of the Frankish realm that resulted from the custom of treating the kingdom as a patrimony to be divided. Yep.
Just real quick while it still is, happy 710 of the stream. Flip it around, you get oil.
Nice catch. So skipping through new forces at work. As a result of, I'm not sure who Pippin was. Pippin III increasingly turned their attention to the activities aimed at checking the political fragmentation. So he went against the Saxons. Let's see where it says. He went to Rome to reaffirm the Frankish protectorate over the papacy and to confirm papal rights to the territories conceded by Charlemagne's father. Additional campaigns were required to incorporate the Lombard kingdom fully into the Frankish realm. However, an important step in that process came in 781 when Charlemagne created a sub-kingdom of Italy with his son Pippin as king.
Interesting. Yeah, this might have been when the papacy was split between Avignon and Rome, but I'm not sure.
No, the split papacy was a little bit later. And I don't know if I got into my soapbox where a lot of it was a response to the rise of Islam.
Well, that's what I was talking about with the Battle of Tours.
Well, it was also the fact that Islam basically, it kind of reduced that unified Christendom where you kind of lost a lot of the Coptic Church in Alexandria and some of the other ones. And that's why it was down to almost Rome and Constantinople, and that was sort of like the rise of the Catholicism. Is I think where Sammy's person was going with it.
Yeah, and I didn't mean we can go back to Scientology. I'm interested.
Oh, I
Listen to
actually
that
kind of wanted
craziness
to.
if you-
I actually kind of wanted to finish up on some stuff about the divine feminine in Judaism, but also, so Kara said 777 past. Now you guys have to go for another hour till 888. Yeah, no, I'm too tired to do that. And then Blazing Up said 60 times 7 is 420. Doesn't mean 420 every 7 minutes. And interesting. And then let me see. They also let's see if I can find it. Oh shoot! No, it must be.
Or we could just do it 7 times a day.
Huh? Nice. Let's see. Let's see. Where is it? Maybe I'm trying to find it. Where is it? They made another comment. Mr. Blazing Up. 420. Okay, here it is. I believe L. Ron Hubbard and the creator of Jehovah's Witnesses were both Freemasons. I forget the name of Jehovah's Witness creator, but when he died, buried under a pyramid. I think it's a bit reductionist to say that pyramids equal Freemason, because a lot of people were really obsessed with Egypt around that time, and not all of them were Freemasons.
Yeah,
But
so he's kind of half right. A lot of people say that he was a Freemason, but it was. Remember, this is the dude who was starting his own fucking cult. So he was just stealing from wherever he, found value, essentially. He, the Jehovah's Witnesses and the Seventh-day Adventists.
Yeah.
Who is it the Seventh Day or the Mormon? Yeah, it's the Seventh Day who was founded by a lady. I forget her name.
Yeah, I forget too, but
so her and James Taze Russell, the founder of the Jehovah's Witnesses, were both members of the same church. Right? They went to church together.
Wow.
And they were Millerites. There was a movement called Millerites, headed by some, I forget his first name, but someone Miller, who was essentially trying to bring in a new, not a new age view of the Bible, but trying to get back to getting rid of the papacy and being told what the Bible says, and the individuals studying the Bible themselves.
well, that can't be disastrous at all.
Oh no!
Yeah.
Well, I was going to say you have a big bonus on all of them is the whole apocalypse, approach to it as well.
Yeah,
so
and that's what split them up. Was their different takes on when the apocalypse was coming.
Unless I'm wrong, wasn't Joseph Smith part of that whole? That was part of that whole burning over area in New York, upstate New York.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
anyway, we should do a stream on them sometime. But
Definitely. And the last thing off topic I want to say before we get on to actually our topic is, I don't know if you've picked up, or maybe I've already said it before, but when Will was here, we had what I believe you've said people of Jewish faith have called you like a heretic and whatnot.
no, not really. There's a reason why I don't discuss some of this stuff with people who are very religious. But the idea of the divine feminine, that is key in Judaism. So there is an into that. It's just like, for instance, bringing up this Rashi thing, like, hey, isn't it a bit odd that it says something that if you read it without vowels, it says Asherah Shekhinati, basically saying Asherah is my Shekhinah, and that's something that the Zohar says. Like, it's stuff that it's not so much. Honestly, sometimes, and this is kind of the weird thing, it's sometimes I feel like there's people who are like pagan or polytheist, or like they're, looking at it from outside of an Abrahamic perspective. And sometimes it actually feels like they understand kind of where I'm coming from less than Jews, at least Jews who are like understand where I'm coming from, as opposed to just who would do it as like, oh well, you're not supposed to do that.
Yeah. And I guess a better way to put it, in the way I view it, and this is just my humble opinion, is that you're not dogmatic. You're not like, this is the Torah and this is what it says. Like, you are on an honest search, right? And I see Graham, apostate Catholic, right?
I call myself a freelance monotheist these days.
Yeah. You're still searching. You're not locking yourself in and then fighting from that point of view. Will's the same amongst Christian circles. They all call him a heretic and tell him he's not a Christian, because he won't lock into their dogma. And then I'm an atheist that does the same. I argue with a lot of atheists because I'm willing to step inside a worldview or do an internal critique. It doesn't mean my position's being jeopardized, which I think a lot of people think, if they allow themselves to entertain these ideas. And I appreciate the fact that all four of us, whilst it has, often caused a bit of pain, that we're more interested in the truth, regardless of where our roots came from.
The truth hurts sometimes. It's going to. But denying the truth hurts more.
Yeah.
But yeah, so Mr. Blazing Up 420 said, my mother was a Jehovah's Witness before I was born. Oh, she died of a Jehovah's Witness. So Kara said, sorry for your loss. And then Blazing Up said, I was the black sheep in the congregation. Oh, I had no mother. And when I got out of line, they would come up to my mother and ask if they can take me outside and teach me some manners. Wow.
Yeah. And see how they asked the mother, can we take him outside, right? And they stood in that same royal commission and said, there is no situation ever where a child is left alone with an adult that's not their family. There's an example. They go witnessing. Kids are put with elders to go door to door because, the elder will train them. But they're left alone. They're always put in these questionable positions and then deny that it's even a thing. Sorry, that's a bit off topic.
Yeah, isn't it based off of like the two witness rule? Which it's interesting because that's used to oppress, but there's actually a context in which it's used to ensure sort of permissibility or almost doing that. So like, for instance, there's this idea that in order for someone to be put to death for instance, committing someone is going to be put to death for having, let's say, gay sex. Well, in order for that to happen, I think you need, and I think this is where the Jehovah's Witnesses get it from, that you need something like two witnesses who are able to not just say that they know you're gay, because being gay isn't a crime according to the Torah. Having gay sex is, but the idea is that you need two people to basically say, yes, we saw them having gay sex, which basically on one hand, it raises the question, well, was it in public? In which case you would have this issue regardless of whether you're a man or a woman, because there's this idea that you're, supposed to do it in the privacy of your own home. But furthermore, that basically it's almost like, well, you need two people who saw you, which basically is impossible if you're if you're just having sex with one person. And furthermore, if you're having sex with multiple people and they're choosing to rat on you and they're like, oh, well, we were at this orgy and we saw him having sex with this guy. It's like, but what were you doing? And it's like, oh, I was just watching. So it's kind of like one of these things where you really can't admit to this quote unquote crime unless you see it happening. But the thing is, when you're dealing with an actual crime, not just one that's, you know, viewed so because a religious, you know, law says that this is a crime, but when you're dealing with actual children being actually abused, all of a sudden they use that law in order to say, well, you know, because nobody saw them being abused, we can't say that they were.
And they miss, like, they do the reverse of the idea of what it's saying. The whole idea of that thing is that if it's in a field and a girl screams and there's no one to hear her, it's to be assumed that she wasn't complicit, right? That it literally says you do not need the two witness in that instance. Like, she's innocent, but they reverse it and say, oh, well, if an adult rapes a child, there was no two witnesses, so we leave it in the hands of God, completely reversing the whole idea of it, which is meant to try and protect the victim. There was another
I was
point
gonna
I had to make, but I've forgotten.
I was gonna say, you hit on a key one there, Sammy, is protecting the victim, and part of the issue is they want to deny they're a victim and they want to hurt the victim themselves.
Yeah. They make the child sit in a room with no adult, no parent, right? Just three elderly men, whether it's a boy, girl, no matter what. And that child has to describe every sordid detail. And those elders will say, did it feel good, right? And if that child says, I was crying and screaming and terrified, but yes, it felt tickly down there, it was nice, they are complicit.
Yeah, it's designed to control the cult structure, maintain the cult. And that's that contradictory verbal message, actual feeling message, experience message, where they know they're being hurt, but they're being told everything's fine, which means going forward, that's what they're going to expect. That's being told everything is fine is all I need. What's actually happening doesn't matter.
And like, just in general, do you think that two witness rule, because it's very specific and it's only regarding fornication, right? Adults having sex outside of marriage. Do you think that it had any purpose at all in regards to an adult raping a child? I don't think that two witness rule was applied in those instances in the Bible. I could be wrong.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not 100% sure about that, because I mean, that's also,
it's tricky, because I know the whole idea of child rape isn't even necessarily a thing in ancient times, especially with short lifespans, and I get it.
So actually there is an argument, and I recently found something within the Jewish tradition that argue. So basically there's this one word called, what is it, mishkaveh zachor, which means lying with males, and it directly, what?
Is this the verse where Jesus says, don't lie with a male as you would a woman?
I don't think Jesus says that. Does he?
Well, yes, but I thought you were going to make the argument. The argument is that the word used is more commonly used for boy. Do not lie with a boy like you would lie with a woman.
Let's see, with a man.
Do not lie with a man as you would a
That's
woman.
the one that's been talked about that's an anti-Hellenistic sort of thing.
Yeah, so where does Jesus say that? I can't find it anywhere.
I'll get it for you.
Oh, it's Corinthians maybe. But that wouldn't be Jesus. That would be
You shall not lie with a male as with a woman. it is an abomination, and that is Leviticus 18:22.
Yeah, so that would be in the Torah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can't blame that one on Jesus.
But
No.
but
Oh, sorry. Yeah, so it's not Jesus saying it at all. Yeah.
though Paul does, Paul uses it in Corinthians.
He does he? Okay. I thought it was in the New Testament somewhere, but I'm wondering what the Hebrew says there. I wish I knew someone who knew Hebrew.
So also, honestly, we might end up going to 808. Honestly, I don't know, but if we do, I'm not going to complain. Okay, so here, so this is from Leviticus. Wait, okay, it's saying, wait,
Yep, 18:22.
Oh, okay, so here, so these two. Okay, so the first two are Leviticus. So you shall not lie with a male as with a woman; it is an abomination. Also, it's interesting because this word abomination, there's more context to it. So the word is toeva, but it's always used to reference foreign practices, which is interesting. It's not just saying it's an abomination. It means it's a foreign abomination. It's something from afar. You're not supposed to bring. So it's like, if a man lies with a, yeah.
Well, I see red flags in the English straight away because they've used male for man and woman instead of female.
Well,
should it not be a male as with a female or a
No.
man as with a woman?
Okay, so if a man, let's see, no, this is actually exactly how it should be translated. Here, I'll show you. Let's see. So, okay, so this is Leviticus. Leviticus what?
18. Let me get that. 18:22.
Oh, okay. Let's see. 18:22.
Yep.
Okay, so. Okay, here. So the et zachar, and with a male, and a male, lo tishkav, you shall not lie with, mishkave isha, as one lies with a woman. So male as with a woman, toeva hu, it is a toeva. So this word zachar means male, and what was it? And then isha means woman. And so the male version of Isha is Ish, and the female version of Zachar is Nekeva. And it let me see. Let's see. Oh, right. And so the context that I found this in. So I happened to type in pederasty because I was trying to. It would be interesting if Jesus had quoted that, because then it would be able to kind of disprove one theory, but he didn't. So I mean, there's nothing on it. But so here, let's see. Let me see. Okay. Look at this. So this is Rashi. So here it's saying betoevat, and in abominations or with abominations, b'ma'asim toevim, in abominable acts, kegon, such as, what's this? Kagon. Oh, such as mishkav zachur, which means as lying with males. And again, this is important because look how it gets translated. Pederasty, not homosexuality, not gay sex. Pederasty. Given, it's also written in a different... Well, so this is the thing. The reason why people understand this being... The only reason why people think that it's wrong to have gay sex in Judaism is because they attribute it to this. And furthermore, they argue, well, it's not procreative sex, but you can also have non-procreative sex with your wife and it's fine so long as you do certain loopholes. So at the end of the day, it kind of seems like a stupid argument.
I would say the legitimate reason to not have gay sex within Judaism is because you don't want to. Okay.
Well, I mean, that's a good point, but that's for anyone because the whole point is consent. Oh, wait, if you were saying something, you got cut out. I'm guessing you were saying exactly, but I don't want to put words in your mouth. Shoot, did we lose him? Shit, did we lose me? No, it was him. Sammy, you there?
Yep, I'm here. Sorry, I stepped away and was muted. Couldn't respond fast enough.
No worries. So, but yeah, so I mean, it's interesting because this very clearly says, you know, pederasty. But let's see, what was the thing that we're looking at before? All right. So if a male lies with so look at this. Here it strictly says, this is Leviticus, was this 2013? Hold on. So let's go back there. On, let's see, Leviticus 2013. So this is very clear. Ve'ish asher yishkav et zachar. And a man, a full-grown man that lies with a male as one lies with a woman. It is an abomination. Asu shnehem. So this is the thing that's interesting, though. It says, the both of them shall be made, or mot, they shall be made dead. They shall certainly be made or put to death. Damehem bam, and their guilt is upon them. But and other things that it's talking about, that what's this? If a man takes a woman and her mother into his household as his wives, it is depravity. Both he and they shall be put to the fire. If a man has carnal relations with a beast, he shall be put to death. And you shall. So it's like, it's interesting because they're not giving any, you know, like, I still think it's wrong. They're not
any reasoning. There's no reasoning behind it, which to me backs up the idea that all of these laws were more about othering yourself from your heathen neighbors than trying to please a deity.
Yeah.
I was going to say,
know,
I heard something in there about that you can keep your mother-in-law out of your house. You can keep her out. I can see that as having a certain motivation there.
Yeah, but that was actually saying if you take your wife and your mother.
Yeah, so you can have the wife, but you can keep the mother out. Was that it, or maybe
no,
I'm misunderstanding?
Don't have sex with your wife and her mother.
So just the wife and her sister. That's the way you do it. Got it.
Yeah, exactly.
So look at this. If a man lies with a woman during her menstrual condition and uncovers her nakedness, he has laid bare her flow and she has exposed her blood flow. Both of them shall be cut off from among their people. It's like so extreme. And the thing is, like, imagine you're basically saying that, so cut off from among their people. That's basically, then, I mean,
exiled.
Yeah.
Shunned.
Here's my question.
Mm-hmm.
How do you get busted for it? Who's going around checking this stuff?
Yeah, your auntie, if you lie with your uncle's wife.
The rabbi has to go in the bedrooms?
Well, but see, that's the thing. These are things that are supposed to be between man and God, or you know, between like humankind and the divine. But again, like, you have to look at this. Well, that doesn't make sense because some of these things don't really, like, especially, I don't know. It's one of those things where if you believe this wholeheartedly, you have to just go with it. But if you realize that there's nuance, then you're able to see that it's not so cut and dry.
The fact that a hymen doesn't necessarily get broken just because of sex. It can break for other reasons. And how are they checking this? If a man comes and says, my wife's not a virgin, doesn't he have to show? No. The sheets of blood, that's something else.
Well, don't you remember about the midwife for baby Jesus? Or she had to stick her hand in to make sure that Mary was still a virgin afterwards?
Wait, what?
Oh,
look at
how
this.
the hell does that work?
Look at this.
That's actually part of scripture, or not scripture, but part of the legend.
So look at this. But he. Oh shoot, where'd it go? Okay, but he shall not. But he shall not defile himself as a kinsman by marriage, or as a kinsman by marriage, literally as a husband among his kin. Excuse me?
What does that mean? Explain.
Let's see.
Does that say he should not get married? Or
No.
he shouldn't marry his family?
No, so it's, let me see if I can find any of the English commentary. I mean, it's pretty clear it's saying that you're not supposed to marry your family, but on the other hand, all the patriarchs did. Let's see. Okay, a husband who is a priest may not defile himself for his wife's corpse. If there are other people available, what? That's such a bullshit understanding. They're trying to say that, what? Okay, let's see. Is there anything else about this? Wow, they're all interpreting this as referring to you shall not defile yourself by your spouse's corpse if you're a Levite. But if they're interpreting it that way, that kind of gives support to this idea that this is specifically to the Levites and not to the Israelites.
Because, as you said, nearly, if not every patriarch, nearly every patriarch slept with their family, sisters, cousins, whatever. And it just shows, I just sort of had a little bit of an epiphany. It was probably quite obvious to everyone else, but it's what kings and royalty have done across the globe throughout history. Inbreed to keep the bloodlines going, and that's all the God of the Bible has done with Israel, is like, I will make you a multitude of peoples, and it's all about the bloodlines and the genetics.
Wait, so you're trying to tell me that by inbreeding, you're not going to get special powers?
Well, you'll get special somethings.
Because that's part of the traditional strategy, was if you have a good king or a good family, you want to keep it going. And did I understand that right, Ariel? There's actually a rule where you can't have sex with your wife's corpse.
No, it's referring to you can't even touch it or get near it because Levites aren't allowed to be near death because of miasma.
That was just covering the Levites. Okay, I thought they had an explicit rule about you can't have sex with your wife's corpse, which, usually you don't have rules unless there's a problem with people having done that, so you needed a rule. And it's like, oh my God, was that actually a problem in the ancient days?
Well, I think you might be viewing this in an extreme sense, but what happens if you're having sex with your wife and she dies and you're a Levite? All of a sudden, you're literally balls deep in a corpse.
And was there any sort of necromancy type religions or rituals around?
Yeah.
We don't like to talk about that. We don't like to talk about that.
Yeah. So here, let's see. Oh, this is interesting. Okay, wait, where is it? Further up. Okay. Okay, where is it? Let's see. Oh, wait. Yeah, here it is. Let's see. What was the question again?
Necromancy.
Necromancy. Did it say a man shouldn't lie with his dead wife?
No, that's something else, but I don't know about that specifically. But here, I think it's let's see. No, it's further up. Sorry, one second. All right, wait, it might be here or further up. Yeah, I think it's further up. Let's see. Let's see.
Why are you looking for that?
Here, I found it. So it says, and if the people of the land should shut their eyes so that the party's offspring giving offspring to Molech, and they should not put the person to death, I myself will set my face against that party's kin as well, and I will cut off it from among their people, both that person and all who follow and stray after Molech. And if any person turns to ghosts and familiar spirits and goes astray after them, I will set my face against that person whom I will cut off from among the people. And then further down, it goes into, let's see, where is it? Oh, yeah, here it is. So you shall not follow the practices of the nation that I am driving out before you, for it is because they did all these things that I abhorred them.
See, there you go. And you shall possess their land.
Well, but keep in mind, it's literally like, so what when this narrative's likely being written is probably the return to the return to Zion from Babylonia, and they're basically viewing themselves as the descendants of the Israelites, and they're trying to bring back the rest of the Israelites from following the ways of the people that were supposedly there before them, despite the fact that there was probably no difference between Israelites and Canaanites beyond their beliefs. They were the same people.
And I think just the next verse or two, just before it flashed off screen, said something along the lines. Have you still got it there? Could you bring it back up at all, or is it gone?
Which
you
one?
Close it all down. The verses you were just looking at about the ghosts and that and all.
It's further up, but what about it?
Yep, go down a little bit. Keep going down. Next bit.
Oh, here. A man or a woman who has a ghost or familiar spirit shall be put to death. They shall be pelted with stones, and they shall retain the blood guilt. Here. None shall defile himself for any dead person among his kin, except for the relatives that they're closest to him, his mother, his father, his son, his daughter, and his brother. Also for a virgin sister close to him, because she has not become someone's wife. For her, he may defile himself. It's not referring to defiling yourself by, sex. It's referring to the fact that you're not allowed to be near death. But he shall not defile himself as a kinsman by marriage. So it's saying you shall not defile yourself with your spouse's corpse. They shall not shave smooth any parts of their heads, or cut the side growths of their beards, or make gashes in the flesh. They shall be holy to Yahweh. To their God, and not profane the name of their God, for they offer Yahweh's offerings by fire. It's interesting how it's like obviously, it's trying to imply that Yahweh is their God, but it's not explicit.
Yeah. But it's also, you can see in the verse above that, just above the God snake, go up, not down. And next one, anyway, there was a bit about, and they shall be holy to their God and not profane the name of their God. But it's all about, I am the God that separated you. It's all about separation, and all of these things that you're gashes in the flesh, smooth part of their heads, cut side growth of their beard. This is all the things that the people around them were doing. This is the reason these bizarre things have suddenly become laws, and it's a similar thing I see carry through to, like, with the Jehovah's Witnesses. They use the phrase, we are no part of the world. And, that's, they sort of put themselves in that bubble that they've been separated from the rest of the world. It's that age-old othering, It's been there from the beginning. It's insidious, and it's still what it's all about today. It's why Muslims fight with Christians, and Christians fight with Christians, and no one can agree, because the whole premise is othering. All these ancient laws that they conveniently say, Jesus came to fulfill the law, and we don't need the old law. We don't need the old law anymore. But I'm still going to say homosexuals are bad, even though that was part of the old laws. you know, and pick and choose. And when you say why are you mixing fabrics? Oh, that's irrelevant now. It's in the Old Testament. But yet you'll pick so many other things from the Old Testament. It makes no sense to me.
Interesting point. Yeah, you're right. So Usal said that's necrophilia, not necromancy, and then said to at Kara, I was jokingly referring to necromancy in the Torah, and then Blazing Up said we were told not to interact with the worldly people, but yeah, I do kind of want to get back to the video because I want to end off at like 8:08 and kind of get some good, you know. Other
Sorry.
Yeah, no worries. It's a good discussion though. So here.
There are times when Hashem will reveal himself to us in different ways, everybody in a different way, but also the Kali
Whoops. We seem to be losing the audio.
Oh, you are?
Yeah, like it's there's audio, but I can't hear a word he's really saying. Can you, Graham?
And the more we bring Hashem into the world, the more
it's
a little bit, but not. It's jumbled.
Okay, I wonder if you can put the closed captions on. Yeah.
Yeah, can you not see it?
We can see it. Yeah.
To begin with. But the point is, it's not.
No, but the captions.
It's a very,
there's no captions.
Passionate, emotional drive in the thing. It's the whole idea that the muscle
there they are.
You know, it's hard to say it's equals, but it's like Hashem wants us at least to have.
I'd say the auto-generated captions can't hear him properly either.
All right, let me try to find a better one. Ooh, this should be good.
That was a shame.
One of the ways we refer to God is this term Shekhinah. And Shekhinah is a feminine. One of the ways we refer to God is this term Shekhinah. And Shekhinah is a feminine word. It means the presence of God.
You know, it's very interesting because many times people think that Jewish schools for girls is like a new thing. But it says if we look back all the way to the time of the Jews in the desert, there were always leaders among the women. There were always prophetesses among the women. There were always judges among women. So it's not a new thing.
According to Kabbalah, woman is royalty. And the power of the woman is to be able to bring down the spiritual into a concrete world.
The Hasidic movement is in essence a feminist movement. Human beings are fundamentally feminine from the Jewish perspective. So we're all born feminine, which means our deepest desire is relationship.
But these girls have blinkers on. She hypnotizes, she brainwashes them. You know what someone told me about brainwashing? They said, what's wrong with a clean brain?
Clever.
Well, I came into school in the morning, and actually my
That's
daughter
not
was
a good
on the
thing to
window.
say.
No, but it was clever.
They didn't like the Jews 2,000 years ago, and nothing has changed. They still
One of
don't
two
like
record
the Jews.
scratch moments with my mother.
Girls walking with long skirts.
It's so much part of young people today. This is real. This is not a, you know, we have to have answers for them. We have to be able to guide them in the right way.
If
you met a guy tomorrow who's the right guy,
regards to that area.
I don't think you should be scared.
I don't believe in boyfriends. Well, first of all, I'm Shomonigia, which means that we don't touch men until we get married. Not even a handshake.
There's no greater holiness than that of husband and wife being together in the intimate act of creation. And it says, even when a husband and wife do not conceive, holy souls are being created above.
But also, I should really clarify something, that we do not do it like with a sheet and a hole.
Hey, Ariel.
Too many people out there.
I wouldn't mind that, because if I'm...
Can I ask, just briefly, do they have a courting thing? Like, can you court someone and then realize it's not going to work? Or do you only, like, the thing is with the Jehovah's Witnesses, similar thing, right? You do nothing till marriage, but you can't even court until you're wanting to marry. So it's almost like the person you court, you have to marry.
No. So you can like you have multiple dates with them. It's not as many as you would have, you know, in a secular relationship, but you do have like multiple dates. Usually there's always going to be like a what is it? What's the word? Like a chaperone. So it's, you know, it's going to be a very different context. But like if you realize that they're not the right person, then yeah, you don't have to get married to them.
It's the same as the Jehovah's Witnesses. And I guess in their defense, they don't have to marry the one they're courting, but it's like there's so many questions raised. Like, I won't get into it, but as long as it sounds to me like if the woman has the choice to say no,
yeah, she does.
I can't hear, like, it sounded like that old lady was against it, but this sounds very empowering to women, unless I'm missing something.
I mean, it is in a lot of ways. And like, I was actually talking, well, I wasn't talking so much as I overheard this conversation between one of my friends at Chabad, who she's, you know, she's a girl, and talking to the rabbi, but she was talking about how, you know, since she started dressing more modestly, how she actually feels more empowered because people aren't just judging her by how she's dressing, and, you know, by her body, but, you know, by what she's saying and her ideas. But then also beyond that, you know, it's this idea that you're not like covering it up because it's shameful, but you're covering it up because, I mean, for one, you respect yourself, not because, you know, not because showing off is disrespectful, but just because it's this idea that you're not relying on other people's validation.
And in this modern world, we try and teach our children not to value things people don't get to choose. So you don't get to choose to be attractive or not attractive. You know, you're born the way you're born. So an attractive person shouldn't get any benefit or advantage to being attractive. We're supposed to value things like the mind and the heart. So it makes a lot of sense to me.
Yeah, I mean, really, the only downside that I can see is what happens when you have someone who grows up in this community and it's really hard for them to leave because they don't want to be shunned by their family. That's where the empowerment can kind of break down, because you're basically, and like that's one of the reasons why I think that like, and there are more and more religious people who are able to have family and still be in contact with it, but I mean, it's something that really depends on how religious and how orthodox you are. Usal said the Bubby was worried about the indoctrination the girls were getting, not the sisterhood.
Yeah, and that's was my point. Like, everything's a form of indoctrination. Even when we go to school, you know, we're indoctrinated in a way. So I'm okay with the indoctrination part as long as it's positive and empowering, but
and consensual.
And consensual, yes. And you can leave at any time without repercussions. That's my other proviso. I think we have 12 minutes.
Yeah, and a big part of the thing with the ability to leave is because there isn't such a thing as one Jewish community. Like, ultimately, say you get, like, say for some reason you were able to even have a community that was so, you know, so centralized that it was like, okay, we're going to shun this person and everyone has to listen. Like, even if that were the case, you could always just go to a different place, because there isn't, like, you don't have the centralized Jewish authority. There is no, like, you know, Jewish council.
Yeah. And you've got, you know, degrees of Judaism, or like a spectrum from highly religious to completely secular, and everything in between. Whereas with like the JW cult, they're so insular, and it doesn't matter what country, what church, you will have the same doctrine, the same publications, the same everything, and you will be shunned globally.
Wow, that's so sad. But yeah, let's continue with it.
I'm having a sad day. I think that could really work.
The body is not the enemy. Sexuality is not the enemy. On the contrary, the whole purpose is to reveal the innate godliness and sanctity that all of these things contain by virtue of the fact that they are God's creations.
See, that alone,
That all of these things,
that if that's, you know, the honest truth of it, I can't argue with that at all. Like that's really beautiful to me. There's so much progressiveness in Judaism. I had no idea. Like I had no idea it was so progressive.
Yeah, I mean,
the word I'm going to use, progressive. I don't know how accurate it is, but I think you get my drift.
Yeah, I mean, even the Talmud recognizes that, you know, like while there is this idea of, you know, masculine and feminine or male and female, it's not as simple as you're either male or female or masculine or feminine, because there's people who are born male and, or, you know, they basically they grow up appearing male, but then end up, you know, developing, you know, appearing female. And some of this is understood as being natural. Some of it is understood as being done by man. But the point is, like, not just that, but like, there's even this understanding that I'm trying to think. Like, I mean, you basically do have a lot of this, and that's also one of the reasons why you have people shitheads like Nick Fuentes who really hate Babylonian Judaism, because they see how syncretic it is, and that to them, like, basically they want this idea of a strict orthodoxy that if you stray from, you know, you're put to death. But the thing is, like, even with these things that talk about being put to death, the rabbis literally interpret it in a way where it's basically impossible for it to happen.
Yes, that's what I was going to say. It's like the whole message of Judaism doesn't really allow for that. Like, you know, imagine trying to express to someone in the Yahweh patriarchal religion of Christianity, where there's no divine feminine, women are told to be silent in the church, right, and submissive to their husbands. Imagine saying that humans, mankind, is the female of the divine, that we are represented by the female. That would drive them absolutely insane.
Yeah, that it really would, and it's so wild to think about, you know. But
I've always held to, you know, if there was some divinity, there would be a masculine and a feminine. I've always held to that, and I always thought it was just some new age thing. I never had any idea it was, you know.
No, 100%. That was the same way that I viewed it. I was like, okay, what's this bullshit about divine masculine, divine feminine? It's like people just wanting to make themselves feel like they're gods, but it's not.
Yeah.
It's not this idea that people are gods. It's that God is mankind, but not only mankind.
Yeah, but this idea that, you know, because we're the feminine representation, we're all about relationships, and there is no more fundamental thing that I believe than that fact. That is my go-to preaching thing. The only thing I say with certainty is that we are designed to be social creatures and to be in relationships. And you see, when you take a human away from relationships, put them somewhere solitary, the mind disintegrates. We literally cannot exist without relationships.
Well said, Sammy.
Definitely, yeah. So here, let's finish this video, and then we're almost time.
Yeah.
contained by virtue of the fact that they are God's creations.
Here, sorry.
Whole purpose is to reveal the innate godliness and sanctity that all of these things contain by virtue of the fact that they are God's creations.
That was like a really interesting documentary. Yeah, so
Yeah,
I'm
I
trying to
just
find.
wanted to
Yeah.
come on screen to. I have to give it a round of applause. That was very deep and meaningful. I thoroughly enjoyed that. I'm gonna.
Yeah, I mean, to be fully honest, it's the main way that I've been able to reconnect with Judaism as a religion, as more than just like a heritage.
Yeah.
And I also really liked how they described how we're all feminine, at the start of our lives, and how like it's not it's not this understanding that's like only women can connect with the Shekhinah, but that we all can. And I mean, again, it's within the context of Judaism, but you have parallels to this within every tradition.
Think about this. The mother is God, is the name of God in the eyes of the child. And that's like just what you said. As soon as we're born, we're dependent.
Yeah,
on those relationships.
It's definitely one of the narratives you see utilized a lot in the Bible. This idea of the suckling child and the provider.
Awesome.
All right, so let's watch this.
Is found everywhere equally. It says the essence of the soul is found everywhere equally, and yet its first manifestation of the soul to be revealed is in the brain. So likewise, God, the essence of God is found everywhere equally, yet the manifestation of God is found in what we call Amadizgalia, the world of manifestation, or as the Kabbalists call it, Matronisa, which means the queen, as the queen takes the king's word and now rules in the palace, or Nether Mother, as the mother, she nurtures and she takes the child and gives it the life and vitality that it's needed, or as the Talmud rules in the palace, or Nether Mother, as the mother, she nurtures and she takes the child and gives it the life and vitality that it's needed, or as the Talmud calls it, Shechina, the divine presence of God. All of these different names bring out the presence of God, the essence of God, how he's present through and in this world.
So I know we've talked about it that many times, but do you know when you know something, but it hasn't permeated your being yet, and then you have that instance where it happens and it's like an epiphany, even though you already knew the thing. That's what just happened then for me with the Holy Spirit. My brain went, oh, that's what they say about the Holy Spirit. And then it went, duh, that's what you've been saying for the last 2 weeks, Sam. That the Holy Spirit replaced the divine feminine.
Well,
And
I was
all
going
the
to say
little
that
pieces just fell together.
that's one of the ones that I didn't mention that earlier. Is that's the sense that I always had growing up, was the Holy Spirit was feminine.
Definitely.
I never got a different sense growing up.
Yeah.
Even though they tried to label it differently, it's like, nah, that just doesn't work.
Yeah, I definitely know what y'all mean, but we're almost time, so I'm going to queue up the outro, but we should do this again sometime soon, and this was a lot of fun.
Can I break in?
Definitely.
Can I break in? The whole reason I came on, just a real quick something for non-Hebrew speakers is the word "who" is it and he. So then when it gets translated, that feminine and masculine is lost with everything being "who." Could have been it, but it gets translated as he. So sorry to break in, but it would have been really hard for me with as scattered as I type to get that in. But
no worries. The other thing is that who.
Thank you.
Yeah. The other thing is that who and he are actually interchangeable. Who can also be she, and he can also be she. But we could always get into that in another stream. Anyway, here's that show.
Want to tell the Rebbe the words of the new song that we're singing with Mashiach, right? So I'm just going to read him. Am Yisrael, have no fear. Mashiach will be here this year. We want Mashiach now. We don't want to wait. Okay? We want Mashiach now. We want Mashiach now. Oh yeah, Am Yisrael, have no fear. Mashiach will be this year. Am Yisrael, have no fear. Mashiach will be